to all of that.
It's not just about the action on the track, it's also about the energy and the paddock. And with those helmets off, we're going to be sharing the highs and feeling the pain of these drivers taking it to the limit.
Nitro Rallycross is going to be absolutely insane this year. It all kicks off at the birthplace of Rallycross, Lydden Hill. But this is how Nitro Rallycross works. So this is how the gnarliest motorsport on the planet works. Group E is the top dog all-electric formula, full of superstar drivers like these guys. Day one is qualifying. There are head-to-head knockout battle brackets between two drivers until we reach the final. The further you get, the better you start on day two. And the guy who wins the battle bracket final gets to lift the trophy. And they also get a little sticker, which they get to put on the side of the car. Fighter Ace Top Gun style. Anyway, day two sees full grids. The aim is to reach the final. First up, it's the heats, where the top two go straight through to the final. Next chance is the semis, where the winners go through. And if you still haven't found your mojo, you get one more chance in the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, where the top two go through to the final. Of course, the first across the line to see the checkered flag is the winner of the event. And the guy at the end of the year with the most points is your Nitro Rallycross Global Champion. If you didn't get any of that because you're looking at your phone, don't worry. Coley and I will be your tour guides for the season. All you really need to know is Nitro Rallycross is gnarly. Well, some of you might know him, but if you don't know, this is Mr. Mega, Andrew Coley. So happy to be back here for the Nitro Rallycross Global Tour. We're going to be talking with our team and basically breaking everything down. But I have to ask you, how does this work, and what do we kind of need to keep our eyes on?
We got an amazing season coming up. We're doing 10 events.
No!
And there is another member of our team, Streetback Tommy.
Streetback Tommy.
You can!
We are. You're on the wrong. You're on the wrong side of the road.
I'm on the correct side of the road, but see, they run everything backwards here.
Okay, fantastic. Coley, Streetback Tommy, Penny Farthing Tommy, because we are here in the UK.
He's so UK now. Look at him. He's so
okay, we
UK.
get it. We get it. We get the whole Union Jack and all that. Speaking of jacking, he's jacking our time right now. Shut up. What do the fans need to know about Nitro Rallycross?
Right, so you need to know, we've got 10 events. We're going worldwide. We're starting in Europe. We're here in the UK. We're going to Sweden and Finland. We're over to the States. We're going to Saudi Arabia. We're going ice racing in Canada. We've got some amazing tracks coming up for you this year. We're starting here at Lydden Hill. It's nearly getting run over by Tommy. He's off for fish and chips, if you didn't hear him.
Yeah.
So this is where the sport was invented back in 1967. It's got a bunch of history, but we're rewriting the history with Nitro Rallycross now, because we're bringing in the Group E car. Ooh. It's 1,000 horsepower. I've had a ride in it. We're going to get Jared a ride in it at some point, because I want to just see the look on his face. It's enough power. It is enough power. And we just got brilliant drivers. Another amazing lineup, and looking forward to some Nitro RX Go Nitro style carnage.
It's insane. We're going to have some fun here, and we talk about Group E. But let's take a look overall at our class of 2022 on the Nitro Rallycross Global Tour.
Well, here are some of my picks for the season then. We haven't got the whole field behind us, but we have got this guy, Travis Pastrana, #1. He won Nitro Rallycross Championship last year. He is the target that everybody else has to beat.
We won the championship, but it's always 199 for me. It's going to be a good time. I think starting over in Europe, it's a big advantage to the Europeans, so we'll see what happens.
This guy, Fraser McConnell, he's come up through the ranks. He's done lights, he's done Supercar. This year he's in the headline category, Group E. He knows how to send it. He's got his parents with him, often a big load of fans as well. If you want a bit of a party, you need to be in the stands where they are. So we might be at Lydden Hill, the birthplace of Rallycross, but at the minute, if you're looking for the heartland of where the top drivers are coming from, it's Scandinavia. This guy, Andreas Backrud from Norway, super successful. He's the current European Rallycross champion. He did some of the events in America last year, remember, with Subaru. He could be up for the title.
Every time when I enter my name on the entry list, I'm there to win, and Nitro Rallycross is no other than that. We're here to fight for the title. It's a great championship. We want to be there, we want to fight it. I think, and I expect great fights by many other drivers, so it's going to be a hard one.
Excite Energy Racing, 2 cars this year. Ollie Bennett is doing the whole season. Chris Meeke is doing 3 events. Now, Meeke is a 5-time winner in the World Rally Championship, the fastest ever average speed on Rally Finland, the fastest, most dangerous rally, and he knows how to set up a car. Taking over this car from him later on in the season, 2009 Formula One world champion Janssen Button could be an epic combination.
What I really love about the team is that it's a real sort of family atmosphere, and it's a bunch of people that are very skilled at what they do, but they're going racing because they love it and they're passionate. It's not just a job, and that's why I want to race.
So the last of our drivers we're focusing on today is this guy, Ollie Eriksson. Now, Ollie won 5 titles in 4 years. He knows how to win, and he's absolutely sure to be a threat this season. Now, that's just my 5 picks. We'll introduce you to the rest of the field as the season progresses.
Man, unbelievable. I mean, you could feel the buzzing. You literally can hear the buzzing of the Group E. But Coley, it's so great to be back up here in the booth. And I mean, right before we went on, I could sense some nervousness.
Yeah,
but
man.
I would kind of more like to call it eagerness.
I'm so excited. You know, it's a huge step. We know that.
Yep.
First of all, we come outside the USA. I'm the only person on the team without jet lag, which is a massive win from my point.
Yeah.
But these guys are coping really well. It's great to welcome them to the UK. I hope you guys are going to enjoy. You know, this is where the sport first began. But we've nitroed it.
Yeah, I've never been here, and yeah, how would you describe that? You say nitroed it because we talk about the drivers, talk about the different classes. We're going to see 4 classes today. Speaking of class of 22, some familiar names, some new ones. But why do you say nitroed it? Why would you say that?
So we've changed the layout here at Lydden Hill, and I'm sure you'll get a look at it in a second. But basically, we put a massive jump in the middle. You know, with White Cliffs of Dover, took a big chunk of that. Chalk made a huge hill out of it. That's not Lydden Hill. That's the A-Shock Energy Hill.
That's right.
There it is. So that's the big new addition. In the background, you can see a strip of dirt just inside the pavement, the tarmac, and that's where the course used to go. So the first corner used to be flat. It's now banked. It's still called Cheston's Drift. Bill Cheston was one of the guys who built the circuit. You know, so we're maintaining the tradition, but we're going a bit nuts as well. There's the old circuit. Look, the dirt on the right, and here's the big jump. So the guys have been working super hard to make sure that it's really nicely prepped, and it's been looking great so far this morning.
Yeah, I love it. And that Talladega turn, we got to see some Group B, some demos earlier today. They went off course, but they also hit the jump. So seeing these cool Lancia Stratos, these RS200s, this is a look in the lay of the land, the Talladega turn. So we brought a little America in here, but you called it, what was it again?
So that's Cheston's Drift. So we're going to have Talladega turns at all of our tracks, hopefully, aren't we? Because we love a banked corner, and you saw how brilliant the action was last year on those. But yeah, it's Cheston's Drift, turn 1. Joker Lap used to be there. The Joker Lap has now moved down. That's that blue stripy section to the last corner. So we can expect to see some exciting merges, I hope, at the end of the races. And certainly the lap times this morning suggest it's going to be very close.
And the Joker Lap, yeah, so the times, it actually adds because there is a bit of a chicane there. So it does have tarmac compared to kind of a little bit of loose gravel over there. Do you know how much it's slowing down? We'll find out. Talking about slowing down, let's slow it down, but let's also keep the excitement going because we talked about on the front end the members of our broadcast team. So we throw it down to our homegirl, Katie Osborne. Katie?
A lot of fun though.
Well, Andreas Backerud here is back for another season of Nitro Rallycross, but already it's challenging, you're saying. Break it down.
I mean, it's the first race with these Group E cars. Everything is a challenge, you know. We all are limited with testing. The cars are just was ready 1 month ago, but it's awesome to be here in Lydden Hill with the brand new layout. And seeing the fans again after years of COVID. So yeah, it's cool.
As it relates to having fun, you're saying it's cool, but how much fun already is it for you and the guys out here?
I mean, we all think of the championship, so had in the game from the first free practice, everybody wants to show like what they have been doing over the winter period of testing and stuff like that. So it's hammered on.
Okay, so you're talking about this winter testing, and we know that it's not all about winter testing. Sometimes it has to do with a little bit of prep and training for yourself.
Yeah.
What have you been doing for yourself mentally, physically, and emotionally to get ready?
Well, I do think like I have a job in the winter time, like January to end of March, up in Arvidsjaur together with Triple X up in the lakes in Sweden.
Sounds lovely.
It is lovely. It's cold, little sun, not much sun because yeah, it's winter up there. And driving a lot there, doing simulator, gym, you know, doing everything I can do, and tons of karting. I went to Italy for a week practicing, just trying to stay in shape.
Yeah, staying in shape, guys, it's really all about it for these guys, but in fact, it's really cars, Coley.
Well, he talks about staying in shape. Well, you know his nickname lovingly, right? It's
Snackaroo.
Snackaroo. That guy eats snacks all the time, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's doing curls, but he's more like curling snacks to his mouth.
You got to go check his Instagram yesterday. He reviewed a donut.
Well, hopefully, you know, he's going to get donuts on the track, because usually that means he had success. It's great to see Pastrana. Love this dude, and have seen him over the years. What are we looking at now?
So this is NRX Next. Now, these cars have been around for coming up for a decade. It's an all-wheel drive 2.4-litre naturally aspirated Cosworth engine, sequential gearbox, hydraulic handbrake. This is a pucker piece of rallycross kit. And the drivers who win in this series, as a general rule, are very well prepared for moving up to Group E, Supercar, you know, wherever they head next. We've got a great lineup in this first race. We've got Tommy Howman on the pole on the inside on the front row. Next to him is George McGuinness, who some of you will be familiar with from last year. In the back row, we have Michaela Arling-Kotlinski on the inside with the white car. On the outside is Simon Olofsson. We'll fill you in a bit more about who they are and what they're up to as we get cracking.
All right, a couple Scandos and an American. And McGuinness, he made a lot of noise last year. He's definitely one to watch. Check out our new light. Right, Cole? I know you're excited about it.
I'm loving it. Okay, top right of your screens now. If you don't think this is the best start light ever, you can just tune out, because we can't be friends. Like, this is the best start light.
Don't DM me.
Yeah.
Cole says, get out of here.
Yeah, you're gone.
All right, so we're going to see 2 heats of Nitro Rallycross Next. Just about 30 seconds till start, and just absolutely beautiful weather, ideal weather.
Yesterday was 32. Now, as I'm in the UK, I can talk in UK terms.
Okay,
although we do get mixed up, we know, with miles an hour and pounds, and then we talk Celsius. It was California hot, wasn't it, when you turned up yesterday?
It was hot. It was warm.
You had a nice train ride through the Garden of England, didn't you, down into Kent and Canterbury?
Oh man, I mean, I had such a good traveling. Again, coming. This is my first international trip in 2 years, man. So it felt comfortable again. So.
Well, first international trip for Jared, and we're about to get our first. It's very international, this field. We're going to get an international trip down to Turn 1 any minute now. There is unfortunately a van circulating around the track.
A late entry, the Lydden Hill transport van going up the hill. And remember, let everybody know you're watching Nitro Rallycross and you're a fan, because this is kicking off. I mean, we're officially turning tires for the first round of 10 of Nitro Rallycross, man. And we are about to send it literally and figuratively and lit up in more ways than one.
Yeah, man. Watch for the start here. It's going to be awesome. We're going prestige worldwide this year. we're going to go sending it all around the world. So if you're not in the States, if you are in the States, we'll be back there as well. So make sure you join us. Now, check out these start lights. Here we go. Here we go. I was excited about the start lights and about the racing. I know Jared is too. You wait, and this is such a Jared thing. Here we go. Here we go. Oh yeah. Random hold.
Send in! That's right, the debut of our NRX light. And we are seeing the debut of NRX Next vehicles. 4 laps, and here we go.
Howman on the inside line, around the outside. McGuinness tries to go send. He's going to take the long line, can't quite get there. Olofsson slots up, going to try and move alongside him. McGuinness going to try and shut the door. Contact between them. Up over the jump now. Olofsson's been pushed off the side, and he rolls!
Oh my goodness.
That's a huge roll for Olofsson. That is an absolute disaster for him. A little bit of contact on the run in. I suspect that will be stopped, but that's not what we wanted to see right at the start of the day. And that's not what that team needed either.
No, that was a big roll there by Olofsson. I want to make sure he is okay. We saw contact. You saw McGuinness and Olofsson get into it right prior to the jump. And once you hit that dirt, it's going to throw you there. I mean, they're fully caged, and he's out of the car. So that is a great, great thing to see. Frustration already setting in, man.
So, Olofsson, if you've been following international rallycross this year, he's been having a brilliant season, Jared. He's just come off the back of a couple of wins up in Finland with RallyX Nordic, or RallyX as it's known this year, and he was having such a great season, and I was getting ready to tell everyone, you need to watch out for this guy, he's going to be up there, and now look at the car. It's pretty thrashed out, and they're going to need to do some serious work. And that's if the cage is intact, Jared, of course.
Yeah, that's priority, again, making sure that he's okay. And that's the best part, is the vehicle is prepared. So let's take a look at it again here. Watch McGuinness dive in, comes in on Olofsson, slaps him, he punches them off course, and they went toe-to-toe.
He hits Olofsson, sorry, McGuinness. Oh,
McGuinness.
Look at that, Jared.
Yeah. I'm glad he's okay. I mean, that's priority. And that's...
It's the impact that's at the top left of the bonnet, as we call it, the hood, yeah. So watch here. So McGuinness hits the berm on the inside, clashes with Olofsson. Then Olofsson, because he drops off the side of the road, digs a wheel in and goes over. So Yeah, that's a big shunt, and it's going to be a big ask for those guys. It's a double header, remember, so they have a race today and a race tomorrow. There's a chance they can get it fixed, but there is a lot of work to do on that car if it's fixable at all.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to start, and just showing you that, you know, Ruben is racing. I wonder if McGuinness and Olofsson are going to have some words. I mean, you know, McGuinness's line was awkward going to that Talladega turn. Then he came down, but then on that straight approaching that jump, which, mind you, there's no gap, no minding the gap here, which is good because we have seen gaps where you need to kind of bail out. But, man, so, all right, well, we got to clean up here on aisle 2 as Olofsson will take a look at the vehicle. And now we're going to throw it down to Katie Osborne, see what's going on. Maybe talk with the racers as, there we go, taking a look at this car. So, there we go. Okay, so down to Katie Osborne. Katie, what's up?
Yeah, Jared, standing here with Oliver Eriksson, who was catching eyes on that next car. What can you take away from what we just saw for the races today?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Talladega will be a lot of happening there. So that was a tough fight, and we see when we bring more power to the turn as well, what's going to happen before that big tabletop.
You were talking about power here, and one thing that I find interesting is over the last year, and talking with your dad, your team, they have seen a lot of maturity and growth for you. What are some of those things that you've really been working on?
Yeah, you know, Nitro is all about getting your elbows out. You know, being back in Europe racing for a bit here, it's all about speed and strategy and so on. But Nitro is more elbows out, you know, get in there and shove a bit. So, you know, working on that quite a lot, and just, you know, don't take a hit that much, you know. But yeah, for sure, it's, you know, also being more consistent, you know, finding the right mindset to approach the tracks and everything, you know, with changes going on in the dirt and so on. So yeah, it's what it is, and hopefully we can do something good.
You talk about getting those elbows out, you talk about consistency. So how would you define rubbing as racing at this point?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Everyone's got a different approach. In Rallycross, my opinion is a T-bone is not fair, in my opinion. I want to see if you angle the car side to side and you give the other guy your door. That's in my opinion, okay. So we'll see how much of that we get. I think it's going to be some proper ones out there today.
I absolutely believe it. Thank you for your time, guys. And remember, he does believe that rubbing is racing, so that's one to keep in mind.
Yeah, that is a real big tip there, and all he knows. I mean, Eriksson's they throw down and they've gotten to some serious tussles, but you know, he called it right there. Talladega is going to play a major role in today's event, but that's what I'm interested to see, and you know, let's just talk about kind of overall what we're going to see between Next, between everything. Take a look at this. So here's the question. Was McGuinness driving dirty? Was it the track that kind of forced him? Let's talk about it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so let's see. So Hellman's on the inside line in the yellow and black. He, by the way, was Lights champion in RallyX last year. So he's a Nitro debutant, but he's very quick. So he gets the whole shot. And McGuinness, to be fair, Olofsson got into McGuinness at the start of, well, the end of Chesson's, the right hand of the Talladega turn. So he got into the inside there. I hope we can. Let's have another look again if we can. That's the back angle look.
It did kick him his way. There's that little hip. So there's that hip that kind of bounced him to the right. So he got reintroduced.
I hadn't spotted the previous contact, you know, before, because we were talking about this while Katie was having a chat with Ollie, and it was like, you know, was it harsh or not? These guys race hard. You know, they're trying to prove, yeah, I'm the next big thing. And also, you know, you've got. You want that. You want people to fear you on track, but there's a line, and everybody's trying to learn that. They're only young. Remember, I think McGuinness is like, what is he, 16, 17? I can't remember. I know he's young.
But yeah. His parents
might be 18 now. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's in that vicinity. I know he's sub 20 years old. So they're gonna re-rack him. But look at McGuinness. Look how much gravel he's already got on the front end of that vehicle. That just shows you how aggressive and how abrasive that Talladega turn is. And you know, you got to figure. Boom, the one contact, getting sprayed, and then goes over the hip, and then obviously Olofsson goes over the hip in another way, and it was just, it's so unfortunate.
Olofsson's unlucky there, Jared. You know, like to go off where he went off and dig in as he did. Yeah, not ideal.
But that's our role, and breaking it down. I say our role of like, hey, was McGuinness malicious there? Looking at it, all the different angles, I really think it was a race incident. I think it was bad time. The contact, yeah, they were unlucky. Look, you know, Olofsson got into him in turn one. He got into Olofsson in the kink just before the jump. But the contact as well, they could have got away with that 50 times. This time they didn't.
But
No.
of course, we must point out as well, this is just me and Jared. The stewards decide. Like we don't get. What do you think, mate? Should we? That was all right, wasn't it? Like, yeah. We're just shooting the breeze.
Yeah. All right. So again, re-racked for 4 full laps. They did not complete. You know, they hardly completed 2 turns.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. So they'll get them going, get them back up to the start line.
That's us.
Hey,
top right. There we go. Our little office. We're in the Arthur Debenham building. Arthur Debenham was known as the voice of Rallycross because he did it all through the 70s and the 80s. So
Cool.
Maximum respect to him. I met him a couple of years ago. It was a really cool moment.
Cool.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Does he hate your announcing?
No, I have no idea. He was very nice.
He was cordial. If he did tell you the truth.
He was super polite about it, yeah. No, he was lovely. He was a lovely man, yeah. I met him here at Lydden Hill. Pat Duran introduced us. Right, here we go then. Take 2, NRX Next 2022. Let's go.
Yeah, let's re-rack them, stack them, and send it. Another time, 4 laps is coming out on top. The sign says send it, and they will do that as well. A good launch there with our front line, number 19, Michaela. Again, she did really well last year. How's she going to do it next? What are your expectations?
Yeah, so Arlen Kotlinski was in last year. She came side by side in Florida. She's actually having to look up the inside here. McGuinness sort of comes back down the banking and then runs himself off the side of the road this time. So McGuinness has run wide. Just about gets back on as they come up the jump. Michaela Arlen Kotlinski passes him, and then he goes super deep on the brakes as she goes into the kink, and he gets back past. That's you're looking at Tommy Howman, who's had none of that in the background.
Clean air,
He's
man.
just out leading.
Yeah, look at we talked about the nose of McGuinness. That thing, I wonder if McGuinness is having struggle. Seems like he is really bouncing around the track quite a bit.
Certainly, it's been an enthusiastic start for him, hasn't it? Tommy Howman's pushing his luck there with track limits, so they have to keep 2 wheels on the tar or the pavement or the gravel. Like, you can't go 4 wheels off, and McGuinness did, but he didn't gain an advantage from it, and that's what's key, really, is, these cars are pretty capable of driving over anything here at Lydden Hill, including all the grass.
Yeah, and you know what's really key about this, as well as even Group E, because, we have supercars, which are variety manufacturers. This is spec, so it really comes down to the talent of the drivers. All these vehicles running Yokohama tire, they're all, spec engine. Obviously, you change your suspension setups and to kind of accommodate your driving needs.
And that's what we're going to see with, don't forget, with Group E this year. Another spec class. And now, this is going to be the first time that you've seen your Rallycross heroes all in the same car. They've normally got 1 teammate to compare to. You now got 10 benchmarks today where you can check out, some of the best Rallycross drivers in the world and just see who's quickest. Now, on the top left of your screen, Arlen Kotlinski, the little diamond means that she's done her Joker lap. And you can see Howman takes his. He's going to come out clearly in front. So it's going to be about where McGuinness comes in. Tidily done, 0.6 in front, look, Jared. So, good move, I think, there to stick Howman in. They knew he'd be clear.
Yep. So Howman still has that clean air, and look how beat up McGuinness's vehicle is. That yellow squad team. Yellow squad, like we said, McGuinness, I remember him last year finally winning a race, and he was just so elated. I think he cussed a little bit.
Yeah, he did actually. Yeah, and then actually he did that earlier this year as well, and then sent me a really apologetic text message. So he came and competed in Hollius, which is like such a good track in Sweden, and he loved it. Like, he'd been I think he played like, he goes into the Joker lap, he's going deep in the Joker, but gets it nicely done. We've got a camera on there. If that doesn't get destroyed by the end of the year, I'll be surprised. And he does actually hit the rail on the exit of the Joker, so I expect he'll get a penalty for that as well.
Yeah, because of that chicane is just the plastic barriers. It's imagine if that was concrete. Would have watered the car.
The penalty would have been bigger.
Yes. All right, so final lap here. The white flag is out. Checkered flag is coming up next. Michaela bringing up the rear. But Hallman, look at that. I mean, that thing barely, you just need to kind of wipe the windscreen. That didn't see any damage at all.
It's a great job by Howman.
Yeah.
He's turning up here. I say he won RallyX last year in lights, which was his first year in lights. He's kind of well connected with Set Promotion, UC Pinamaki and the Finns who run Gronholm. And they're just keeping an eye on him. He's a good young hope. Takes the win. First win of the year going to Howman.
It's a great way to start.
Tidy run by him and no work on their car. Unfortunately, a bit more for other people to do. Format-wise, what are we going to do here as Hallman comes out on top? Who's advancing on? Where are we going? So for this, because we've got 8 cars here, they're actually so this one will put them on the grid for the next one. They'll race again in the semi-finals, and then from the semi-final we'll put some drivers through, and then of course we have the LCQ as well. So all of the next cars will make it through because we have 8 car finals. Remember here.
Well, obviously one's not going to make it.
Well, sorry, that is a good point. Well, yeah, that would be, of course, well, to be fair, of course, if they can repair the car in time, he can come out, Olafsson can come out in the LCQ and still make the final. But I have to say, there's a lot of work for them to do.
Yeah, and this is how it ended up. You see Hallman out front to a whole 2.5 seconds above McGuinness, and then Michaela coming in third. And obviously you saw Simon Olafsson, unfortunately, go off course. His team now thrashing to get that thing back together. As there we go. So now let's throw it down to Katie, who's with Group E, coming up next to Katie. Who do you got with you?
Oliver Bennett not making a final last year. This is his year and day here this weekend, as this is a home track weekend for you. How special is it to be sharing this with your friends and family?
It's amazing. It's the first track I've ever drove a supercar, the first race I ever won an event and a final. So for me, it's a great place to be in these new Group E rallycross cars that are a move on from what we've always raced. So it's so exciting. Great crowd, great sunshine.
Great sunshine for sure. We're happy about that here in the UK, but you're also saying this is all new for you in this car. Walk us through some of the practice that you've been getting and how comfortable you might feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's brand new for everyone. They're 1,000 horsepower EVs, 0 to 60 in 1.5 seconds. You've really got to get your eyes used to that first. Everyone in the field is set out fast they are to drive, and comes with that setup. Every time you change something small, the car reacts in quite a big way. So we're all fighting for small little bits to hopefully win on track, but it's going to be exciting.
A lot of tiny details here. Best of luck out there, guys.
Thank you so much, Coley. We are getting set for our next heat. As we are seeing. Up next is coming up next, which is next. That's NRX Next.
It is NRX Next. So Casper Janssen is on the pole in this one. The blue, mostly blue car with some white stripes down the side. Casper, of course, is the current Nitro Rallycross Next champion. He won that last year in his debut year in lights. He did some racing over here in Europe. And then, to be fair, went and smashed it when he got to the States. I think the super loose, all loose surfaces really suited him very well. Alongside him on the front row, Ola Henry Steinsholt, who is doing a great job as he continues to learn lights machinery. Again, he's been competing over here in Europe this year. Kyle Schwartz on the back row on the outside. Remember, Kyle last year had a baptism of fire in Phoenix, ended up upside down. I think his debut race, he'd done some drag racing, but not any rallycross.
No.
The only, the run to turn one is familiar. After that, it was all a learning curve. And he's actually been here in Europe as well this year. So lots of people getting some seat time ahead of the Nitro season starting. And Lane Vakela is there as well. Lane, of course, was the guy who did the absolutely huge jump at ERX Motor Park last year at Minneapolis. It was the biggest jump ever. Even Travis thinks it was a big jump.
Yeah. It seems like such a blur. Seems like so long ago, but it also seems like it was just yesterday. In such a weird, wild way.
And it happened so quickly. I was thinking back on last season. It wasn't great. I was like, it was 10 weeks. It wasn't really a season. I think it was literally 5 events in 10 weeks. We had a great time, but looking forward to this. A little bit more spread out this year, so you can get your Nitro fix over a longer period.
All right, here we go. Let's see what kind of start we get. Who's going to come out front? Again, Casper Janssen on that pole position. Definitely one to watch. Look at that, diving in already. You got Ole Henry, Steinsholt.
Yeah, Steinsholt got a good start there, squeezing Janssen in. Janssen will try and hold that inside line into the bank in. Steinsholt gets sideways. If he keeps that lead, he can hold on, but Casper Janssen still up the inside of him now. A little bit of contact. Steinsholt gets it, hooks the wheel over the bank in on the inside line, but he gets the whole shot.
Yeah, you can see just the attitude of the cars on both of those jumps, the back end really coming up. So it shows you when you go over those jumps, when you go over those hips, you need to make sure that you have car control.
They're cutting already, aren't they, Jared, too? We can see them cutting over the berms on the inside of the gravel section, then they're actually cutting the grass where the barrier's been hit on the grass a couple of times. And they're like, you know what, you haven't quite put that back, so I'm going to sneak a few extra inches of grass on the inside. But Steinsholt leads. See if anyone goes Joker this time. Janssen follows him in the background. Kyle Schwartz goes Joker. So Schwartz has gone on the joke lap and Vakela standard lap.
What do you think the strategy here is? And also, you have to think that even Group B and Supercar and CrossCars are taking note. What's the strategy as far as Joker? Because it is slightly slower.
It's very different than it was. So first of all, we might have some new viewers. So they have to do a Joker lap once in every race. And the Joker lap can be faster or slower in Nitro. Here at Lydden Hill, it's slower. So we don't know what the delta is yet. This is the first time we've seen any racing on this new circuit. And actually, from the spotter's point of view, the Joker here used to be in turn 1. And this is the first time ever it's been moved to the last corner. So the strategy changes completely. Obviously, the drivers are going to have to stay in line for almost the whole lap before they get the opportunity to slot out if they think they're quicker. Janssen's following Ole Henry Steinsholt. So he's a little bit closer than he was before, and I suspect he'll go Joker next lap if Steinsholt doesn't.
And that might give him the opportunity to catch him on that final lap. But look at that, Steinsholt coming in on the inside, and Janssen taking that wider line, trying to dive in on him, but does not gain some ground. Look at the attitude of the cars, man.
What I mean.
They are just getting loose.
They're hooking the berms on both sides. It's pretty risky. The grass cut there is easy, but the hooking the berms on the way out of Chessens and into turn 2 is a little bit trickier. Janssen now all over the back of Ole Henry Steinsholt. If he doesn't Joker this time, I'll be absolutely staggered. But Steinsholt here could mug him by going in first, because remember, the braking point here is different for if you're coming down this outside. Let's see if Steinsholt goes or not.
No,
perfect.
And there you go, exactly as you called it. Looked in your crystal ball, and Janssen, look at that. So you see slowing down a little bit, but Steinsholt is going to try to hold him up. But like you said, you're flirting with disaster here when you go over those two berms. Watch this.
Let's watch the line through here. So watch Steinsholt as he comes through the right and then the left. Look, hooks it on the right, hooks it on the left. There's a little crest in there in the left-hander, which we can't see so well from further away. So the gap is 1.8. Keep an eye on that, because this is giving us our first idea of what the indicator might be as to whether or not they're gonna get through. So Janssen has Joker. He's 1.8 behind Steinsholt. Steinsholt needs a tidy lap here. We're going to see our first close merge at the finish line.
This should be good. This could be good. Can Janssen get the pass? Steinsholt, look at how fast he's coming down that hill.
Going late on the brakes now. Steinsholt coming in hot into the Joker lap. Here he is through the right and the left. Checker flags out. Watch Janssen on the left-hand side of your screen versus Steinsholt at the merge. Oh, just the way of Janssen, 0.232, and that's why the Joker goes in the last corner.
So 1.8 was the gap, and then you saw, and he just finished 0.2. So figure, do the math, 1.6?
Yeah, I'd say so. And of course, it will vary a bit with Group E compared to each category has kind of their own delta. The Group E cars have got more power, so the exit of the Joker will be faster, but they're heavier, so the brakes will be a bit later, and the speed down the hill for the Group E cars will be fast.
That was some great racing there by Kasper Janssen. Remember, you know, it kind of had the target on his back. You saw him kind of track him down. Looked like Steinsholt was trying to slow him down on that last one before he went into that, you know, when Janssen went into the Joker lap. But overall, some great racecraft by Kasper Janssen and getting that win.
Yeah, Kasper Janssen takes it 3:16.5. Ole Henry Steinsholt is 0.2 of a second behind Lane Vakela and Kyle Schwartz. And remember, the NRX Next heats here just set up their grids for the semi-final. So they'll all go through to the semi. That front row position, that pole position, you've already seen how important it is with what happened to Olofsson earlier.
Here is take a look at that start there, and Steinsholt, he had it till he didn't in the very last moments. Again, 1.6 seconds separate him, and that's what I was talking about right there. Steinsholt looked like he was slowing him down. That's early on in the race.
Yeah, Janssen closed the gap, didn't he, Jared? I think that's what's kicked. There it is. Look, the rear getting kicked up. So there's actually a crest. They're not hooking the inside as much as I thought they were. So there's a little crest on the exit of Chessens and a little crest in the kink in turn 2. I spoke to Travis yesterday, and he was saying, you know, we're going to get the track guys to put a little bit more three-dimension in it. Look at the background. Janssen's Joker was committed, wasn't it?
It was good. Really good execution, and I think that did gain him and save him some room. And Steinsholt, really good. So as we wrap up this NRX Next heat, let's throw it down to Katie, who's with definitely one to watch, number 21, Conor Martel.
A newcomer into Nitro Rallycross, but not new within motorsport whatsoever. Conor Martel, first and foremost, first impressions of Nitro Rallycross.
Nitro is such an incredible sport. It's basically the Supercross of rally racing, so I'm super excited to be here. The new FC1X car is unbelievable. The track at Lydden Hill, Nitro put their little touch onto it, and it's incredible.
Well, more from Conor here in just a little bit. We got to figure out what it's like to be taught by Travis Pastrana, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Conor seems cool and collected. We've seen him just over the years progress. His racecraft is really good. He's fun, really good attitude, and gosh darn it, he's so good looking. Just can't. I mean, he almost broke the camera. He's so good looking.
Mate, not a face for radio like us, but Conor Martel.
Yeah, that's why you can't see us right now.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, what do we have here? We are moving on and advancing to
battle brackets for Supercar. So head-to-head, remember, battle brackets, it's 2 cars over 3 laps. They have to take a Joker each, and then whoever basically wins goes through it. Because we've only got 5 Supercars, these guys are actually fighting for a place in the final 4. So we'll go straight to the semi-finals at that point.
We've got a mono-e-mono head-to-head battle here. And there we go. The Goody vehicle out front.
that's the Citroen DS3 of Tristan Ovenden. So Ovenden leading Dom Flitney. Now Dom Flitney, he bought that Volvo last year. It's Frode Holter Volvo. So an ex-European competitor, and he was running an old Subaru before that, Jared. Not the Subarus like we saw last year at Pastrana, a home-built thing, and he was like, it was great, but he said, I'm the limiting factor in this car at the minute. He's only had it a little while, and he's absolutely loving being a supercar. He's also loving being at Nitro Rallycross, and I'm loving the fact that we've got some of the British club and competitors from the British Rallycross Championship coming here and going next level with Nitro.
What are some notable names here in Supercar in this round in particular? Because Supercar was kind of the premier series, and now with the introduction of Group E, it's kind of just, you're seeing a variety of vehicles. And couple driver, you know, Fraz looks like he's doing double duty this weekend as well.
Yeah, so Fraser McConnell's the only driver who's doing both Group E and Supercar. He's in a Hyundai Supercar, which is Mikko Ikkonen's car, being running by Bettermec Racing, and I'm expecting him to be right up there. Cool. He won't have it all his own way, because we've also got here from Volland Racing, Yuri Belevsky, and he's really quick. Yeah. In that Audi last year, he got a podium in the World Championship. I can expect him to be in the mix. And then the British guys, so Patrick O'Donovan, who's here, he's a youngster, and he's actually won 3 rounds of the British Rallycross Championship. And this man, Tristan Ovenden, has won a round of the British Rallycross Championship as well this year in Supercar. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was so pleased to have got a win in Supercar. He's always wanted to step up to this level of the sport, and he got his first win in Ireland a couple of weeks ago.
That's great, and that's got to be a big confidence booster as he comes in here tonight to Rallycross. And again, a lot of clean air for him. So looking good, looking tidy. The car's handling the jumps, no big deal. You can see, again, we talk about just the attitude of the vehicle. We'll continually talk about that through the different classes. You can see these vehicles absorbing a little bit more than the next vehicles. Not as bucky as I'd call it. Kind of the back end kind of launching up.
But they won't be able to absorb quite as much as the Group E cars. And of course, that's what Travis wanted when he was like, I want to build a car which could do the jumps that I have in my mind. And Travis has some big jumps in his mind.
No,
so
that guy? No.
Yeah, so he's like, I just want to build something ultra big. And there we go. So Ovenden takes it. So Flitney is out of the battle brackets for today, and the rest of those will continue, which will put the guys in their grid positions for the heat racing tomorrow. So well done, Tristan Ovenden.
I love the just anticipation as we kind of progress through and see the different classes of them. You talk about the suspension of the vehicles, and I really like the video that you put on Instagram, on social media. You breaking down, being under the car, seeing the shocks, and I even liked the detail that you talked about the shock on the gas pedal.
Yeah, it's so
because
cool.
It needs to give resistance, right?
Yeah,
so
so they've got a little damper with 3 different springs, so you can get some feel under that pedal because it is instant 1,000 horsepower. So you do need some feel on the pedal, and you can adjust the spring rate and the damping rate on that throttle pedal. So yeah, the guys at Nitro stuck up a video on YouTube which we took at the test at Barcelona when everyone was kind of learning about, all the drivers were being taught about all the electrics and the stuff they can change. It's mind-blowing, and the team's been really honest and gone, they're not even on to checking out the electric settings yet. They're still trying to dial the chassis in. So there's a lot of work to do, and of course it's going to make a big difference.
Well, let's take a look back here at this mano-a-mano head-to-head. Let's call it a bracket battle, but 2 vehicles, 1 man enter, 2 men enter, 1 man leaves, and coming out top there, Ovenden looking clean. Flitney there pulling up the rear.
He got a good start, Flitney, didn't he, off the line? If he'd been on the inside line, I think potentially he would have been there. But it's their FP2 times that decide where they line up, so they line up according to that. And on this occasion, because he started on the outside, not quite enough. That's the next Liam Doran Motorsport DS3 there, still looking good.
Again, just really cool, the history here at Lydden Hill. You can just feel the energy, kind of, you get some old timers out here, and they're kind of looking at things. Overall, just everybody can feel the energy.
I'm expecting as well to see more supercars when we get to Sweden and Finland. These guys are in between 2 rounds of the British Championship, so some of them may be feeling a bit more nervous about entering, but we'll get some more as the season goes on, and of course we've got some supercars over in the USA as well.
All right, getting these cross cards settled, I'm going to throw it down to Katie Osborne once again. Katie, down to you.
One thing I'd like you guys to make note about is the fact that there is an Ericsson on this car. Well, right around the corner over here, there's no name, and that's because it's Nicholas Gronholm's car for the weekend. He flew in just last night. First, welcome to Nitro Rallycross. What's the story of why it was just a late night text to come in here?
Yeah, Kevin couldn't do the race because of his injury, and then Andreas called me and do you have the possibility to race? And of course I said yes. It was late, I think Thursday night, so I just started to arrange stuff and book flights and to through the night, and yeah, we arrived at I think 2 o'clock in the hotel yesterday evening.
He's one to watch here this weekend. The good news, gentlemen, he said, hey, I had no plans this weekend, so it worked out just fine.
He's had to make some plans because what he did, obviously didn't know he was coming. He told me I was sitting in bed. He said I was watching a movie with my son. He said, and he said I had one beer. He said, and the text came. And half an hour later, I got a phone call. He's like, okay. He had no childcare, so that was his biggest issue. His girlfriend was away, so I think he said he dropped his son off to his grandmother. Okay. And I love it. It's just got Marcus. His dad called him and was like, you maybe need to go to Lydden Hill. in typically Finnish style, and maybe became definitely, and here he is.
Right. No, I love it. And the Gronholms have just, you know, they're really excitable. They're just jumping out. You know what I mean? Like, just they have that big energy. The Gronholms.
Marcus is just an absolute legend.
All right.
Oh, mate, it's I'm pretty hungry.
Yeah, I'm very hungry. Like, I actually, they just brought us food, but we can't. I mean, maybe
I don't really. I mean, he's got a banana, but I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, they sent us noodles. We got. So yeah. I appreciate it. So yeah, all right. So cross cars. What are we looking at here? These things sound like a swarm of bees.
Yeah, they do. So they're motorcycle engines, so things like GSXR engines. There's different engines available in the different chassis. They're all actually speed car wonders here, so the chassis are all the same. And they rev to 14,000 RPM. It's a 6-speed sequential gearbox. They're rear-wheel drive only. And you have to send them to get them turned in. They're absolutely brilliant pieces of kit. Street Bike Tommy has been out and about, but I don't know whereabouts he is. Street Bike Tommy, where are you?
Oh, the guys are going to be so excited. I appreciate you. Can I put more on there? Because I feel like, you know, if we're going to do it, we might as well make it fancy. Oh, yeah.
Definitely. This is what it's all about. Oh, yeah. You'll have these, you'll be back for more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, can I get in, like, this is good for me, so I need some for my guys. I'm going to...
Just for you alone.
Yeah, I don't think these are going to make it over there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. I'll be back.
So we're about to go racing. Tommy thinking of us. You know, he's down there, man of the people. But here we are with these cross cars. And we got some names. We'll rattle them off here for you. But let's see what kind of start we're going to get.
Osterberg on the inside line gets a good start. Riku Hukar on the back row going to be inside as well. But it is Osterberg who gets the whole shot. We've enjoyed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I hope you don't mind with our commentary now, Tommy. You're so kind. Again, while we're working, you're doing good.
It tastes like special mayonnaise.
This is special. This is fancy sauce.
Yeah, no, it came from Dutch. It's Dutch mayonnaise.
Okay, yeah, this is great.
It has a hint of lemon. An essence of lemon. I'm not sure if you guys enjoy it, but it's been flown in directly from.
Tom, enough about the fries. Right now we got Osterberg out front. We got Janssen.
Can you commentate for a minute while we eat some chips?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we got?
These guys are going really, really fast, and they don't have mayonnaise with fries, and I feel really bad for them. But we'll probably get them after this. After turn, what is that, 1? Okay, they're going pretty fast again, and they're probably going to go faster turn 2.
Tommy, have you driven one yet?
I have driven one of these. I rolled one.
You rolled one?
Yeah.
Well, you are Street Bike Tom. They do come. They have street. I mean, actually, again, we changed the name. Street Bicycle Tomas.
Yeah, it's actually Tarmac.
Tarmac?
Yeah.
Tarmac Tommy?
Yeah. Tarmac, however you say it.
Tom.
Yeah. It's because it's proper here. It's the Queen's language.
Yeah. I think
so. Isn't that right? Are you just enjoying those chips?
I'm super busy eating here.
The fancy sauce is good.
And they're chunky chips. I want to call them thick chips. I like them thick.
Okay, relax. It's a family show.
Whoa. I was just merely talking about the width of the cut of the fry.
Can you get some dessert, maybe?
What do you mean? Is it not sweet?
Well, after cake. I don't know. Scones.
You need a biscuit.
Some cream.
Yeah, I'll get you whatever you need. When's tea time?
All right, here we go.
The end of the show.
Osterberg out front. Look at that, 1.6 seconds. Has not hit that Joker lap just yet. And again, what's the background on some of these racers here? Are you familiar with the CrossCar?
I am familiar with the CrossCar. So a lot of these guys compete in RallyX, which is another series that I announce over here. And Osterberg, Penttinen, Eganson and Hukar. Gustafsson is not on the grid, so Alex Gustafsson is actually junior cross-car champion from RallyX, and he would have been awesome here. And you see that our proper Sendy. That was Pasi Penttinen through the joke lap. Osterberg out front hasn't joked. He's got a margin of about 4.1, so I suspect he'll come out in front. But Tommy, mate, thanks so much for the fries.
No, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Yeah, man.
Enjoy that fancy sauce. Yeah, you gotta smuggle that home. Cole, you got sauce on your finger.
I know. Give me a minute.
Speaking of the sauce here, as you can see, Osterberg out front. Nice job for the number 11. When you're talking about all the variety of vehicles here, all the different drivers.
Yeah, Osterberg is a weapon in cross-car, right up at the front. Had a better weekend in Finland a couple of weeks ago than he had in Sweden a couple of weeks before that, but absolutely on the pace here. In the background, you can see Pasi Penttinen is in a bit of a battle with Eganson, but he holds on. But it is Jimmy Osterberg who takes the win in this cross-car outing.
Yeah, nice running there. A little interruption here from Tommy. I mean, the intention was really nice. The fries, the sauce, but the sauce on track was deliverable too. These things are wound up, man. They are, I mean, real weapons.
Yeah, we had somebody, I think it might be Ronald Spalding, who blew an engine during testing on Thursday. They're screaming them the whole time.
Yeah.
So Osterberg, Penttinen, Eganson, Hukar, and Alex Gustafsson is unfortunately a DNF one on this one. Katie is down in the paddock, and she's managed to find World Rally legend Chris Meeke.
I like the way you say that, Coley. He is a legend in World Rallycross with 5 different wins, but hey, we're not talking about rally right now. We're talking about Rallycross, a bit of a difference. What are some of those differences that you've seen already in the car?
Yeah, it's a completely different format. It's my first time driving EV. It's probably, in that respect, I'm on a level playing field to all the other drivers because the car is completely new this weekend, but the format of Rallycross is so short, sharp racing. You have to really work at one with your engineer because you're quickly back into the truck downloading the data. Like I say, we have so much still to learn about these cars, but it gives us a lot of confidence that obviously we went in the right direction and we're within the window because our times have been quite competitive, albeit it's only free practice.
You know, Lydden Hill is iconic. It's one of those racetracks in Rallycross that I say it's like the birthplace, right? But we've changed it up a little bit. What are some of the challenging points for you as a driver?
I absolutely love this track. All credit to the Nitro team. They've put this big bank corner, which is something special. You know, I've never done NASCAR. I've never done anything like this before, so I'm used to rally roads where just everything's against nature, you know, the way nature's defined the road. So the jump's pretty nice as well. Trying to get the correct speed in that without over jumping it, but yeah, it's like you say, it's an iconic place. It's a home of Rallycross, and what better way to start the championship than at Lydden Hill?
I couldn't have said it better myself, guys.
Thank you so much, Katie. And yeah, I mean, Meeke, I liked what he said there. It's kind of concentrated, so there's a lot of different factors. You know, you think about Meeke and all his success, it's elongated. You know, stage rally, he has some opportunities to kind of make up for a potential mistake or a slowing. Here, it's all thrill or no filler.
Yeah, Rallycross is super intense. You know, it's like 4 laps, maybe 6 laps, depending on what stage of the competition you're in, and he will know that any tiny mistake is going to cost you. Particularly looking this morning, Jared, we were seeing like 5-6 cars separated by 0.4 of a second in the main category, Group E. Chris was actually right up there. At one point, he was second to Robin Larsson. I didn't actually check out the times at the end of FP2, but he's right up there in terms of the lap time. But he'll also tell you himself he doesn't have the racecraft because he's never done Rallycross.
Yeah.
But if he can be quick enough and get himself up to the front of the grid, there's absolutely no reason why he couldn't win this thing.
All right, what are some of the names we have here? We got 30-second card. Who do we have on grid?
I can see Ronald Spalding from this rear shot down at the bottom of the grid there. Without the paper grids
yeah,
in front of us,
like we shuffled them up a little bit
yeah,
there.
we've still got the grids from Heat 1. Callagh Gotherson in the 44. But it's a great start by Bowden. Bowden's going to move across and try and shut the door on the inside. Coming around the outside line was Sebastian Enholm. His sister is also racing, Frida Enholm. Thomas Eek Merst out in P2 with a 110. I did go and say to the guys, I was like, really? 3 cross cars that are identical in red. Like, really?
But really confusing you, but regardless, Baldwin is out front and really dominant. So let's see when they take that Joker lap. 4 laps, and again, no French fry, you know, rudely coming in here. I mean, so very kind, but no French fries here.
It was nice. I'm just kind of now left really hungry though, and with no time left to eat. So Bowden's coming down the hill in the lead. You'll be familiar with Bowden's if you're a Nitro viewer, because last year he did 2 or 3 rounds in the Honda. I think he joined us in Minnesota for the first one. No, that was Andrew Carlson. He came in after that and he did the final 3 rounds. He was involved in an incident with Liam Doran in turn 1 in Phoenix. But
right.
Ronalds was absolutely loving it. He really wanted to get a supercar again this year. But it's been a tricky one, so he found himself in CrossCar here in Europe. I think we'll see Ronalds later on in the year. He just loves racing in America.
Well, he's showing that he obviously can produce here at Lydden Hill and doing really well. But right there, you can see Merstad right on the tail of Bowden's.
So Bowden's has just swapped to this chassis. So he had the older speed car before, and he's swapped to the Wonder, which kind of fits into the structure over here in Europe a bit more. You know, they've changed the chassis up a bit. They're a bit safer. They're a little bit heavier. And they're phasing them in. But he was really struggling with it a couple of weeks ago. So I'm pleased to see Ronald Bowden's here on the pace, you know, feeling better in the car.
Well, you can see everybody has hit the Joker lap, including Thomas Eek-Merstad in second, but 2.4 seconds. We talked about 1.6. That's what we saw with Next. So we'll find out if that 2.4 seconds, that gap gets closed, or, you know, Baldwin's just absolutely runs away with it.
Yeah, Bowden's good. The jump is really butter, isn't it? The landing is super smooth. It's what we'd expect to say the Nitro. The track was built here in the UK a few weeks back. They ran the banking in a local rallycross event, a BTRDA event, and then the jump appeared this week, and then the Nitro guys were out on track all day yesterday, and they dug it up down to about a foot deep and turned it over as we saw them do last year, Jared. Bowden's into the Joker, got 2.3 on Eek-Merstad. Eek-Merstad on the standard lap.
He's got this.
Yeah, he has.
Ronald's absolutely dominant from start to finish.
Sebastian Enholm trying to come around the outside here. See, my favourite thing about these cars, Jared, is how much you see the suspension movement. So normally, you know, when we're looking at a Group E car, you don't see the movement. He's coming under serious pressure now from Eek-Merstad. Eek-Merstad goes out wide. Watch him coming tight on the exit here. Merstad trying to line up a better exit up the hill. Going to get alongside Bowdens. He can't quite. Bowdens has enough of a lead now. He might look to the inside line on the brakes.
Oh, contact.
Oh,
wow, look at that. Eek-Merstad gets the pass. Oh, I wonder if there's going to be some words exchanged here. And look at that. All right, look at coming sliding in. Enholm now in third.
Eek-Merstad backs it in big time into Paddock Bend. Enholm is all over the back of Bowdens, but not going to get there. Eek-Merstad takes it with an ambitious pass at the top of the hill. Locked wheels and a bit of contact. What's Bowdens going to do here? Bowdens is looking not too happy about it. He goes alongside him.
Yeah, look at
he's pushed him up the banking. Bowdens has pushed him up the banking, Jared.
Wow, that was a fire across the nose if I've ever seen one.
Not happy.
Yeah, we're going to back that up. Obviously, going uphill, you saw Eek-Merstad climbing up and did kind of just go right into the side of him. We'll have to take a look, man. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, definitely. He was late on the brakes, wasn't he? Locked a wheel in the run up to the hairpin at the top of it. We'll take a look in a second, I'm sure, and see. But and the stewards could get involved. You know, you could give them a little look at that. 5/10 of a second across the top 3. That's an idea of how close CrossCar is.
That's great.
I think it's a bit more passing in CrossCar than side-by-side. When you get the side-by-sides on a full dirt track, you get a lot of it. Get them on tarmac, they're a bit wider. The CrossCars are just, they're tiny little things, and you can go late. Did Eek-Merstad go too late on the brakes? We'll let the stewards decide.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I'd like to run the tape back, because I was actually looking at it with my naked eye as opposed to looking down to our monitors, and you know, coming up there, you saw a lot of smoke being popped up. Was, you know, we talked to Ollie Eriksson earlier and was talking about elbows out. Was Bowdens kind of elbows out? Here we go. So this is where it all started, and Bowdens was absolutely dominant until it got into the tussle with Eek-Merstad. So
yeah, Bowdens came, when he joked, this is what I'm about. You can see the suspension work. You see just how much the suspension moves around. The other thing is looking through the windscreen, looking through the windshield, and look at the little yellow movement. Look how many inputs there are, Jared, on one braking zone. The cross cars, and here we go. So Eek-Merstad. I think Bowdens would be within his rights to be a bit annoyed about that, to be fair.
He came in on the inside and bounced. You know, we see this in Supercross. We see it. He just came in a little too hot. So, yeah, the officials are kind of reviewing it here, man. They're taking a look and scrutinizing it.
Yeah, they're up on our balcony, so just outside our commentary box over here are 3 guys looking at the monitors. We see you. Yeah. What are you doing over there?
I mean, rightfully so. You know,
he shook his head. There they are. There they are. That's the left-hand side. There's the stewards. Look, you could. There's a bit of hedge. Oh, now we can really see the stewards. We know what you're up to in there. Come on, what's going on? Is it they're running away. Is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
Well, somebody
it's like Gladiator, isn't it? You know, like
off with this. Hey, okay, relax. Coley's getting real power thirsty right now. Just like, yeah, let's go.
Let's do it, man.
Yeah.
We've been away for too long.
Yeah, jeez. Coley's all worked up.
Calm down, Cody.
Just
calm down.
Give this man some special fancy sauce and gets all worked up.
Give me some lunch. Can we take a break for a minute?
Right, we'll be right
I'm really
back.
hungry.
That was great of Tommy. Katie, thank you so much for all the insight. I think that's really adding to just the feverish energy that we have here at Lydden Hill, and it's really cool just to be here and just driving in here. Katie and I both got lost on our way here.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I did leave them in the multi-story car park. So I just was like...
We were 20 minutes late because of you.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. It's all good.
It's all good. We're here. We're on time.
We're friends.
We're still friends. You owe me a pint.
I'm going to take
or 2.
I'm just going to take a picture of you as a Union Jack right behind you. It's quite a nice shot.
Let's go.
That's it. There we go. That's awesome.
Yeah, hashtag Go Nitro. So if you're joining, you're watching us, let everybody know. Hashtag Go Nitro.
Jared,
there it is.
Jared, look at that.
Yeah, there it is.
That.
I'm not pointing to the flag, though.
That's cool, dude.
That's a good photo. There's the Union Jack. Still flying, a little tattered, but still flying firm. All right, so as we move on to, what is the format? Where are we at now?
We're in battle semi-finals. So remember, we've got 5 supercars. So Ovenden and Flitney fought it out to make it into the final 4. Yep. Ovenden won that battle, so he goes up against Fraser McConnell in the Hyundai. Now, so these guys, because we've only got the 5 supercars, the 4 of them will fight now. So one on each, 2 pairs of 2, and then we'll get our final, and that will give us the grid for tomorrow. So McConnell's on the inside. We know that Ovenden's fought his way up from that bottom 2. You know, being honest, you'd have to put your money on Fraz here, but Fraz only got a lap and a half in that car before he managed to break it during testing on Thursday. He has done some testing in Finland, and it is a very good car. This Arpin's car from last year.
Ah, yeah, fantastic. Yeah, great. It's a proven car, aggressive, and just so happy for what is going on with Fraz's program. You know, A-Shock Energy picking him up, still flying. I liked what you said. So subtle. You know, you don't know whose car this is. Of course you do. It's got the Jamaican flag all over it, and it's still got Uncle Sal still repping for the odd.
He is. I was just looking out of the window as well, Jared, because we've got all the flags down the middle of Lydden Hill, and yes, there is a Jamaican flag, so that's good, you know. We've been places before, and I know drivers have looked up and they're like, why is my flag not up there? It wasn't that long ago that Jamaica did not have a rallycross team, but they've got a rallycross team now, and he's even got an egg to kiss. So look, if you take a look at Fraz's crash helmet, there is an egg on the back of his crash helmet, and that is a cool Runnings reference. If you don't get it, you need to go watch that movie.
All right, here we go. Let's see what kind of start we got here from Fraser McConnell. And send it. There we go.
So Fraz. Yeah, great start. Look, super traction, Jared. It won't be a done deal immediately, but that's what he needed. He didn't need to be behind Tristan and have to do it with strategy. Bit dusty up in turn 1. I'm sure they get some water added to that.
See how the vehicles handle the jump. They're not really airing it out. Nice, keeping it tidy.
It's interesting, isn't it? Fraser came up well short there, and Ovenden's been pulled right in deep into Devil's Elbow, the corner at the bottom of the hill. So actually, a little bit of a mistake on the brakes, gone a bit too long. I wonder if McConnell's come up short. Having broken the car the other day, is he just feeling his way back into it? Because we know that actually if you hit that jump flat, so Patrick O'Donovan hit the jump flat out, landed to flat on his first lap. So Patrick, you're only 18. You can take your time. You can. There are plenty of years to learn the jump. You didn't have to hit it flat out first time, but he was having a great time.
Absolutely overcooked it. But to your point, wow, look at that. I would believe that Fraz is kind of taking it easy, kind of testing the waters.
Why not? They've just say he hasn't done many laps in this car here. He'll be confident he's got. So Ovenden is 3.9 back. What was we reckoned it was 1.6 was the overlap earlier on in CrossCar.
Yeah.
Or was it Next?
That was it Next.
Next, yeah. So 1.6 in Next. down the hill now from McConnell. Is he going to go Joker this lap? He does.
Oh, look at Ovenden. Looks like he is he's crawling now. So I think he's out.
Yeah, Ovenden. So out of, from our commentary position, we can see Ovenden coming super slowly down the hill, and you can see from your timing screens there, 9.9 seconds back. So Fraser's spotter will be onto him and just say you can wind it in. Because remember, Fraser will be back out for the final battle in not very long. So that may be as well why he's looking after the car, Jared. Don't forget, he's on double duty. He's jumping in and out of that and the FC1X.
You took get out of my mind. Get out of my mind, Coley. That's exactly what I was thinking. Is basically, is this a bit of an advantage since he's doing double duty, getting familiar with the track, finding that right line? This is, if you think about it, this is more track time.
I think it's a double-edged sword because they're so different to drive in terms of the weight and what you're doing with the car. In terms of track conditions, definitely an advantage. So he'll have been out, you know, where the other guys haven't been out so much, but he's been out twice as much as they have in theory today. Earlier on, he actually came down the hill in the supercar, parked it in the pre-grid, got out of it and straight into the FC1X, so it's going to be hard work.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to see the same from some other drivers later this season as well.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. And again, this is just kicking things off, the 10-stop championship, and it is definitely very exciting. Like I said, just kind of the old timers. We were sitting up here, and you know, we saw the Group B, the old Lancias, and the RS200s, and a couple other vehicles out there ripping around, and then switching over to the all-electric rally cars. It's just such a cool shift. What are you giggling about?
So I just had a message from Graham Rodemark, who's Kevin Hanson's spotter normally. He's actually here working with Excite Energy Racing. I just had lunch, and it was lovely. Thanks, Graham. Cheers, mate.
Only just rubbing in that we can't snack. I mean, mind you, we did have a couple fries there, but
that's so
you know,
good, though, isn't it? It's like just yeah. Well, I'm glad you're listening, Graham. Anyway, so we'll get you back for that, mate. We will get you back for that. So McConnell advances, Ovenden coming in just in front of Fraz, but you can see Ovenden is unfortunately going to have to go and do some work on the Citroen. They've got until tomorrow to do that, of course. Katie Osborne is down in the pre-grid, I think. Where are you, Katie?
Coley down here in the pre-grid, and the tension is starting to build. You can see Robin Larsson here getting his helmet on. Now, this is the first race that he is prepped for and is racing in here in 2022. He says he just has to get out there and have some fun. He's not feeling entirely comfortable yet in the car. Meanwhile, we have the nameless Nicholas Gronholm going up against Robin Larsson. They have raced each other up to 90 times, I was told. They know what each other bring to the table, and this is going to be the race that sets this whole thing off. Guys?
Thank you so much, Katie. And as you can see the nameless vehicle there, we're looking to get Ericsson back. Next up, what do you have next?
Me and Jared basically are just eating in between things. We're trying so hard to not look like we're eating.
The catering is fantastic.
Yeah,
here,
it is good. It is
good.
All
all joking aside, we got more supercar action here. And who are we seeing? Those Audis look slick.
So this is Yuri Belevsky. That's an ex-EKS Audi. So that was Matthias Ekstrom's squad who won the World Championship back in 2016. That'll be a later spec car than that. It's got the roof air vents and the side air vents in the windows, meaning it's one of the very latest specs. Being run by Rolf Volland Racing, who's been a kind of Super 1600 specialist over here. That's front-wheel drive 1600s. And Belevsky is quick. So you've got a podium in this car. It might have been on his World Championship debut last year in Germany. He did well in that. But he's up against Patrick O'Donovan. Now, Patrick is proper local. You know, Patrick, this is, he would regard this...
He was born here on the track.
Yeah. He would regard this as his home circuit, and he's won 3 times in the British Rallycross Championship this year in this car. But unfortunately, he did blow an engine. He broke a crankshaft on Thursday in testing. So they've got a slightly older engine in this. And Pat will be a bit upset about that because he'd want to take it to Belevsky. You know, he'd want to make things tricky for him. He could still make things tricky for him. He's looking fast this morning.
Yeah, 2 great-looking cars. Obviously very capable. All of them running on Yokohama tires and supercars, as well as CrossCar.
O'Donovan is actually the reigning RX 150 champion, so that's the British version of CrossCars.
Got it.
So he comes from those buggies. So you know, they're literally a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap slower than a supercar. So yeah, he knows. O'Donovan knows basically how to get around this place, how to wheel around here quickly. Little delay to the race start while we get some vehicles off the track.
Yep. And the big bragging rights today is obviously, you know, getting the bracket battle, getting that getting the fastest, and we're with the debut of the TQ, the top qualifier sticker, kind of just kind of military-esque, putting the sticker on your door for
Group E. Yeah, that's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen the sticker yet. I want to see the sticker, but I haven't seen it yet. 30-second board up for the drivers. So this is where you start to go through your routine. And this is what's interesting about Group E, is the routine is completely different. So the drivers rules out. Yeah, so normally you're like, you know, and you hear it going first, and wow, all your different settings. You hear it now. And then, but with the Group E cars, they're like, I'm sitting there on the line, he's like, am I in gear? Like, it's a very different thing. Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's see the start here.
Oh, Bolevsky's bogged at the start. So advantage O'Donovan with Bolevsky bogs at the start. And I don't think he had to restart, but he definitely kicked the clutch.
Yeah. So O'Donovan taking that wider line. Bolevsky, you see straightening out there.
You can see that. So those humps, which in next are just a little bump, are actually 2 mini jumps in Supercar, and probably in Group E as well, because they've got so much more grunt. They're approaching them a bit more quickly. Bolevsky's Audi here, make no mistake, is a way higher spec than O'Donovan's Ford. O'Donovan's just been driven past around the outside.
Oh, wow. Oh, O'Donovan giving it to him.
Not giving up, is he?
No.
You're going to have to go right round the outside if you want that one, Sunshine, down to the bottom of the hill.
Oh, look at this. We're already getting to a tough. We're only 1 lap in.
Contact between the Bolevsky goes Joker, and that's the right thing to do. He lost the start, now he needs clear track. He'll just try and close O'Donovan down. Patrick will respond on the next lap, I'm sure of that, because if he gives him any longer, he'll just get closed down. But I think the Audi's going to be so much quicker. So remember, O'Donovan's had to put an old engine in due to a problem on Thursday.
Well, you got to think that, like you say, Bolevsky does have the car. You saw him just slightly inching closer and closer, 1.71. Yeah, and the gap we talked about, 1.6 in next cars. That I think it's going to be a little smaller.
Let's see if 1.7 is enough, shall we? So I think O'Donovan will go now. I would, because I think Bolevsky's got more pace. If he wants to hold him off, he's got to respond now. And he does. Straight line breaks O'Donovan up, going to come up over the crest, sideways through the Joker. He's wild.
Man.
Just holds on, but Bolevsky crosses in front of him, and that's the position gone.
Yeah, and that, I mean, look at that. So 1.8 now. So
3.5.
Yeah.
But O'Donovan made a mistake in the Joker. He was deep. He was really deep.
He was drifted into that thing. So he took a lot of speed out of it when he entered into that Joker.
We'll try and take a look at the Joker in a minute from some of our different cameras when we've got a minute and see, because it comes up over a crest. So if you come in too late and deep on the brakes, the track is with you right until you reach the barriers, and then you go over the crest, and then, of course, you're in the hands of gravity. So you're on the brakes uphill, and then as you crest it, it goes away from you. It's quite tricky.
Gravity has nice hands, though. Really moisturizes.
It does.
If you're in the hands of gravity, really, really nice soft touch.
Gravity's very good at the top of the hill here. It's a bit scary at the bottom of the hill coming the other way. That paddock bend, Bolevsky takes this one, but paddock bend at the bottom of the hill is a super committed corner with a wall very close on the inside. It's good fun, dude.
Yeah. Well, good run there by Bolevsky. Like you said, lost that start, got it back. It got a little hairy there in the middle. You saw him kind of slap fighting, and then Bolevsky kind of split him up, kind of separated him, and then came back. O'Donovan just not enough, and like you said, aired it out on that Joker lap. Look at this. I mean, this looks like a screensaver from Windows.
It's nice, isn't it? It's nice.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So Bolevsky with that big gap there, over 3 seconds, over Patrick O'Donovan.
Yeah, that means it will be Bolevsky versus Fraser McConnell for the top qualifier spot in Supercar here at Lydden Hill.
Progressing on through the day. Thank you so much for joining us out here. And Cole, like I said, this just really kicks things off here at Lydden Hill. Hey.
We're looking down at the flags there over the grassy situation here at Lydden Hill. We've got a tractor out in turn 1. Oh, there we are.
How you doing? Katie, what's going on?
Well, in talking with Fraser McConnell, he's saying that he's not quite the lucky one because everyone's had a lot of laps here. There's been some testing, etc. But I still think that what you had already under your belt today with the supercars, it's going to pay off. What's your thought?
Yeah, it's definitely some pros, but there's also cons with it. I'm having to drive 2 completely different cars, so it's not a big window in between the driving either. So I'm having to, completely clear the slate, going with a fresh mindset, and it is a challenge. But like everything in the world, there are pros and cons. So.
That's a very fair point. And one of the things that gentlemen were talking about earlier was just how cool it is that the fans, the life of your home, your country, you represent it so well. How special is it to share it with so many people?
No, it's awesome. You know, you can see it through all the liveries and the suits and, you know, the
flags.
The flags, the fans love it. And it's just a total honor to be out here. You know, we have Jamaica Tourist Board on board, and I'm an official ambassador for Jamaica again for the second year in a row. We have a new partner, A-Shock, on board as a major sponsor, and it's my first energy drink sponsor, and I'm so honored to have them on board and that they've put their trust in me. So I'm going to go out there, give it my everything, and, you know, make them come out on top.
What's it going to take to come out on top?
The field is really competitive. These FC1X cars are, you know, identical. Mm-hmm. They're all built in the exact same factory, and, you know, the only difference is the stickers that's gone over them. But great set of guys out here. It's going to be some very respectful racing, I think, but, you know, still hard and good fun.
Wish you the best out there. Jared?
Thank you so much, Katie, and good luck to you, Fraser McConnell. And as we're getting prepped and advancing on throughout the day here at round 1 of Nitro Rallycross, you know, you could see the jumps, you could see the dirt, you could see so many different elements of what Nitro Rallycross is all about. And obviously you have the competitors, you have the vehicles, and you could see a lay of the land here where it's paved, where it's dirt, and you can see that Talladega turn. Again, this famous track has been nitrified, as Coley was saying. We went nitro all the way, hashtag go nitro. And again, you can see the blue dashes over there, and that is a very important part of this track. It's called the Joker Lap. Let's learn more, brought to us by Yokohama Tires.
The Yokohama Joker Lap is a different distance than your standard Nitro Rallycross track length. This allows strategy to come in. Whether the Joker's faster or slower, you can play it to your advantages. You can use it as offense, you can use it as defense, and you can use it to get some free track if you want to go faster. New to the broadcast this year is the Yokohama Joker Predictor Graphic. This is going to give you a little more insight on who's going to come out of the Joker ahead. The Joker Lap is always a little bit longer than standard Nitro Rallycross track, and the rule is you have to take it once in every race. Now, if you have two drivers battling for the lead, a lot of times the driver in front can block. When he takes the Yokohama Joker Lap, it frees up the course for both drivers to drive absolutely flat out, trying to make that couple tenths it's going to take to get in front, potentially win the race.
Turn your passion into winnings with JustBet. Watch your favorite international leagues and tournaments and get in the game with JustBet. We have the best odds on over 100 sports: football, basketball, boxing, rugby, motorsports, even virtual matches. Register on the JustBet mobile platform, mobile.justbetja.com, or visit one of our over 100 JustBet locations island-wide. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and win big with JustBet.
For generations, farmers have grown the humble, nutritious cassava. Harvested, ground, and then baked to perfection. Cassava transforms into our iconic bami. Now, imagine this uniquely Jamaican product being enjoyed at dinner tables across the world. A taste of Jamaica in every bite. Rainforest bami, from our farm to your table.
I don't know. We will see.
You guys might be crazy enough to be out there on this track. Congratulations for what you guys have done. We will see the OMSD cars as well as Andreas Eriksson oversees them.
Well, here we go then. Group E on the line. We're getting into battle brackets for these guys for the first time this year. Going to see how the drivers play out. They're all in the same equipment, remember, and this will put them into their heat positions for tomorrow. It's basically exactly what we did last year, but now with 1,000 horsepower.
It's so exciting. Like I said, this is the first time you're seeing it. It's kind of just, it's definitely in contrast. Just something so exciting. It's really cool. Just watch how these things launch, how they navigate. And like you said, Travis wanted something that you could really jump. I mean, they have full Fox remote reservoir shocks underneath the things. I mean, they're prepared. They just sound wild. And what's crazy is it takes that engine noise out of it, so you literally hear the gravel hitting underneath the chassis. You hear the squealing. When they hit the bank, it sounds a little bit more violent because it's just such isolated sound as opposed to engine noise and what we've heard, you know, just even the previous classes.
Absolutely, it is completely different. It's different for the drivers too. Take a look down at that dashboard from the onboard. It gives you a good idea of what they are up against. It is completely new. You'll get the nitro sign light up, then when that goes green, they'll be trying to get as much of the power down on the road as they can, and that's what's key to it really, is there is too much. There's Ola Christian Veiby. They've actually been told there's a hold on the grid. So apparently, I think they lined them up the wrong way round on the grid. They're not quite sure, or maybe they're too far back from the jump start sensors. But they're going to move Veiby and Bennett around. They're swapping them sides. There we go.
Yep.
That's what that hand signal means.
Yeah, just
waving hands
flip-flop.
around. Yeah, it's the wrong way.
All right, so Veiby will be on the inside. All right.
Way to kill the tension.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we go into racing, throw it down to Katie once again. Katie?
Well, one thing to note here is that the weather is completely changing. Now, I am no weather woman, that's for sure, but I can tell you that we're all cooling off a little bit. The wind is starting to pick up, and that plays into the idea of what strategy might be. As for their testing and what they've practiced already, it might be a little bit different in these cars today.
Yeah, the wind keeping things, keeping it cool. And yesterday was very, very hot. We were talking about the temperatures and what's going on. But, you know, you're seeing some people in flip-flops and tank tops, and some people are buttoned up. But collectively, overall, just dry, nice, ideal conditions. So it looks like, as, again, we're up here in the tower, and you can see the stiff Union Jack flag waving right there, and getting prepped and getting ready to go, get them in their respective positions, and we'll be back going up and racing.
Makes me feel quite patriotic, Jared, having the Union Jack just outside the window there. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, you had to, I mean...
With the Jubilee recently?
Yeah, that's right. And again, last year was all, you got to see the stars and stripes throughout the entirety of the season, so it's great to see different country. And
that's the point. Is there a stars and stripes in the middle?
It's the one at the very end.
It's twisted.
Yeah, it's twisted.
Someone go and sort that flag out at the far end. Jared Deander's offended, and so is Travis Pastrana and Conor Martel, and half the paddock staff.
Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, man. That's terrible. I apologise for my country's conduct with flags.
I think you did it. I think you did it, Coley. Yeah, you're like, where's that? Oh, look at that. That's
it's twisted. Well, there you go.
That happened.
Jet lag and a twisted flag. It's hard.
That's my nickname in college. Jet lag and a twisted flag. All right, 30 seconds till race start. We got them in their respective positions. Cool and calm, man. Not seeing any sort of emotion.
Yeah, Ola Christian Veiby's come back to Rallycross this year. He's a very, very accomplished rally driver. He started with Rallycross. Look out the front of the windshield there and look at the black lines in front. It gives you a good idea of just how much rubber these things can put down off the line. We're talking close to 1,000 horsepower. They won't be running at that off the start. Quicker reaction time from Veiby on the inside line, gets away. Bennett's going to have to try and go around the outside, squeezes into him. Oh, Bennett actually gets pretty fierce in there. Veiby will try and lift.
Oh, coming down.
Gets spun to the inside. Ouch.
So what's interesting here is not only are we seeing the cars for the first time, that's the first time we're seeing contact for them at all.
I was going to say, that's Jared. That's a great point. They've done plenty of testing, but no one wanted to do that in testing.
No, and that was kind of my thing is, you know, all right, cool, they look great, you know, the technology here, the advancement, 1,000 horsepower, all-wheel drive, but when push comes to shove, literally, how are they going to handle it?
Well, talking of push, Bennett had a big understeer up at the top of the lead. He's done exactly what I thought he'd do, is go joker immediately. So it'll be David Mansfield in his ear, and he'll have noted that this is a great opportunity to stay out in front of OC Veiby. I guess the question mark is over what happened in turn one. It didn't look like massive contact to me, but it gives you an idea that the loose is really loose up there, and we saw what happened to Olofsson earlier today with a tiny bit of contact, and over he went, Jared. So, see what happens.
Yeah, and obviously we saw McGuinness go really hard up into that Talladega turn and then come down, and that's when they went over that jump. Watch the attitude of the vehicles when they go over that jump. You know, you got to think lower center of gravity with the batteries down there. You know, that's kind of how the cars are developed. So it caused them to kind of really land properly. They look really good.
Yeah, they do, and a huge amount of travel. So the suspension is completely different than on Supercar. They've got a foot, which is 30 centimeters of travel. They are a bit heavy, yes, but say they've got loads of extra power as well. They've actually got a button as well in the car where they can deploy
extra power for 10 seconds. And we're not going to see so much of that this weekend, but it means that, say, for instance, running up the hill, if you were going to use that in qualifying, that's where you would use it. So you could use it in your FP2 to set a better lap time. In racing, you could maybe use it to try and close a gap down. So Baby might be using it as much as he can now to try and close the gap to Bennett, but at the minute they're getting 10 seconds. And Bennett's going to be the first man to order a new door, Jared.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, I liked what you going back on that. Push to pass, right?
Yeah.
So DRS, you've seen it in other motorsports, so it's a cool introduction and a cool aspect of
And
what's
we're
going
going to make it extra cool, so we're going to call it Nitro Boost. So obviously, and that's what the drivers will be using. As the season progresses, you'll see a little bit more of that. And we'll see the cars releasing a little bit more power as well as things go on.
OC hits that Joker lap and navigates through it properly, but it's just not enough. And that contact early on, that proved to be detrimental to Vivey's outcome here.
Yeah, Bennett and him in turn 1. On board now with OC Baby. Still calm. You know, he's not raging in there. Maybe raging inside, but he's managing to keep it inside. Look at the dirt here. So the dirt in that braking zone, there's so much dirt dragged out onto the tar. Bennett with the win, 224.399. Oda Christian Baby, 3.7 back. Jared, I think we can expect to see some much closer battles than that.
A Rallycross rookie here, and I thought it was like, like Little Nas X, or I thought it was like Old Christian. I thought it was like a nickname. I didn't know it was like his real name. I was like, Old Christian Baby. No, it's OC.
Yeah. And OC, everyone calls him OC.
All right, so this is where it went south. Literally, you see Bennett just come down and slam into OC. OC stays on it, and I think that was a wise move. You see him just circle around.
OC was using the handbrake inside as well there, Jared. So these cars still have hydraulic handbrakes which disengage the rear end.
Too.
So we've got the stewards are looking into this one. So Bennett, look, Bennett goes high, so then he gets on the gas here. Look, he's got it absolutely lit trying to come back down. Does it hook up suddenly?
OC was coming in hot too, though.
Yeah, I kind of think OC drove into the side of him. What do you think?
It's loose. So and what's interesting, we'll see. The guys are assessing it, but Ollie Bennett came out on top, throwing down with some more updates. Katie, what's up?
And the gentlemen who are in the ears of OC and also Oliver during that time are the spotters. These are the ones who have their eyes on what's happening on the track. They're keeping them alert. They're letting them know when to use the Joker and that new feature, push to pass. These are extremely important. And talking to a couple of them, like Chris Meeke, who comes from the rally side, he said he's used to having people talk in their ear on rally roads. But what's interesting about Rallycross is it does have a lot of strategy to it. So spotters extremely important. They got to treat them nicely.
the eyes in the skies, right? And basically they are letting you know where you're at, position, what you should do, how you should strike, when you should strike. So next up on this heat, Robin Larsson, and who else?
Niklas Gronholm. So Niklas Gronholm is standing in for Kevin Eriksson, who unfortunately was injured in the run-up to the event. So Kevin, most importantly of all here, we wish you the very best, mate, and I look forward to seeing you back in this car. Kevin was undoubtedly going to be a championship favourite because he's done lots of testing in the vehicle, being a part of the OMSE team. And we just wish you well, Kevin. We're looking forward to seeing you back. Having said that, great to see Niklas Gronholm jumping in, and he had never, ever driven an electric car at all until this morning.
That's insane. That's insane. Well, his race pace, admittedly he was down at the bottom, but rightfully so. Just never having driven the car, not doing any testing. He was chilling, watching movies with his kid until today.
About 24 hours ago.
Yeah, 24 hours ago.
He even had to persuade the taxi driver to take him to get his hire car, because by the time he got to Heathrow Airport, the shuttles were closed.
Oh
so yeah, he's had a tough run here. Gets a good start. Larsson does too, though. Larsson jinks out to give himself a bit of space into turn 1. He gets that space, and Gronholm, I think, will try and duck in behind him rather than go around the outside. Yeah,
well done by Larsson. You can see it again, throwing those elbows right there, and Gronholm comes and brings up the rear. I mean, listen. All you hear is just the gravel being thrown. It's such a juxtaposition to what we've known of Rallycross prior to 2022.
It is different. It's going to take some getting used to. I love the noise. I will miss the noise too. We all know that as we see Gronholm go around the outside. But we are talking about 1,000 horsepower. These cars are super capable. I can't wait to see them at, the kind of Pro 4 truck style tracks we see in America. That's when you're going to see the huge double jumps. Gronholm goes Joker immediately. So Niklas Gronholm feels he's got the edge on pace here over Robin Larsson. Larsson pops out over the chicane. And what is the gap as they come over the start-finish line? It was 2.3 seconds the last time we saw the gap. So 2.3 between Larsson and Gronholm.
Larsson absolutely whipping out, coming and approaching that 8-shock energy tabletop. Good clean. So like I said, look at how they jump and look how they land. They land very flat, which is going to be good. You know, less damage to the front end and the back end.
Yeah, Robin Larsson for the RX Cartel, of course. So he's in this year with Andreas Backrud. Last year it was Larsson and Liam Doran. Liam's not fired. He was asked that, but he's not fired. He's still involved in the cartel. Larsson responds with his Joker lap immediately. So Larsson's got Joker on lap 2, and he's going to come out comfortably in front.
Yeah, really well done. Good execution by Larsson. You know, watching Gronholm, he was right in front of us going through. The attitude of the car was just going really wide swings. Big hips, and the hips did not lie, that it was a little slower there. So Larsson still out front on our final lap of Larsson and Gronholm.
Looking there, you see Robin and the inputs. This track does lend itself to a circuit style of driving. So although they've got a huge amount of power, giving it the big send and a big drift up at the hairpin isn't always the way to do it. Bennett was going nice this morning with the sideways stuff, but if you look at these guys, they're being really measured. And the key thing here is they have got way more power than grip. That's the idea, is to make them hard to drive, make the drivers have so much grunt that they have to decide how much to deploy of it. Larsson takes this one from Gronholm by half a second. But it is a challenge. You can't just light it up.
No. All right, so Larsson comes out on top. Good, clean race. Did see a little bit of contact, but like, you know, we saw earlier with Bennett, that seemed like it was a much harder hit.
Yeah, Bennett won, didn't he, against Vaby?
Mm-hmm. And I think that's it's a great way to start, and seeing that they can take a licking and keep on ticking, meaning that the cars are keeping on.
Well, you said it, Jared. No testing, no contact. Plenty of testing, but when you're approaching the start of a new season, you don't go. Anybody want to go down to turn 1 and get into it and just see what happens? Like, that's just not the way it works. The big testing in terms of contact will be done tomorrow when these cars. We got multiple cars on track at a time. And of course, we'll have 8 cars on track in tomorrow's finals.
All right, so as we continue progressing on, throw it down to Katie Osborne. Katie.
Oliver Bennett saying that there is a secret weapon that he's using, but hey, you really do attribute it to winning that with the race management.
Yeah, I mean, a lot was done for me in turn 1. I knew that's going to be really important. Only 3 laps, so it's not a lot of time to overtake. So yeah, I got turn 1 done, settled into the race. My spotter was saying just manage your space, you've got a good gap, and then just drove to the finish. So yeah, for us, first ever win in an FC1. It's cool.
That's absolutely cool. Now, something that may not be that cool is the fact that it is starting to rain. How will this impact the racing today?
It's going to be a massive impact. We haven't actually tested these cars in the rain. We've only ever had dry conditions in tests, so none of us have a wet setup. If this does get really wet, we're going to see a lot of cars losing grip. Then it's open to anyone potentially.
And that's what they don't want to happen. Remember, losing control, not something these race car drivers like to feel.
Thanks, Katie. So rain, apparently.
Yeah, we're in the booth, so you're startled, like, what? So
well, look at the windows. There's no rain here. I mean, you know, if it was the Nürburgring, I could understand if there was rain on the far side of the circuit, but the far side of the circuit's about 500 meters away.
Right,
so
right.
Yeah.
No, just a bit spit. It's just a little spit as we take a look here at Larsson getting into it.
Yeah, Gronholm gave him a little nudge, didn't he, in turn 1, but wasn't quite enough to run him wide. Right, look how late Niklas was on the brakes up at the top of the hill. He pulled out, stayed on it later. See, that's where he was maybe using the boost again to try to get around him, but we don't have a boost indicator yet. We'll get you one later in the year.
Nitro boost.
Yeah. That chicane,
absolutely whipping.
Yeah, that chicane it was described by Peter Solberg as one of the best corners in rallycross because it's absolutely flat chat. You've got to be really brave. If you hit the left-hand side, you're definitely having an accident, but you need to hit the right-hand side with almost all the width of the car to get the most exit speed. There is a little bit of rain down there, look. Rain on the lens. On the front row here, you've got Tommy Howman and Ola Henry Steinsholt.
That second row, who do we got?
It's Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski on the inside line. And on the outside line, it's Kyle Schwartz. There's the 30 board going up. That's the lap counter, if you're wondering, in the background on the left-hand side. Believe it or not, when there's only 4 laps, rallycross drivers still get
get lost.
Yep.
We still forget how many laps there are. So that little lit up indicator just shows them how many laps there are remaining. Now they get the 10-second board. This is where you start to get really fired up. Wipers are on, look on the rear row. Helmut versus Steinsholt. Yeah, here we go. See if they can get away well. I doubt the grip levels have changed much yet. Steinsholt gets the better start, going to shut the door on Helmut. Helmut's in danger of getting swallowed up here by everyone. Schwartz comes around the outside. Carl Schwartz up into P2 inside Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski alongside Helmut. Schwartz is trying to go the long way around. Helmut gets into Arlen-Kotlinski. And it's Schwartz who gets P2 there. And the leader, though, Ole Henry Steinsholt.
Yeah, so you see Steinsholt absolutely really well done. They were 3 wide going to that Talladega turn, and that is a very, very dangerous place to be. Schwartz currently sitting in second, and Arlen-Kotlinski, not too bad.
Arlen-Kotlinski looking for a way past Kyle Schwartz in the background. She's going to go late on the brakes and try and make the pass.
And goes for it.
And she's got him. So Michaela Arlen-Kotlinski managed to get past Kyle Schwartz. Tidily done at the top of the hill. Watch here for where Helmut goes. Schwartz goes Joker. I think Helmut's got a problem, Jared. Tommy Helmut lost the start, and he's on a bit of a ghost in the background there. So Helmut, we would expect to be quicker than this.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look like he's got full power.
Tell you what, Steinsholt, that car looks like it just went through the car wash. I mean, it's just so clean. It's the way he's racing here today is masterclass. Really well done.
He's going long on the jump as well.
Yep. So Steinsholt, you see using all the track. Arlen-Kotlinski now coming up the hill, but they are spaced out quite a bit. Look at this, 2.1 seconds. We're talking about 1.6, 1.7 the Joker lap, but again, Steinsholt, really well done.
Good to see Michaela racing here again after that brilliant performance. I felt her confidence really grew. So Michaela races in another series called Extreme E, which is like an electric off-road racing series. She's Johan Kristoffersen's teammate in that. And she came to Florida last year, jumped in a side-by-side and was like, I've never driven this thing. And she was cool with the gravel side. But if you remember, she was like, I don't have, like, a side-by-side looks quite tall in person.
Yeah.
And you always think that'd be fun on the loose. And on tarmac, you think it'll fall over. And she was a bit like, I don't know what to do with it. Then she went out and absolutely smashed it. She won one of the races against some of the best side-by-side races in the USA.
Yeah.
And it's like her confidence since then has just grown massively, Jared. And so I'm so pleased to see her here in NRX Next. She's doing the 3 rounds over here in Europe. I'd love it if she came and did some more racing over in the States.
Well, she is gaining some ground on Steinsholt, and neither of them have, oh, there we go, taking that Joker lap. So if she does this properly, she could gain some, ooh, she kind of finds herself a little bit off track. When she exited out, she got into the gravel just a little bit. We'll see if that pays off.
I like it. You know, she's pushing hard, isn't she? Every inch of the track and a little bit more. That second hump on the run into turn, the king just before the jump, turn 2, as we've been calling it, seems to have smoothed out a bit. It's like they've broken the gravel down, so the cars aren't getting flicked quite so much there as they were earlier on today.
Yeah, they've knocked it down progressively, right? But they're doing a great job of track maintenance here. They're going kind of every other run or every other, you know, kind of race. They're getting out there and wetting it down.
Slightly tripped up by the Olofsson incident, you know, when we lose that amount of time in the very first race of the day. It's like, okay, cheers. Now we've got to make all that back up. Great job by Steinsholt. Huge lead, Jared, checker flag. Easy win for Ole Henry Steinsholt. Tommy Helmut is 30 seconds back, and remember, he won the first race earlier on today. So problems for Helmut, and if that's a big job, if it's an engine change, they're going to need to get a wiggle on, because that is not the pace he needs. We're expecting Helmut to run right up at the front.
All right, we can see Steinsholt, a little celebratory lap around, keeping it cool. Continue on with some more next car, Semi 2. We'll revisit some more Group E action, and just overall, again, the big thing for Group E is bragging rights, winning those bracket battles. But next car right now, Ole Henry Steinsholt out front.
2.2 seconds was the gap. Look back to Arlen-Kotlinski. Carl Schwartz was only 2 seconds off the back there.
All right, as we wrap up this next semi, we'll advance on with more. But in the meantime, let's throw it down to Katie Osborne once again. Katie, what's up?
The quarterfinals are coming up after this race, but we have one of the gentlemen around here, Travis Pastrana, who some associate Nitro Rallycross as the king. In fact, but we're here in England. Faraz coming in as well, but how much fun are you having? Let's just kick it off with that.
Dude, it's awesome. I mean, we're here at Lydden Hill. This is the birthplace of Rallycross. It feels really cool just to kind of be a part of this, see the fans, and everyone's really excited to have it here, which is really neat. You know, the jumps aren't quite as big as we have in the States, but you know, this is like the Mona Lisa, and I feel like the jump's almost like a mustache on it. So it's like, all right, let's slowly work our way in, and everyone's having a good time. I'm just looking forward to an amazing season.
Now let's take it to the car. You're having a good time all around, but how comfortable are you in it?
Yeah, it was my first time in was 2 days ago, so it's good. Actually, my fastest lap of day one was my third lap around. So, you know, and you see Gronholm jumping in. This is his first time in the car, but I feel like it's awesome because all the cars are exactly the same, and we've got different knobs. We can turn it up to 11. I was up to 10 in power, but we can't put all the power down. So my teammate Conor Martel out-qualified me on level 8. So maybe there's some time to be had in kind of playing with that. And you got regen where it kind of like breaks assists for you. So there's all kinds of stuff to play with, and we can do everything as drivers. So we don't need the engineers as much. Like I still need some help. I wish I had, like Conor's amazing, but we drive exactly the same.
Sure.
So with Scott Speed, we drove so polar opposite, we could really see where to gain and where to lose. Conor and I, we've been within a 10th on every single heat so far. Wow. And now, because we qualified 4th and 5th, we go up against each other in the first heat. I'm like, we have no idea what anyone else is doing really, so
Sure.
it'll be interesting.
It will be interesting, guys, but that's what this is all about. We like to have the fun. We like the interest, right, Coley?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Katie, and thank you, Travis Pastrana, obviously, giving some insight there. And we'll get into that tech talk a little bit more because as the day progresses, as the year progresses, getting into it, you know, talking Nitro Boost, talking about dialing to 8, dialing to 10.
Or
There's
11.
Or 11. Yeah, 11.
Travis always wants 11.
Of course. He's like, wait,
enough.
I want jumps, I want 11.
Give me 21.
Yeah, exactly.
There is rain now on the front of the commentary window, so it's a little bit damper down there, but, you know, this is the UK.
Spit.
It's not proper rain
That's
yet.
just you. Just close your mouth. Quit spitting on me, Coley.
This is barbecue weather here.
Oh, look at this. Oh, it's strapped back together.
No way.
He is back. That is right. That car ended up on its roof on their very first race, and it is back out there on the starting grid.
Jared, look at the amount of tape there is around there. That is an absolutely epic job. Brilliant job for them to get that back out here. So the RX squad have managed to repair Simon Olafsson's car. What can he do from the back row there? He is alongside Lane McCaleb at front row. Oh, no, he's been left on the grid. Go on, Simon, get it done. He's got to get away. He may just be looking for a finish. Look at the state of the back of it as well. It's just gone past our commentary positioners. You are seeing Casper Janssen getting inside George McGuinness. Lane McCaleb looking for a way to get through as well. McGuinness slots into P2 this time.
McGuinness has been really aggressive today, and we'll see if he can challenge Janssen there sitting out front, but Michaela sits in third. So Janssen out front, McGuinness now coming up the hill. Let's see what kind of line they take.
So McGuinness took a hell of a lot of grass on the exit of the jump. The king right, the big bollard, if for want of a better thing, the big block has moved, and he was like 4 wheels on the grass. That's fine, because the track limits are probably where the block is, but Janssen with a slightly wider line into paddock bend. As you see, Lane McCaleb goes into the Joker lap. McGuinness does impede. He's got impressive speed, Jared. He really has. Like he came to Hollis a few weeks ago, a classic Swedish track.
Oh, look at this. Sorry, real quick. Janssen swinging up wide, and McGuinness, jumps in, and look at that. Almost gets into it. Wow. So McGuinness, and that's where Olafsson got into it with McGuinness as well. But that was a racing incident. You saw him kind of go back and forth. I don't think that was malicious.
No, and to be fair, Janssen had gone a bit deep, you know, so he was there. He's all over the back of him. This is what I was going to say about Sweden. His ability to learn a track quickly, Jared, is really impressive. He was, so Ollie Eriksson and Kevin Eriksson raced lights up in the RallyX event, went back to where they learned their trade. And McGuinness was almost on pace with him after a few runs, so really impressive.
Yeah, it just really goes to show you how McGuinness's racecraft has just progressed. And so now you can see coming down, there goes, out, there goes Olafsson, just retiring. So there's that wide swing by McGuinness, and Casper Janssen, all of them taking that higher line, is at the fastest, getting a better flow. Oh, McGuinness now punts it out of the way, just coming down off that jump. That might be a 3-second penalty, Jared. Man. So there's track limits and there's track limits. So he may get a penalty for that. So keep an eye on the gap back to Casper Janssen. 2.4, and of course McGuinness is yet to Joker. Yeah, that could be a lie. Say 3 seconds or 30 seconds? What you're saying? 3 seconds?
I think 3. Yeah, that's what we had a quick chat with the stewards this morning. To be fair, they did say there will be warnings, but it's whether or not they think, there's a warning and I smashed right through it and gained 2 seconds. So it will be, they will decide whether or not they felt he gained too much from it, and if they feel he gained too much, they'll give him a penalty.
Yeah, and it's not like he cut a corner. You could see him getting loose when he landed, and the car just got super squirrely, so I'm glad he actually held it together.
Yes.
But
yeah, I'm with you. It's not like he's cut it on purpose.
Yeah.
It was a wild run. There you go. Look, and then this time he doesn't cut the corner, and he could have got away with doing a bit extra there if he'd been feeling cheeky. All the way out over the white paint at the outside as well. So it is 2 wheels on is the rule in Nitro Rallycross. So 2 wheels must be on. We've seen that borderline a few times, haven't we?
Yeah, they're basically kind of flirting with that edge, but McGuinness still out front after him and Janssen getting into it. And there's a checkered flag. McGuinness gets the win. Janssen and Michaela third. Olofsson had to retire early. Congratulations to McGuinness. Some good racing there, right? And just, we're all elated to see Olofsson back. They got the race tape, got the race, bungee cords, got the straps, got the bubble gum, got all the race tape out there. Unfortunately, not enough tape to get that car off the line.
No, they needed more tape.
More tape.
They may have used all the tape in the paddock looking at it. What's great from our point of view is that Olofsson started. Now, that means the roll cage isn't damaged.
Good.
And so that means the team will be able to get that car, I'm almost certain, they're certainly back to full health by tomorrow. Now, he might have taken the start there, Jared, to avoid having two, a DNF and a DNS, and it may be that he needed to take the start in the regs to make sure that he can qualify for the later stages. Yeah. But still got an LCQ to come up, and that, maybe he can drag himself off the back row. I think it's going to be tricky, to be honest.
Yeah.
But they've got overnight. It's going to be a long night for them.
So this is where McGuinness and Janssen got into it. You see McGuinness swinging wide, coming down, and later on, man, they really got into it. You saw just McGuinness bouncing all over the place, smashing in, re-entering, sliding into those DMs.
Yeah, that was harder from the front angle than we thought, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, that was a big hit. Man, McGuinness comes out unscathed in there. He punted that brick. I mean, there is no corner untouched by McGuinness.
He's after it.
Yeah, he is, and just a fun driver to watch. Like it, like his attitude.
He's
good dude.
He's a lovely kid. Yeah. And by the way, if you're wondering why he's running a Union Jack on the side of the car, his dad is British. And he actually played for Newcastle United Football Club a while back. So there you go, bit of local sports history for you. So we're back with Group E. We're back with our latest, highest spec machines, running, I say, a peak output of 1,000 horsepower. They run a bit less than that in race spec, and then they have this Nitro boost button where they can use a little bit more power. We know they're going to be dialing in more and more power. Bear in mind, this is the first ever race event for these machines, and they're going to be dialing in a bit more power as the year goes on. So we can expect to see more power. More power. But Katie, where are you?
I think I might have the best seat in the house right here on the pre-grid. We have Oliver Bennett beside us and Chris Meeke, who's joining us from Rally, 5 World Rally Championships. But as he told me, stage rally is a little bit different than rallycross for a lot of reasons. Of course, they race in the elements, snow, dirt, gravel, but he is not used to racing side by side and the racecraft that goes into these races. Of course, this is something that he is up against today as he is learning how to rallycross, how to race against people, and one of those people is his teammate, Oliver Bennett.
All right, so again, we're really structuring to find out who comes out on top on these battle brackets. It's bragging rights, but obviously for kind of foreshadowing, showing you who's on top going into tomorrow's main event, and that's going to be the exciting one, right? The great 8, these 8 coming in on track. It's going to be really exciting. We saw again our first maiden voyage of some pinata crashing there. No candy, nothing sweet about the contact being made, but just overall they can take a hit and don't need a full reboot.
No, yeah, I mean, these definitely is Windows, isn't it? Like, what's the problem? I don't know if you tried switching it off and switching it on again. So I'm sure
keep it unplugged, count to 3, and plug it back in. That's the router way. That's what you do, right?
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of that, definitely. But I'm fascinated to see it tomorrow. I want to see loads of these cars on track together. You know, I want to see some 800 plus horsepower racing between them, and then we're going to get finding out about tactics and what they're like side by side. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, so much really cool history here in Lydden Hill and what's going on. And I mean, this is the birthplace of Rallycross. So exciting to just kind of see the evolution of what Rallycross is. Now we're kind of in the future. Let's take a look back.
The new all-electric FC1X Rallycross car may just be the most innovative piece of motorsport machinery ever built. It screams futuristic, but the inspiration for this beast is set firmly in the past. 40 years, in fact. The early 1980s saw the jaw-dropping Group B cars set the rally world alight. With very few restrictions, manufacturers had free rein to produce the most technically advanced and powerful machines ever seen. A sight to behold back in the day, the flame-spitting monsters continue to enjoy an almost mythical reputation still. Nitro RX's new Group E class, using that ethos, has taken the biggest quantum leap since those heady days. Finally, the huge performance potential of EVs has been unleashed. A clear case of Back to the Future.
Group B in rallying is just iconic. It was one of the most special times and dangerous times in rally.
I think that time the guys were having big balls and a small brain, then they could go fast, you know.
There was way too much horsepower for what the car and track and tires and anything could handle. So it was complete nuts.
Beautiful cars, you know, I love the big wheel arches and the giant rear wings. Growing up, that was like my dream car. But they looked a real handful.
I would say the power was perfect, but you know, the technology wasn't really there in terms of suspension and dampers and stuff, so they had a lot of accidents.
Rallying was way too dangerous in a Group B car, so they became illegal in rallying. And they all became rallycross cars, and they added even more power.
They had too much downforce, too much speed, too much horsepower, but they were spectacular. And I think that's born into now what we see as the pinnacle of the future, which is electric motorsport. And you've got the Group E, which really takes that whole ethos of something completely ridiculous and put it on a track.
I think in terms of the way it looks, it's very Group B, but with a lot more technology. Obviously, it's a space frame chassis, which means you can basically do what you want with it. You're not limited on certain parts of the car for regulations.
The cool thing now is that we will have something that is, maybe it doesn't make the same sound, but it's going to be even quicker and more brutal.
This new Group E era will be even more spectacular, in my opinion. You know, the technology that comes into it now, we can fly longer than any car has flown. We can hit tracks that no car should ever be on, you know. That's what gets me pumped, you know.
For me, the FC1X is the Group B of Rallycross. No one's ever seen a car this fast, have this much suspension, and it's just above and beyond any other car that's ever done Rallycross. So I think that's how they kind of connect.
It's like nothing the rally world has ever seen before.
It's a clean sheet of paper. I think that they've done a fantastic job.
One gentleman who might be thrilled that it's a clean sheet of paper for everybody around here is Conor Martel, and that is because he's a rookie here, and he likes the fact that this is, everyone's kind of on the equal playing field. Now, we were just talking to Travis Pastrana. He did say that you guys have very similar driving styles. Do you agree?
Yeah. When you look at the data, it doesn't really help either one of us out much because our lines are all the same, and we're only gaining like maybe a tenth in each turn, but we all gain it back at the next turn. So it's difficult for me and him to compare data, but we're gonna go out there and give it our all. It's a bummer we have to do our battle brackets together, but we're gonna have fun.
You mentioned doing those battle brackets together. What little secret do you have on him here going into this?
Well, I know I do the Talladega turn a little bit better than him in the entry, and I start on the inside, so hopefully that gives us enough of advantage.
Crossing fingers here for Conor Martel. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Martel saying he's got the better. I sat behind Travis and Conor yesterday, and they were looking at like things like throttle chases, just every little thing to do with what they'd done in terms of their laps, and it was fascinating to see them comparing. And we've now got Meeke and Bennett, so we've got teammates here as well. So we're getting into 2-car teams, and will we see tactics? Not at this point in the season.
No,
Later on in the season, maybe. We saw it a bit with Subaru last year, didn't we? Bringing in backward for some extra events. And,
and we saw the hero cars, man. Seeing Kyle Busch and what was his name in Florida for the final round? NASCAR racer, name escapes me right now. Chase Elliott.
Who flew the plane that Travis jumped out of. Because that's what you do when you're about to win a championship. Why you fly a plane? I'll jump over. Oh yeah, great idea. Yesterday looking at data, I don't think Travis is planning on jumping out of any planes here in the UK, but you never know.
No, he's flying a drone. He's jumping off of a drone. Dude, I saw the largest drone flying around here.
No.
That thing is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the small, kind of POV ones, but then they have a huge one that has a massive camera attached to it. So
one of those nearly took my head off once on a shoot. We were near a military base, and I've never seen the guy run so fast in my life. His massive, super expensive drone nearly took my head off and then flew off over a cliff. It was up at a track in North Wales, Anglesey. It's a beautiful track, but it's near an RAF base. And he was like, "They must be jamming my signals up, dude. I don't think they think you're coming after them with your drone, But like, please don't take my head off."
Yeah, I had something similar. I was at an event in Las Vegas, and one of the Monster Energy guys, huge 8 prop, like big carbon fiber, and they're kind of new, and just sometimes they just glitch, and it was coming. We're on top of a I don't know if you know Diana Dahlgren. Her and I were announcing something, and the thing comes straight at us. We duck, and it hits the railing and smashes. And the guy, and I knew the guy, my buddy B-More, and he's like, "Dude, I'm so sorry. It just glitched in the front. It just coming right for us, just like almost got us." So it's all fun and games. So I almost got you. It's all fun and games. So you almost lose your head due to a drone. All right, so Meeke getting staged.
Meeke versus Bennett, teammates.
All excite.
Yeah, Bennett, the architect of this team. Chris Meeke, the late signing when Janssen Button discovered he couldn't do the whole season.
Now we get to see Meeke, who is definitely an accomplished racer. Really excited to see him in the mix, and you know his story. You know how talented he is. Now, Bennett and the whole Excite team. We'll see who comes out on top.
One thing I don't think we'll see here is contact in turn one. I think these guys will be careful with each other because they're teammates. They're not going to go and at this point in the competition give their team loads of work to do. So if Chris doesn't win the start, I think we'll see him joker and try and out tactic Ollie. But the Nitro lights come on, we're getting ready.
Here we go, let's get ready to send it. That's right, here we go with more bracket battles and so much excite as Bennett gets the jump. Meeke there in second, and now let's see how they handle this Talladega turn. You saw Conor Martel kind of brag and say, "Nah, I handle that Talladega turn." Don't know if these guys have exchanged kind of strategy or where they're at pace-wise, but you see Bennett kind of straight out. Yeah, and they're keeping it tight. You can't win in qualifying. You know what I mean? That's what I always say.
Yeah, Bennett was being pretty careful. He got a way better start than Chris did, but Bennett was being pretty careful there. I think Chris has to joker this lap, I think, immediately and try and get the overlap. I'm wondering if it's slightly more damp out there, Jared. They've been pretty cautious. The other thing is, I know they were talking to Ollie this morning and saying he just needs, in terms of driving style, he loves to send it, and just in terms of lap time, it would be better slightly if he tightened it up a little bit. Okay, so Bennett goes joker immediately. So Bennett's gone joker, and that takes away Chris's option to do so. But Chris will now just stay out until the last lap. So if you've lost the start, you joker immediately. If the leader jokers, you might as well stay out.
And to your point, I'm taking a look here, and it does seem that they laid down a little bit more water than they have in previous battles and previous runs. So it does look a little slick as they make their way through that dirt section.
Yeah, certainly. You see wipers on for Chris. That might just be, though, because he lost the start, was in behind Ollie. Gap is 5.4 now between Meeke and Bennett. Bennett, remember, jokered on that first lap. Meeke, a fly has bitten the dust on the front of the drone there, so not the greatest view.
All right, so Meeke continues on, and 5.4 seconds. If Meeke just keeps it proper, looks like he is definitely going to get the victory here and move on towards, again, trying to be that overall bracket battle winner here today. And then we are staging and forging what will be the big battles tomorrow.
Yeah, he stayed out as we expected. So the gap's 7.5. He's gapping his teammate now. But Chris Chris needs a great qualifying performance. He will know this. His racecraft will come, Jared, but you're not taking anything away from a guy who's won 5 rounds of the World Rally Championship. One involved a trip to a car park in the final stage, which was very interesting for everyone watching. And one was the fastest ever average speed achieved in a World Rally round. Finland.
And that's huge.
Yes. Go find a Chris Meeke onboard online. Like,
really?
The guy, yeah, he's super. My favourite one is actually him in the Mark II Escort on the Colin McRae stages, but he is a very, very good driver. He's a great test driver. He's been working on the development of Skoda's latest rally car. He takes the checker flag and he will progress. Now, he wants to progress as far as possible and be at the front of the grid, Jared, because without that racecraft, he needs to do it on outright pace at first. He will learn to pass, but if he can be at the front, I think tactically they can get him straight through to the final from the front row of the heat. So Chris needs to get as far into this as he can.
Well, I liked what he said earlier to Katie, just to kind of reiterate it. You know, he comes from stage rally world, so it's kind of a very short, concentrated event as opposed to a long stage rally.
Chris Meeke takes that one then, 2:36.0 plus 7.1 seconds for Ollie Bennett. So the Excite Energy Racing squad out there together on track, and it is Meeke who will advance.
Congratulations, Chris Meeke. Ollie Bennett knocked out here. Again, they're bragging rights, going for the TQ, the top qualifier sticker. That's going to end up on the door. 10 stickers in the whole season. Let's see how many, you know, kind of like a warbird, you know. You see it on the side of the planes. How many kills is what they call them, right? So I'm just trying to think of a kind word, but that's basically, you know, that's what it is.
Jared, I could send you. My commentator brain was going the same.
I know.
So what's a nicer word for this than kills? No, it's just that. So yeah. So
we know what it is.
They're going for stickers on the side of the car for top qualifiers. Will Meeke pick one up later on today?
All right, back to the action here, and again, just progressing on through what we're going to see. And remember, we do have that LCQ later on, but where are we at as far as our tour map here, Coley?
Basically, we're down to what we would probably refer to as the quarterfinals. So we're down to the last 8. So each of these will go through to the last 4. Then we have the semis. That'll give us the last 2, and that gives us our top qualifier. Travis Pastrana's in this one. There's his practice launch. There's actually a pair of blue cones down there at the side of the road. You can see one in the background. That's the only place where they're allowed to do a tyre clean, a tyre warm. Katie is down on the grid. I think she's got Andreas Eriksson with her.
Stockholm, yep.
Proven Wealth Limited. We are experts in investments, stock brokerage, financial advisory, corporate finance, cambio and foreign exchange, asset management, unit trust management, pension fund management. Let us manage your wealth to suit your lifestyle. Contact us today at 876-908-3800 or visit our website at provenwealth.com.
Turn your passion into winnings with JustBet. Watch your favorite international leagues and tournaments and get in the game with JustBet. We have the best odds on over 100 sports: football, basketball, boxing, rugby, motorsports, even virtual matches. Register on the JustBet mobile platform, mobile.justbetja.com, or visit one of our over 100 JustBet locations island-wide. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and win big with JustBet.
While they're racing, you know, we don't need to hide it. They haven't done much test mileage. The cars have only been finished very recently, and so they're working their way through suspension settings and things. These teams would normally do a bunch of testing on suspension, then on the electrics, then on this, then on that. You know, what's the strategy? At the minute, they're learning about the cars just as we're learning about them. So. And we've got another teammate lineup here as well.
Yeah, they're learning on the fly. Look at the dash right there. Just look at the technology. Look at the battery level. And what level's he at? 11? Yeah, you got the telemetry there on the steering wheel, the paddle shifters, you know, dialing in the trim. And you see this with other motorsports as well. I mean, you know, with NASCAR and NextCar and what's going on there, you know, Formula One. I mean, let's break it down. Formula One, porpoising, right? Everybody's talking about the porpoising and the attitude of the vehicles. So even in the premier drifting, or excuse me, premier, motorsport, Formula One. So much technology goes into that. Here we are, electric cars, rally cars, enduring more elements, jumps, dirt, other racers, the contact that's made here. You get two F1 cars together, they're written off.
They're like, like chocolate, aren't they? It's broken basically straight away. Travis Pastrana pulling up to the line.
Well, we are re-racking him, and let's catch up with Katie Osborne.
One thing I wanted to add regarding a conversation I had with Travis Pastrana and what Andreas Backerud was just mentioning is that power steering. And hey, just so you guys know, the horns do work on these cars. It sounds pretty great down here. But he was mentioning how challenging the power steering is right now. In fact, so much so that it was hurting his thumb while he was driving. Guys?
Thank you so much, Katie. Yeah, and all that insight there, that all contributes to overall the victory there, we could see. Pastrana in the cockpit there. He gets those racer eyes. There's certain things, like you said, just the breaking down, kind of getting the hands over the steering wheel, doing this, cracking your knuckles. Travis gets those crazy nitro eyes, and his eyes are on the prize right now. Let's send it. Conor Martel, Travis Pastrana here in this all VSC battle.
Martel got the best start, didn't he, easily. Pastrana going to try and go round the outside. We know Pastrana's not afraid of this. Gets it lit, goes straight round the outside of his teammate. Does he hold on? Martel's inside, and he does. So Pastrana passes round the outside. Chest drift on the banking. Mega.
Whoa, big jump by Conor Martel. I mean, he went absolutely about halfway down that backside of the jump, and look at Conor Martel. He's threatening him. Now remember, Conor says, I do the Talladega turn a little bit better. He goes low, Travis goes high, but high ended up working out. Diving in on that big hill turn.
Down the hill here, Jared just feels so fast. You actually saw Conor take a gear there, and that's something a lot of people won't realise. And Martel goes straight into the joke back. Here he comes up over the crest round the right-hander. These cars do have gears. There are 3 gears in the FC1X, and that's what you can hear if you're standing on the hill when you hear the clunking noise. Pastrana goes super high and wide. He's trying to carry the speed around the banking, but that straightens up the exit. Look at the speed he then carries up towards the run-up to the jump. We'll keep an eye on the gap between him and Conor Martel. It was 2.1, it's now 2.0. So Martel is closing on him.
And, the way Travis goes around corners just reminds me of last year in Arizona. We saw in Utah, just the way Travis takes a turn and carries his speed through is very impressive.
I love his tactics as well. You remember last year, everyone was joking. I'm expecting him to joker now, by the way, Travis, and he doesn't, of course, because that's the Travis Pastrana way. That's exactly
Don't tell me what to do.
I was about to say exactly that. He loves to race. Last year, everyone was like, well, if you lose the start, you joker. He's like, I don't. I go after it and do the big gap jump with the other car. So Pastrana loves a race, but the gap has come down from 2.0 to 1.7. Similar line actually through there, nice from the drone. Little tap on the barrier on the inside from Martel.
Yeah, Martel's just getting a little too loose. The attitude of the car, you saw him kind of throw that back end out, hitting that block. But Travis, you can see his racing line working in and out. Conor, very talented racer. Now, here we go. Travis Pastrana is going to be hitting that joker lap.
Gone back up to 2.0. So Travis has taken 0.3 out of Martel somewhere. This one's going to go down to the wire into the joker lap. Now on the outside, the number 199, the reigning Nitro Rallycross champion. Going to hit the throttle on the exit. Martel versus him on the run towards the line. It's going to be ultra close. Martel.
Conor Martel ends up getting the 199. You're defending Rallycross champion. Look at that. So it was up to 2 seconds. So about 1.4, 1.5 in that vicinity.
Win for Travis.
Bragging rights tonight, baby. Conor's gonna be, hey, but you got to take into a factor there his thumb. So you can almost see the smile cracking through that A-Stars balaclava.
Good drive by Martel there, and by Pastrana, to be fair. Interesting what Travis was saying earlier about not having the teammate with a different driving style to compare to. And that's kind of what you want, really, is you take the best of both. Solberg and Kristoffersson famously had a very different driving style. Solberg sideways, Kristoffersson racing, and you would combine the two's data to find the best optimum lap time. And Martel and Pastrana drive pretty similar. We saw that in turn 1 in that dirt line.
Really exciting battle here between these two drivers. Conor Martel will advance on in this battle in Group E.
Replay at the start, Martel on the inside line, Pastrana going all the way around there. Look at this, so he backs the car in, and then I think he'll get throttled pretty early. He's gone really high, and that's why I like these bank turns. I know some people are a bit resistant to it, and they maybe don't like change at a traditional track, but the bank turns give you alternate lines. And we want people to race. We want people to pass each other. And
get creative.
Yeah, how many passes did we see at Glen Helen and Arizona? You know, back in round 1 last year, Salt Lake City, we always saw great passes on the banked corners. And
there's that pass. Yeah. That's the pass he wanted. Conor Martel getting that victory. That's like I said, that's bragging rights tonight at the pub. All right. And here we go. We are getting ready for our next battle, and we are seeing Fraser McConnell here.
Up against Andreas Bakkerud for the RX Cartel.
Here we go.
So the RX Cartel, Bakkerud's car is blue. That's a reference, of course, to the baby blue of his old colours of his cars back in the early days of his careers. Larsson is in the yellow, but this time Bakkerud versus McConnell. Should be fun. Here we go, lights coming on.
Nitro on and out. Let's send it. Fraser McConnell, Andreas Bakkerud. This should be a good battle, you know, just seeing how much seat time they have, how much driving prowess they have. Fraser McConnell, look at already throwing it sideways. He's going to dive in on the inside. Bakkerud goes for the wider line. Fraz gets door to him, going and approaching that jump over that hip. And those jumps, like we said, it changes that to the vehicle compared to the cars.
Great move by Fraser McConnell in turn 1. He knew he'd lost the start, Jared, so he backed the car in, and he thought Bakkerud would run deep up. He did. He got alongside him, but Bakkerud then had the better of him in turn 2. But it was a good move by the Jamaican. Andreas goes defensive on the brakes, so he's given up a little bit on the entrance here. Expect Fraser to close down on the exit. The gap was 0.3, and you can see he's absolutely on his tailgate.
Yeah, you know what? This is also teaching Fraser McConnell racing line as Fraser actually takes the Joker lap. Let's see what kind of time splits we're going to be getting here. That was a good, tidy Joker lap by Fraz.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Jared. You saw he didn't come in too hot.
No.
Similar line now up in turn 1. Bakkerud going nice and high. I'd say McConnell's a little bit less aggressive in that one. Over the jump, how long does he go? Not too long. These cars will be flying so far later this season.
Yeah, and it definitely seemed that Fraser was tiptoeing his way on approach into the jump. We talk about those little jumps, the pre kind of jumps before the big A-Shock tabletop. But Fraser McConnell, again, doing double duty here, racing supercars and here in Group E.
Gap was 1.7. Where's Bakkerud going? He's going Joker straight away. So McConnell, the gap's gone up to 1.9. So Bakkerud's done a great job.
It's going to be close.
Should come out in front though. And he does. So McConnell's now going to apply some pressure to him. How close? So that was it. That was 1.9, Jared. He's only a tenth behind, so that's 1.8. Previously we thought 1.4. So 1.6 is about the ballpark, isn't it? It seems.
Split the difference.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's going to be very close to it. When you've got a car coming out of the pack and slotting back in, it's going to be super close.
What does McConnell need to do here to get Bakkerud, you know, coming up the hill? Does he late brake on top of the hill and try to cut in?
If he could use some nitro boost up here and try and get an advantage, but Bakkerud's gone middle of the road looking to try and cover him off. McConnell will now duck to the inside and try and outbrake him at the bottom of the hill, but
not enough.
Yeah, and Bakkerud's middle of the road again, so he's just going super defensive. He's only got to hold Fraser off for a couple of corners. McConnell trying to go around the outside. It's paddock bend. Fires the gravel up in the air over the grass, but it's Bakkerud who wins. But despite McConnell's efforts in the last corner, you can't pass there, but he had to go anyway.
That was good. You saw big Sendy there by Fraser McConnell. No style points there, but you saw him taking that wide line, overcooks it, gets into the grass. But that's what you got to do. I mean, you're going against Bakkerud, who's definitely a fierce competitor.
I've never seen anyone try and pass around the outside there, Jared. I'm impressed that Fraz didn't give it up. Normally, if you get to the braking zone of paddock and you're behind, you go, fair enough, you know, you win some, you lose some. McConnell, no, he must have kissed that egg because he went in hard, didn't he? Kiss the egg and send it.
That was sick. That was a really good aggressive line there by Fraser McConnell. You got to love that. So well done by Andreas Bakkerud. We'll advance on.
Off the start, Bakkerud and McConnell absolutely side by side. Watch Fraser here, knows he's lost the start, not in terms of pace, but he's on the outside. So he backs off, slots to the inside line. Bit of contact there at the front. Good to see these cars holding up well to that. He gives Bakkerud a little nudge, but Andreas stays in the throttle, and that means that he's on the left-hand side as they come through the kink. So Bakkerud has the line. McConnell jokered. The response, you know, wasn't quite enough, but that last corner effort, Jared.
Yeah, you know, Bakkerud is such a good, look at that. Fraser McConnell absolutely going for it, just overcooks it and burns the meatloaf, man. He just ended up getting in the grass.
My favourite there was the entire of Timing's jump start sensors were lined up on the grass, and luckily McConnell managed to miss them all. So there'll be a big sigh of relief down there.
Exciting turn of events there. Again, well done by Bakkerud. Moving on, who do we have next? We got Larsson, and as well as
and Ollie Eriksson.
And Ollie Eriksson. Great to see Ollie Eriksson out there.
So yeah, Ollie, of course, the only Eriksson competing this weekend. So after Kevin was injured, meaning Gronholm took his place.
All right, well, we're getting set here, but Katie is with Conor Martel.
Conor Martel just getting done talking with Travis Pastrana. What was that chit-chat all about?
We were just talking, you know, he was like, well, at least one of us got through. So I'm stoked for the team. I'm really bummed we had to race against my teammate, but, you know, hearing congratulations from Travis is amazing. And like I said, we have such similar driving styles. We knew it was going to be close, and he made a pretty big mistake, I guess. So it was a very close race. I was pushing really hard, and overall it went great. The team's done an awesome job so far, so thank you to everybody.
You talk about it being a close race, and it really did come down to that final lap. What did you see from the driver's seat?
I saw my push to pass button a lot. So I pushed that a few times. You know, I knew he was going to be ahead for most of the time until he took the Joker, and I had to save that till the last lap. So that's when I started using it, and we have some pretty key points of where to use it, where we gain the most amount of time. So I just waited for that, and my spotter was telling me our delta the whole time, so I knew that we would have a pretty decent chance.
Yeah, I'd say a pretty decent chance indeed. Congratulations on taking that win. Coley, Jared, I would find it so interesting to know that the legend Travis Pastrana is your teammate, and he doesn't even seem fazed by it. He can handle it.
Well, I mean, that's great. I mean, he's your defending champion. You know, he knows the course. He's helped develop the course, but that doesn't mean he owns the course. You know what I mean? Like, it just because he created, kind of sculpted it, I like bigger jumps and like that, that doesn't imply that he's already going to win.
No,
you know,
Martel comes from that motocross background as well, so he's used to jumps. Yeah, I think people ask you, like, oh, Travis has an advantage. No, he doesn't. Travis has created something awesome. There was one track that they went testing that pre-season. The rest of it was, you know, was all, he had exactly the same track time as everyone else. He's a brave lad in that he tests all the jumps himself, usually on a motocross bike. Yeah, go on, have a go. Yeah, it seems fine. But yeah, it's all calculated.
All right, let's talk about this battle. What are your expectations here? Ollie Eriksson, Larsson, what do you expect here, Coley?
So Larsson was super quick this morning, but Ollie Eriksson, of course, is the brother of Kevin Eriksson, who's done all the testing in this car. Have OMSC got it dialed in a little bit better? Or will Larsson and the RX cartel be able to take this one? The nitro lights come on. It's going to go green. We'll see who gets the best start. Eriksson with a great reaction time, but Larsson drills him off the start, just gets away. And this is the thing with these cars, they've got so much power. Eriksson goes high, going to light it up, try and go around the outside line. Larsson sees that and runs the car a little bit deep. Eriksson's not going to get there. Larsson gets the whole shot.
That was a great battle. I think that's a good prelude to what we can expect tomorrow with getting 8 vehicles out there. That's going to be exciting.
Exactly, Jared. Woo! And then when you see somebody run wide, you'll lose 3 places.
Right.
You know, someone will get in your door, and it's very different. Battles are a very different tactical battle than they are when you have 8 cars on track, 5 cars on track tomorrow in heat races and so on. On board with Eriksson now as he chases Larsson down the hill. We're in the drone chasing them down the hill as well. Here's their onboard again. So that
Ollie goes for the Joker.
Yeah, interestingly, that's what we were talking about earlier about how he had to lift there because Larsson's already on the brakes for the standard line. Eriksson's had to lift a little bit, and that may have compromised his Joker speed.
You know, so they almost got into it early on in that Talladega turn. Eriksson had really good composure. You saw the attitude of the car kind of coming up, going down. Larsson had really good awareness. Look at how much, I mean, look at, you're talking about the inputs. They are whipping that thing. They're fighting the steering wheel when it goes over those pre-jumps before the big A-Shock tabletop.
A little bit of understeer on the exit for Eriksson. He comes through Devil's Elbow up to the top of the hill. The gap was 1.999 and it's gone up to 2.3. So Larsson is looking really quick here. If he feels he's got, I think he's going to go Joker from there. Yeah, he was super late on the brakes. So he's gone Joker on lap 2, and that just gives him track position, Jared. Then if you have a problem, you can potentially still hold the other guy off. So if you feel you can do it straight away, and he obviously feels that he had the pace.
Yeah, really good pace there by Larsson. This is a big this is a big boost for him. You said he's doing really good earlier. I mean, you kind of, prefaced it.
Larsson's an amazing driver. He's a double European champion in the supercar category. Last year, he was in the Audi, and it just unfortunately wasn't quite dialed for the big jumps over in the USA. And now he's in the same equipment as everybody else. Are we seeing the ultimate Robin Larsson here? He's been very focused the last couple of years on things like fitness and stuff. Last year, I know he was a bit frustrated at times. Also found the jumps quite daunting, but he's doing a hell of a job here.
Funny guy. I remember being in Utah and kind of partying with him after the event. Just his composure and his demeanor is really funny. As Larsson gets the win, regardless of being funny, no funny business here. Glad that they kept away from each other on that Talladega turn. Made for some really good racing. Unfortunately, Ollie Eriksson just kind of beat his own game. And, Olsberg's the big name on the side. That's his pops, and here we are.
So that sets us up for Larsson versus Backerud when we get to the semi-final. So it's an RX cartel basically head-to-head to see who gets the spot in the final. That will be interesting.
All right, Robin Larsson gets the victory over Ollie Eriksson. Larsson moves on, and Larsson, he'll be going against, like you said, Backerud, and then on the other side of the bracket, it'll be Meeke versus Martel. Progressing on, and let's take a look. This is the replay, and it all began in that Talladega turn. Look at this just launch from these two absolute weapons. So watch this. So Larsson goes in, watch Eriksson go really wide, but throwing sideways takes some speed out of it. Larsson finally does flick it.
He'd have got good points there in Formula Drift.
Good out, goes and hits that outside zone, presses the judges.
Yeah, very, very good indeed. Larsson, though, to be fair, he took another couple of 4/10ths off him on the very next lap. So Larsson is being super accurate. That gives you a good idea of the travel there. When the car's in the air at full drop, full foot of travel, 30 centimeters, and so expect the tracks to get even wilder as we go on. They're going to get gnarly.
Gnarly, bro.
Gnarly?
Gnarly, yeah.
There we go.
You could say gnarly if you want to.
Gnarly.
It's not a silent G.
No,
you can say gnarly.
Really? Is that extra gnarly? Let's just make that extra gnarly.
It's gnarly.
Gnarly.
I would say it's gnarlier.
Gnarlier.
Sounds like some, also you're saying, you always say, to be fair. Does anybody say to be unfair?
No.
The waves are the waves are flagging. The flags are waving.
Jared's flagging. It's the jet lag, the lunch thing.
Nah, it's all great, man.
No, it's
excited to be back up here with you. This is kicking off an exciting 2022 season. Again, the debut of Group E right out of the gate. Even Next Car, we saw one up on its roof. The car is back. So an exciting way to kick off the season. Obviously, we're going to be calling the action in a mega way. So and of course, our whole crew here is excited to be back, especially our homegirl down on the ground, Katie Osborne. Where are you at?
Well, I'm standing by with one of the legends, Travis Pastrana. You know what I find so interesting is Conor is so cool, calm, and collected as he talks about you. And in my mind, I'm like, how is he? He's not afraid of you whatsoever.
Well, we've grown up together racing dirt bikes, and I mean, he was obviously quite a bit younger than I am, but no, we've been good friends for a really long time, and he's a phenomenal driver. This is his first opportunity really driving the top class, so we've been within 0.01 hundredths of a second on almost every one that we've done out there. So yeah, it was definitely really cool to get to kind of go against him, and we knew we were going to kind of race clean, but at the same time it was going to be a knockdown drag out. So
and that final lap, of course, what did he have on you?
So I thought it was 3-second penalty for hitting so he was hooking inside of the jump and then got the inside marker. So I thought that was 3-second penalty. I wasn't willing to take that risk. He was young, and definitely he is quick. We were almost identical all the way through. So then I overdrove the heck out of the last turn. They were like, you're behind, and I blew it. So no, it was great though. That puts him, first row in qualifying tomorrow. So really good. And now I know the rules on what you can and can't hit for the final. So it'll be good.
It always takes one template to let someone know about those rules, and you can learn a little bit today to take in tomorrow. What is that?
Yeah, I didn't really get a lot of laps out there today. Definitely, I think a lap time for everybody is key. Especially just any little adjustment that you make, anything you do, and you can do so much as a driver. The blanket, I mean, you could throw a blanket over everyone in the top, all of us. The top 10 are separated by less than a second. So this racing is going to be extremely competitive. Cars are extremely fast, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
All right, well, thank you for that. Jared Coley, Travis Pastrana's words of wisdom as he heads into tomorrow.
Shake and go with true shake. Shake and go. Grab a true shake and go. When we have to put in the work, but I'm moving slow. Grab a true shake and go. School time and not joke time. Office study hard, brain food time. Grab a true shake and go. When we up in the gym, we have to stay healthy and fit. Grab a true shake and go. Shake and go with True Shake. Packed with 9 grams of protein, 24 key vitamins and minerals to keep you going. Grab a True Shake and go.
For generations, farmers have grown the humble, nutritious cassava. Harvested, ground, and then baked to perfection. Cassava transforms into our iconic bami. Now, imagine this uniquely Jamaican product being enjoyed at dinner tables across the world. A taste of Jamaica in every bite. Rainforest bami, from our farm to your table.
Car. So it's Riku the Kid Hukar. It's got a sticker on the back of the car. There it is. Life's too short to drive boring cars.
Hey man, I feel attacked.
It's great, yes. But it's absolutely fantastic. It's Frida Enholm and Alex Gustafsson in this. So Gustafsson in the 199. I did ask him, did he take that number because of Travis? And he didn't actually. He's had the number for a few years. He won junior CrossCar in RallyX a couple of years ago, and he's got Joker in the background. Really capable driver, very capable. Junior CrossCar in RallyX, which is a series in Scandinavia, they can start driving these things aged 11.
Wow.
But the rev limit is 9,600.
Yeah.
Still way too fast for an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
But their skills, Jared, they come on so early. You know, they've got that feel. They're not. You have no fear at that age. Go on, Riku.
Talk about no fear. Riku, absolutely. I mean, did you see that thing come down the way it settled? It didn't settle at all. Thing is loose. The track is really wet. They threw down a lot of water right before this race.
Hukar, I was watching this morning in practice. He was nearly wheeling off the start. When I spoke to Jimmy Osterberg yesterday, he said the tarmac here is so abrasive, the pavement is so abrasive that the car sits down hard enough to wheelie off the line. We have actually seen that with CrossCar. They weigh very little indeed, and so you get a wheelie off the line if you get really good grip. So Hukar continues to lead. Everybody's jokered now. The gap is 2.2 between him and Enholm. It's Gustafsson and Gotherson. Kalle Gotherson, of course, with that problem up in turn 1. Gustafsson's desperately trying to find a way past Frida Enholm. He's up over the jump in the background now. You'll see the leader, Hukar, is pushing on really hard. Got a 3-second gap. Oh, and he looks up the inside from the commentary position. We see he's made a pass down in Devil's Elbow. Behind this, there you can see coming up the hill, Frida Enholm now trying to respond to Gustafsson and go back up the inside, and she does. So Frida Enholm gets Gustafsson on the brakes up into the hairpin. That'll probably carry on back down the hill as well in the background now. Gustafsson now goes out to the outside line.
The battle for second is heating up, man, because Huka's just all the way out there.
Really going for it here.
And remember, we saw that contact earlier with Robbins not stoked at all. So I think that was Gustafsson, wasn't it? Or was it...
Gustafsson, he didn't know. Oh, no, it was Bowdens, wasn't it? And whoever Bowdens had the contact with. But yeah, he wasn't happy.
All right,
he was
so
not happy.
The kid ends up winning and coming out on top from start to finish, absolutely producing. I think you're saying that Hot Wheels backed CrossCar. So Huka, Enholm, Gustafsson. All right, so, well, Huka gets the win. Congratulations overall. And you know what? We haven't heard from him for a while. Tommy, where are you at? What are you doing?
CrossCar's about to begin here. Hey, mate. Well, hang on a minute. Good to see you. Jared Deanda, nice to meet you.
How you doing, mate? Andrew Coley, great to see you. Great to see you.
We showed up.
That's enough from you, mate. We're going to be taking over. It's going to be a mega day here at Lydden Hill.
We're going to sit down here. We're going to send it to this broadcast.
Yeah. How's everybody doing out there today?
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
Day.
Jared Deanda here.
And Andrew Coley, of course, as you know, you've been listening to the voice of Rallycross all day.
Bro,
Jared.
We're going to sit down. We're going to send it on this broadcast. And
Absolutely.
We're going to see some really nice racing coming up here.
Absolutely. You know, what we're going to see today is groups of cars going out on track and everybody wanting to be in the front.
And it's crazy. They're going to be out there, and they're going to be turning the wheel left. They're going to be turning the wheel right. They're going to be shifting gear and making things go really fast. And they're going to be going over from mostly these turns. They're going to go left. They're going to go right. They're going to hit brakes. They're going to hit the accelerator. They got pedals, all that stuff.
Right. They're going to be hitting both the gas and the brakes at different times. Yeah. Now, if you're in the front of the race, you're trying to stay in the front.
That's the key here. They're going to get out there. They're going to send it in every corner. And, they're really just trying to win here.
Right. Everybody wanting to be the champion. It's going to be a mega day, epic conditions. We've got rain, we've got sun. And, so looking forward to this race.
Yeah, same. Let's go back to the booth.
Wow, I don't know if I'm laughing or laughing with them or they're laughing at us.
Who's more offended? They rinsed us both pretty hard.
I didn't know it was that California, bro.
I think you might be.
We're gonna send it. They're gonna go. They're gonna turn the wheel left. They're gonna turn the wheel right. I'm honored. I'm actually honored.
I am too.
Yeah.
We threw him out of here,
That's
Tommy,
great.
and he's gone straight down to the house announcer basically and thrown them out there. So Tommy's desperately looking for a job. I know he's also really looking to race a cross car. So I'm thinking later this season, can we get Tommy in a cross car somewhere? I've had an idea, and I think I might know someone to talk to, but it depends if Tommy wants to come to Sweden a week early later this year. What do you reckon?
All right, I think it's great. Absolutely. So again, Tommy's got a new job. He's on a diet. I don't know if you've been following him. He's been working out. So that's why he gave us the fries, because he's not eating them. But we're partying up here in the tower. Obviously, Tommy and Texas Dave down there having some fun. But again, Katie Osborne, she's a busy gal, man. She's getting all the dirt, literally and figuratively. So, Katie, what's going on with you now?
Yeah, Jared, getting the steps in. But Chris Meeke actually is getting his wins in here at Lydden Hill. And in fact, there was a little bit of a team strategy involved in the race against your teammate, Ollie Bennett. Talk us about it.
Yeah, just the way we were both selected on one side of the draw, so at one stage we're probably going to meet, and yeah, of course you don't want to do any damage first event of the season, head-to-head contact too aggressively, but yeah, we got it round. We managed to pick up the win, so I'm happy I've moved forward in the group. And yeah, let's see, we're now into the semi-final of the head-to-heads today against Conor Martel. So I've been out watching a bit, and he looks super aggressive, so yeah, I'm going to have to be on my toes the next event.
We've been told he drives just like Travis Pastrana, if that makes you feel one way or another.
Yeah, if I have seen enough videos of Travis over the years, that's given me an indication. I'm definitely going to have to be on my toes. So look, we'll try and stay out of trouble and be as fast as we can.
What are you learning out there, in addition to Conor, of course, but about the track and about you as a driver?
Yeah, with the warm weather we've had in the lead up to this event, they're watering the track in between heats, and a lot depends on the amount of water they put in that first corner, that big long bank turn on gravel. There's some chalk dust below, so if the water gets in it, it actually turns, it feels like black ice. So yeah, that's one thing. Listen to my spotter. We have a push to pass button in the car. It's completely new to me, so there's a lot of things happening, and yeah, you just have to zone in and try to maximize your race.
Well, best of luck out there. And guys, if there's anybody around here who can handle snow, ice, any of that, it's Chris Meeke and all that rally experience.
Turn your passion into winnings with JustBet. Watch your favorite international leagues and tournaments and get in the game with JustBet. We have the best odds on over 100 sports: football, basketball, boxing, rugby, motorsports, even virtual matches. Register on the JustBet mobile platform, mobile.justbetja.com, or visit one of our over 100 JustBet locations island-wide. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and win big with JustBet.
Proven Wealth Limited. We are experts in investments, stock brokerage, financial advisory, corporate finance, cambio and foreign exchange, asset management, unit trust management, pension fund management. Let us manage your wealth to suit your lifestyle. Contact us today at 876-908-3800 or visit our website at provenwealth.com.
And one, we were side by side, like banging into each other, and I lost the steering wheel for a few times there, but I kept it flat, and I was in the lead. Then in the last lap, you know, I wasn't sure if Fraser was out of boost, because I was out of boost. I had nothing more to give, so I was like going super defensive into the last turn. Obviously, he comes around the outside, and he actually had the lead there for a while. And I was like, I fucked up. Oh, sorry, the language. I'm sorry, but you know, yeah. How do you say it? I'm Norwegian, I'm sorry.
Messed up, screwed up, whatever. Anyways, so you did that, and obviously you then recovered.
Yeah, I recovered. I got the car straight, and I put the power down, and were first over the checkered flag. So that was a good feeling. Good win for the team.
Yeah, your first time out there, you're getting a win under your belt. How much confidence does that give you?
For sure, it gives a lot, you know. But the gravel is super hard here. We saw the Supercar light or the next car rolling earlier. So I tried to be a little bit careful, but at the same time, everybody's going so fast, so you can't like be comfortable in anything, so you have to push it. And the gap down to Fraser there before I took the Joker was down to 1.7. I used all my boost the last few corners out from the Joker. Yule was on my radio, like it was close.
That's what Andreas Backerud wants to do as he heads into the next rounds here at Lydden Hill.
All right, we are getting settled here, and from what I understand, the race officials are telling us that from many races ago, McGuinness is being penalized, so he's actually going to the LCQ in next, so in that class. So
yeah.
we are understanding that he hit something and whatever, he's being penalized, so he
hit something.
Yeah, he hit a lot of things. McGuinness seems to be the wildest bunch. I mean, he's coming in like Miley Cyrus being a wrecking ball.
Go on,
yeah,
George.
I mean, again, really fun racer to watch, and you know, wreckers are checkers, but you know, we saw it right at the beginning of the whole festivities here this weekend, and obviously McGuinness came out on top, but not so much right now because he's going to the LCQ, the last chance qualifier. So yeah, so some exciting racing. What's next? I see no cars on the starting grid, but speaking of next, it's the next cars.
Yeah, the NRX Next cars are down in the pre-grid up at the far end. That's the marshals at the start area. You can see we're up in the background. There's the next cars, look.
And like you said, some strategy as far as we saw Olofsson, you know, do that start earlier. And all right, so we're getting set for the next cars. And seeing who's going to be pulling up to the line, but pulling up right now is Katie. Katie?
Yeah. Well, one guy who drove or had a lot of awareness while driving was Robin Larsson, taking home that win. How critical is that win just to kind of get the feels of the first of the season out of you?
It's hard, like the cars behave so different what we're used to.
Yeah.
And now we have the push to pass. I think that's the most difficult thing. Like it's such a long straight and you don't have that good vision back. So that's the crucial part, and you don't know, is he gonna use it? Have he used it? Do I need to use it? So it's so many factors you can gain, because you gain a lot by pressing it. So that's the thing you can't like control 100%. But we start to adapt to the cars more and more, and it's starting to work really good, and it's starting to get a little rutty, so you need to like fight for it a little bit on the gravel. But yeah, nice with 2 wins. Now we go with the teammates, so at least one car in the final. That's good.
Yeah, and as it relates to your teammate, what does he bring to the table, Andreas Backerud?
I think we bring like both sides. He's pretty good at this track, like with the tarmac. He's coming from go-kart and everything, and we don't have that like similar driving styles. So I like the gravel, he likes the tarmac, and we put our small heads together and do it good, and it works really good. And to be able to be this competitive directly in a season, it's a really nice feeling for us and the team, so that's good.
Best of luck out there.
All right, well, you can see the flags waving again, the wind and a little bit of moisture earlier, but again, they've been doing a really good job of throwing down some water, keeping it dry, or, you know, keeping it, sorry, not dry, and not all the dust being thrown up. So I think that's been a good compliment of our Lydden Hill staff.
I'm going to take a look at the weather, Jared.
Yeah?
Yeah, why not?
Well, it's obviously windy, so
it is.
You don't need to step outside. I can see the
No,
flag.
I
Your
think
Union
so.
Jack.
Well, we've got a little bit of a chance of rain in the next hour or so, but I'm more interested.
You shut your mouth, Cole.
Yeah, be quiet.
You shut your mouth. You don't say that.
Oh dear, tomorrow it's colder and it's a bit wetter. It's a bit more British tomorrow, Jared. If
Yeah,
it
but
gets
you're
wet,
looking at a different app. You're looking at Negative Nancy over there.
Yeah, the
Somebody-
iPhone app's terrible for weather. Oh, there might be one drop of rain. Your whole day's a ride.
Yeah,
It's going to
exactly.
pour with rain. Well, I don't think it is it?
Yeah, let's get technical.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
What weather app do you use for golf? So you must.
I look out the window.
Yeah, I suppose you don't get much rain, do you, in
Not a
California?
lot. No, not a lot.
So you get a lot of golf?
I do get a lot of golf.
I know.
Yeah,
I do like it.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I'm always interested where you're playing at. You know.
Oh, me? Oh,
Where's
yeah.
that cool place with all the wood doors and stuff?
Oh, the wood. That's my country club.
Yeah, you see, Jared, the bro dude revealing, oh, well, that's actually my country club. It's
smashing.
We'll have it moved over here to the UK as soon as possible. National treasure.
Yeah, exactly.
There we are. Yes, mate, that's my country club. That is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I can't believe I publicly said that. People
no,
know.
it's fine. Yes, people know, dude. Yeah, people know you play golf.
Yep.
He's good. His handicap's come down.
Yeah, it has single digits
Mate,
now.
you should have stayed around here and gone to some golf.
I got places to go, man. I got Pikes Peak next weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, Pikes Peak Hill Climb. So I'll be calling the action out there with the former Rallycross champion himself. And it's not public news, but yeah, we'll be calling the action.
Who's your money on? Because there's Robin Shute.
Robin Shute. You got Ken Block going for. You got Zwart. You got, I mean,
the Hunapigasaurus or Hunapigarus? Hunapigarus, I can't remember. I love that build.
I like Hunaporcasaurus.
I think it's my favourite build. I like it more than the Hunicorn. Is that a big statement to make?
Well, there's Hunicorn, Hunatruck. And now
yeah, Hunicorn's the one though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's Hunicorn versus the Hunapigasaurus or whatever it is. Sorry, Ken. Hunapigarus?
Hunapigarus.
I just love it. It's great.
It is a great car.
I love the build. I'm keen to see that. Is it Millen?
And our boy
that's
Robin
back
Shute and Rod Millen will be driving the old Tacoma. Reese Millen's going to be driving a Porsche.
Yes, that's the one that I've seen the build. That's from California, the build, isn't it?
Yep.
So yeah, I'm genuinely excited. I watched it last year over a Zoom call with one of our colleagues from from Nitro Rallycross. We had to keep pausing the call to watch Robin, but the top of the course was closed last year, so the hill record couldn't go on. I know Robin Shute is after that. Robin works with us a little bit on Nitro Rallycross. He's a British guy, so yeah, I'm kind of. It could be a really good year.
He's won it 3 times. Like he's second fastest. He raced a Porsche a couple years ago, but yeah, most recently the Wolf.
Have you announced it before?
I have not.
That's going to be awesome.
Yep,
mate. Congrats. That's a great gig.
Yeah,
that's
thanks.
A great
I'm excited. Definitely excited.
So that is Simon
Oh,
Olofsson.
man.
Yeah, the back of the car still looking pretty haggard, but it is there. The car is there. You'd think that they've had a little more time, so they're giving a few more things a little tickle, tried to get it back to full health and see what they can do. On the front row is Kyle Schwartz, and it's Tommy Howman, who, of course, also, do you remember Howman we know is a front runner on pace. He's joined Nitro Rallycross this year, but has had issues in that previous race. So I think he won one, if I remember correctly, and then he was 30 seconds back in one.
All right, so I believe that. Yeah, so that's what we're hearing is we're waiting for car number 9 to pull up, and that would be, I believe, McGuinness. So waiting for him in the next cars. So yeah, George McGuinness, this is the LCQ.
See, all the cars go through,
but
it decides where they are on the grid. And I have to say, we're in for quite an exciting final if the likes of Olofsson and Howman end up towards the back of the grid. Look at Olofsson's car. So he's been really good this year in RallyX. He's done 4 rounds, 2 at Hollius and then 2 in Kuvula in Finland. But that car, I mean, it certainly wasn't in full health last time. Didn't get away from the line, if you remember.
Right. All right, while we're waiting to see how our LCQ is going down, just checking the temp, seeing what's going on, seeing the pace. We're still finding out where McGuinness is at. Is he making his way here? And 3 laps. So McGuinness is not making his way over here. Is he boycotting, not getting the LCQ, or we'll find out. All right, so again, we're going racing. So this is the LCQ. We'll see if McGuinness has been DQ'd even from the event or what's going on. All right, 30-second card, and now 10-second. Flip it around. Oh, hold on.
Well,
race hold.
We normally don't wait.
We know, sorry, if you don't turn up to the grid at the allocated time as a general, but there could be something we don't know about in the paddock. You know, it might be that he's stuck behind somebody else in the paddock and they're trying to make their way through. We don't know what the circumstances are. Here comes the yellow squad machine now. He does do a tyre clean, tyre warm. McGuinness is just going to join the back of the grid.
I honestly think what happened was McGuinness was unaware that he has been DQ'd and forced into LCQ, because it was like 5 events, 5 races ago. So getting the update, it's like, what? Like, he could have been indisposed, could be eating lunch, could be out of his suit.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he thinks he's through and then they've DQ'd him, yes, that would. But yeah, there's a lot has happened today. Yeah. We might be wrong. We can deal with that if we are. Yeah. We can live with it. Yeah, I've been wrong before and I will be again.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, here we go. This is our NRX Next LCQ, our debut of the Nitro Send It start sign. Here's our 30-second card. She'll flip it around for 10, and we are on and racing. We said see where they are racked up here in next car.
So front row then, George McGuinness versus Kyle Schwartz. Back row is Tommy Howman and Simon Olafsson. Is that car of Olafsson's healthy or not? Looks like it is. Olafsson gets it in start in the back row. McGuinness has gone well though. Schwartz going to go around the outside. Kyle Schwartz will try and shut the door, but McGuinness has found some traction. Tommy Howman going to go up the inside as well. So Howman slides through as Schwartz slides wide. And Jared, there's been a lot of water put down. Olafsson making a move.
Whoa, look at that.
Not again. Simon. Right. Oh, wow. Brave through there. He basically braved it out around the outside.
The hood is coming off. Olafsson, look at this thing. Oh, take the bye.
Good.
See ya.
We don't need that.
Hood checking out.
I tell you what though, Jared, when you look inside, it gives you a good idea of how much damage there is. The front bumper frame around there is all bent, so they've got the car in terms of, look at it, look at the damage underneath. That should be a lot lower and a lot flatter. Sam Mann running back with one of the clamshell body parts off Olafsson there in the background. Howman goes straight into the Joker. Kyle Schwartz goes with him. Schwartz is actually showing good pace here. This is what Schwartz needs. With respect to him, Jared, he's learning the sport massively. He needs to follow faster drivers when he gets the chance. And he's got a good one there with Tommy Howman. McGuinness leads by 1.7 seconds from Simon Olafsson. Olafsson in that battered car after it was rolled so heavily in the first race of the day, and he just came within an ace of wiping out that big block on the inside of the kink after the jump. Tape all over the car, but Olafsson still holding on. He's 2.8 seconds up the road from Howman at the minute. That would be enough if he wanted to joker now. I think Olafsson should joker now to hold on to that position, because he's not going to challenge McGuinness to where he is, but let's see. Yeah, he does. So Olafsson goes joker in the background. He just showed him the back of your shot. Is he going to come out in front or not? I think Howman may get him. This is going to be super close in the merge.
Oh, man, look at that, coming in hot. Oh, he got pinched out there. Olafsson did not give him any room. And now keep in mind that who has the right of way in that situation?
So the right of way normally goes to standard lap, but Howman's gone deep anyway. So Howman did an amazing job to get up the inside of Olafsson. Olafsson gave him just enough respect and room to stick a car in there, and then Howman went super deep on the brakes. A great racing between the two, and another demonstration of why the bank turns are so good. In the background, Kyle Schwartz looking for a way round Tommy Howman. I want to still, I mean, this is a good performance from Schwartz, but Howman we would expect to be a little bit quicker than he is. McGuinness, meanwhile, different postcode.
Olafsson's got a little bit of a, this has got to be a confidence booster for him. He knows he's got the racecraft, but unfortunately, right out of the gate, you saw the frustration. If you're just joining us, next car, Olafsson ended up on his roof. Him and McGuinness got into it in the very first race of this whole entire event and whole weekend, and kicking off the season with a car on its roof. So that you could see that the front end was lost. So Olafsson gained some ground. McGuinness, like you said, a whole different postal code, and that's how it ended up. George McGuinness, Simon Olafsson second, Kyle Schwartz, and Tommy Hellman bringing in the rear. And moving on, as that was our LCQ. Cleaning up this hood, but let's find out the updates there with Conor Martel and Travis Pastrana. Katie.
Yeah, definitely some changes for Conor Martel over here, and maybe not exactly how you anticipated the day to go. What's the side of the story?
Yeah, so in the driver's meeting, you know, they were like, if you hit the foam block, it's 3 seconds, and we did accidentally hit a foam block. So unfortunate, but I'm happy someone from the VSC team gets to move on today, and I'm glad it's Travis, obviously, but definitely a big bummer for us. We had a great race. We were faster, and there wasn't really any time gained from hitting the foam block. So I think it's just one of those things where I just need to follow the rules next time.
Yeah, that's usually key. And as it relates to following those rules and understanding what's going on around here, what can you take for the racing tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a big gap until tomorrow, which isn't my favorite. I like to kind of keep up with the driving, but and the track's going to be completely different tomorrow. It's different every day, every time you go out, but I'll be able to go watch from the outside, because I have not been able to do that since I've been here, so you can kind of see what lines everybody's using. And because, like I said, like me and Travis drive so similar, so our data isn't really helping either one of us out. So no, it'll be good. I'm super happy for the team. We're both fast, and we're going to put on a good show tomorrow.
Okay, and then another thing I think is so fascinating about you is that you have no fear as it relates to Travis. Travis said, yeah, you guys grew up together, but hey, you go head to head with this guy, and it's just like you're not fazed.
No, not at all. I mean, me and him both have motocross background, and we both do crazy stuff, especially when we were younger. He still does. I'm more calmed down now, but no, I mean, I've looked up to him forever. So being out, you know, that was my first race ever against Travis in a car, and we won. So I'm stoked on that.
Right on. Well, we will see you tomorrow. Good work out there today, and let's avoid those little, things tomorrow.
We won't touch the way things tomorrow. Thank you.
Guys.
Shake and go with true shake. Shake and go. Grab a true shake and go. When we have to put in the work, but I'm moving slow. Grab a true shake and go. School time and not joke time. Office study hard break. Full time. Grab a true shake and go. When we up in the gym, we have to stay healthy and fit. Grab a true shake and go. Shake and go with True Shake. Packed with 9 grams of protein, 24 key vitamins and minerals to keep you going. Grab a True Shake and go.
Turn your passion into winnings with JustBet. Watch your favorite international leagues and tournaments and get in the game with JustBet. We have the best odds on over 100 sports: football, basketball, boxing, rugby, motorsports, even virtual matches. Register on the JustBet mobile platform, mobile.justbetja.com, or visit one of our over 100 JustBet locations island-wide. What are you waiting for? Get in the game and win big with JustBet.
Fraz, like you said, he's a busy man, piloting the A-Shock Supercar, the A-Shock FC1X. This gentleman is the busiest in the paddock outside of the body man for Olofsson. That's the other one.
They're busy.
Yeah, he's busy. He's a busy man. All right, 10 seconds. We're ready to send it here, Coley. Again, our Supercar Battle Finals here at Lydden Hill. Here we go. Let's throw down NITRO spells. Send it. Let's go. Fraser McConnell. Let's see if he gets the jump. Fraz, doing it for the yard.
Yeah, good start by McConnell on the inside line. Going to make Bolevsky go round the outside. Gives him a little nudge, and that's just enough to run him deep. Bolevsky stays in the gas.
They are banging doors.
Going to try and hold on for the left-hand kick. Bolevsky now's the inside line. Fraser's got to watch out and try and hold on, and he gives up the spot, because that's where Olofsson went off this morning. If you're outside on the left-hand, you've got to be really careful.
All right, so Fraser McConnell backs off just a little bit, lets Bolevsky get out front, but let's see if he can keep pace with him. And we saw that earlier. Remember, he was pacing, and then he got him on that last turn.
So Fraser McConnell, will he go joking immediately? Looking at where he is, I think he will. But yeah, he does. So if he was right behind him, Jared, we mentioned earlier, you can compromise your engine because you have to brake, because they're in your line. He was 3-4 car lengths back, gives him optimum entry into the Joker lap. Nice and late on the brakes, carry the pace in. He looks like he's got a very similar pace to Bolevsky, but Bolevsky is no slouch. Not going to be easy. 2.5 seconds the gap. Keep your eye on that.
Yeah, he is just getting more air in between him and Fraser.
Yeah, 2.8. He's taken 3/10 off him in that sector, so that's gone well for Bolevsky. Might respond immediately. We were saying, weren't we, earlier, 1.6. It was actually Supercar was the one category that it felt slightly different, wasn't it, earlier on? That it was a little bit longer, but
Man, Polevsky is absolutely ripping down the hill. Goes for that Joker lap. Again, this is a 3-lap final. Polevsky, let's see how keeps it clean. Really, you saw that thing just whipping through. Yeah. No problem. Now, Fraser McConnell.
Super tidy from Bolevsky, and McConnell drops back. So let's watch Bolevsky's line in here. Look, he turns it into a point, goes up high and then comes down low. The Audi looks really dialed on the exit of the gravel there, Jared. He's got a lot of lateral grip in the rear and just seems to get on the gas a little bit earlier, carry the speed through that long right-hander. Fraser McConnell's right there with him. McConnell fastest lap, 45.1. Looks so he's 1.199 back, but
not enough.
No, not enough. This is the final lap. Remember, 3 laps of the battles, and if Bolevsky holds on, it's going to see him as the top qualifier in Supercar for tomorrow.
That's right, the TQ, the battle bracket overall winner, as Fraser McConnell. He's going to try to go outside again. Doesn't work out. You saw him kind of using all of that course, but Bolevsky keeps it tight, puts a bow on it. There you go. TQ, the overall Supercar final winner. Mr. Bolevsky gets the win in that Audi, an absolute weapon of a vehicle, just not enough for Fraser McConnell to catch him. They said it was going to be door bang, and they started out really aggressive, but then Fraz has to back off, and there we are seeing Yuri Bolevsky come out on top. Fraser McConnell sitting in second, overall Supercar final. This is how it started. You called it, Coley. Go ahead, call it again.
Yeah, off the start. Look, McConnell does just edge Bolevsky. Comes back at him by the time they get to turn 1. So Bolevsky's late on the brakes here. Goes up high. There's a tiny bit of contact, not a lot, look. This was where Fraz loses out. As they go left kink, he knows he's got to slot back in, and you can see nearly hangs his rear right over the edge of that banking. So side by side, Fraz has the inside line here at the end of Chestnut's Drift. Then the next one is a left-hander, and it's advantage Bolevsky there. Bolevsky with a bit of right lock on, just turning the car into the loose. Watch him flick it back the other way. Good joker by Fraz. Very similar pace between these two. I think the win could go either way tomorrow. Remember, this is just qualifying today for Supercar. This will decide their grid positions for their heat tomorrow. They're going to do a heat, a semi-final, and then into the final tomorrow. See who is on that front row and who can take the win. But today, it is advantage Yuri Bolevsky.
All right, we are getting set as we move on throughout the day. Again, building up the excitement for the entire season. Coley and I, we got some French fries, we got some information. Street Bike Tommy is this gentleman again. He's the man of the people, and you know what? He wants a new look. Tommy, what are you doing, buddy?
Now that I have some time to myself, I'm gonna, get nice and trim like the RX Cartel down here in the pits. They brought their own barber, got a tattoo artist, all of the good things down here. And, the travel day really, I'm looking a little scruffy. Do you think you could line this beard up, get me looking fresh like you guys?
Absolutely, man. What can I do for you? How do you want it?
Well, you see, right now, I'm looking pretty good. I always look pretty good, but, I just got to sharpen these cheekbones. I got nice features, so I got to sharpen these cheekbones up.
The bone structure's gorgeous, man. Yeah. All right, so...
I'm gifted.
Are we going to line up the back of the beard, come underneath, create a bit of a square shape, taper it down a little touch, and do the top?
Well, you're the professional. Let's knock this out. You do what you want to do.
I'm the boss. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's go. All right. So, yeah, I guess now that I'm going to get my beauty on, back to you guys.
Tommy, the beard, that's temporary. I'm thinking tattoos, bro. Like, I know I've been tattooed in just random places, not so much on my body, in locations where I've been tattooed. In the parking lot of in Johannesburg, South Africa, in Poland. And so I know the RX Cartel likes to party. So save me a spot. I'll get one, okay? So, again, Coley, you're going to get one on your tuchus.
Mega.
Or you know what? I think you should.
Mate, the chips are gone
my mate, you're gonna get a chip. Get a chip on your shoulder.
I get a chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, my homie Butsy has one like that.
I could get a haircut, but those guys, that barber shop is 4 miles from my hometown. They're from Hastings, I'm from Bexhill. They're from just along the coast. So yeah, might go visit Goodman's, get a little trim up.
There we go. Get a haircut and a tattoo.
Maybe not yet. We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Oh well. All right. We are about to get set for the semifinals here of our Group E. So, again, Conor Martel penalized. He's out. So now it's Meeke versus Pastrana here on the start grid.
A lot of respect between these two guys. Having a chat yesterday with Travis, we were talking about Colin McRae, who is a hero of both of them, and as well of mine. Travis has some good stories about Colin. Chris would have some of those as well, of course. Colin was Chris's mentor. They're both rally guys through and through. Travis, of course, last year's ARA champion. He's with this, I think he's just taken the lead in the championship again this year with Rhiannon Gelsomino, but it's a tougher year for them. But rally driver versus rally driver, Pastrana with a lot more experience in rallycross.
And here we are, the Group E semifinals. We are seeing a rally champion in Meeke going against our defending Nitro Rallycross champion, the number 199, Travis Pastrana. Again, so the winner of this goes to the finals, and they will be going against either Andreas Backerud or Robin Larsson. One of the RX Cartel drivers will be in the final. Which one of these drivers are they going to go against? Look at the eyes are on the prize, the 30-second card. We'll flip it, get 10 seconds, and our brand new Nitro Light will go ahead and let you know what you got to do, and that's send it.
So Pastrana looks down at the dash. You can see he's loading the car heavily. Checks down again. He's looking at the exact throttle percentage which is displayed on that to try and get away. Releases the handbrake, doesn't flick, looks down, takes another gear. And it's Meeke, though, gets the whole shot. Travis Pastrana going to slot in behind him. They track looking pretty slippery. Pastrana with a bit of understeer in turn one. Looks to the inside line of Chris Meeke, but at the minute it's Chris Meeke with the whole shot.
So we saw Travis Pastrana take a tighter line than he normally does. And look at those rocks. I mean, you see him, it looks like asteroids coming out here for in Star Wars, as Pastrana now looks like he's kind of pedaling through, he's learning some race line as well. Again, Meeke, not a lot of seat time, nor Travis as well. He says, hey, his third lap was his fastest lap.
I was super impressed with Travis this morning, Jared. You know, he literally didn't drive the car until he arrived here on Thursday. He did do the test day. So Gronholm, the guy with the least mileage, I think probably followed by Travis. Meeke using all the track. Travis has gone Joker straight away, and the gap as they cross the start-finish line is 2.3 seconds. So that's what we're looking at.
The strategy here for Pastrana, you can see, again, taking that tighter line. Meeke, he is absolutely going for it. He is just using all of the course. Look at just the car, just barely flirting with that. I mean, a lot of landscaping there on that corner.
Like there is, there's a lot of dirt in the road. Chris Meeke, you know, he's known for this ultra send, but you've got to remember that in recent years he's been working as a test driver for Skoda Motorsport and a lot of other people, and that requires you nailing a very similar drive time after time after time to compare things like settings. So Meeke is ready to do the battle here, drops into the Joker lap now. Chris Meeke going to come through. Pastrana's on the inside line. I think Meeke's got enough time. He moves across him to try and squeeze Travis. Whoa. And he's in the lead, so 0.6 of a second, Jared, but he's got to hold on for a whole lap.
Yeah, we will see. We'll see. Look at Travis already getting to the back because Meeke saw him throw some angle at it. Oh, and Pastrana rotates. Oh, man, TP, you saw kind of go back, kind of flick it out. Maybe that's why he was keeping that straight line. Wasn't really full send into that Talladega turn. Look how much bank is on that turn as we kind of sit and pause and see Travis go the proper direction. So Meeke, it's all him. He will be advancing on. Great job by the Excite My Energy driver.
So Chris Meeke comes down the hill here. Remember, this is his home event. He's only competed once before in the World Rallycross Championship back in France. Actually, might have been European. It's a long time ago, whenever it was. And he's now going into the final battle. So Chris Meeke at home at Lydden Hill is going to go into the final battle against either Andreas Backerud or Robin Larsson. Travis Pastrana be disappointed, little half spin up in Chestnut's Drift, just rotated the car slightly too much. Although Jared, no, I think his steering's gone, Jared, because of the way his hand positioning is on the wheel there. Yeah, I think Travis has got a problem with the steering because you can just see he's moving the hands in a way you wouldn't expect him to. Watch this. I don't think we can. Look.
Just even the 12 o'clock stripe, you could see it's not even straight up.
So Travis has got a problem with his steering, so it's not half spin for Travis. It's a problem there, and he ends up coming in a fair way behind Chris Meeke. It's a shame. Good battle until then. It was close between them in terms of pace.
What's at stake here? Because it's really kind of setting up for tomorrow, but what's really at stake?
Basically, here's to take a look back at the race. It's Meeke on the inside of Pastrana on run to the first corner. What's at stake here, Jared, particularly for Chris, because as we said earlier, without the rallycross experience, he will want whole shot, lead the pack and win. Then he doesn't have to get involved in racecraft. If he's further back in the pack, he's got to do something he's not so familiar with. It will come with time. So
For Meeke, I think already he's had a massive win here because he's going into, he's going to be on pole in one of the two heat races tomorrow. Whoever wins the final battle gets to decide which race they want to go into, because that stops what we saw last year, of course, where Scott Speed ducked out of the final in Minnesota, if you remember, in Minneapolis, because he wanted to go up in what he felt was the weaker semi-final. So whoever wins will get to choose, and then Meeke will be on the front row in one of those two races. Backward and Larsson, neither of those are going to be easy for him to beat.
All right, so you see Meeke go right here, and that's where Travis loops it. And it's all over from there. The checkered flag goes to Meeke.
Well, two of the guys right now, Robin Larsson against Andreas Backward, teammates, of course. So the team orders, if you will, is, guys, be smart. Don't do anything stupid. Don't wreck yourselves, but may the best man win. And I asked Robin Larsson, he said, yeah, that's the orders now, but we're not out there racing.
All right, now here we are. We can see the all RX Cartel semifinal. Andreas Backward, Robin Larsson. Katie's gotten some great insight down there, man. She is, like she said, getting her steps in. 30-second card is up. Who is going against Meeke in the finals? Again, what I was inquiring about, what's at stake here, because this is bracket battles. This is all staging and forging what will be the big 8-car final for tomorrow. That's really what's at stake.
You can go around the outside in turn 1, but it's pretty tough. It's easier to be on the pole and hold that inside line. Is it going to be Backward or Larsson who gets it done off the line? Very even start. Larsson maybe a little bit quicker, but Backward's got the road on the inside. Larsson shuts the door on his teammate. Backwards letting him know he's there, though. They might be teammates, but he hasn't given up any ground there at all.
Well, this is what we saw earlier, between Martel and Pastrana. And like I said, look at how large those rocks are. Larsson really aired out a little bit further than Backward, but Backward, again, with the VSC vehicles, we saw them between Martel and Pastrana. Stay off each other, don't do anything crazy, don't take each other out, because that would really be detrimental to the team.
Certainly would, and they're not going to do anything stupid here. On board, look at the data on the dash here. It's absolutely crazy. You can see the lap time in the middle of the dash there tells Backward what he's on now. Larsson goes joker, so he's tried to dummy Backward into following him in, and Backward hasn't gone. So I think Andreas will wait, Jared, because he may have lost time on the brakes coming down the hill there. So joking for the lead, good move by Larsson. He'll have hoped that Backward had committed to it and might have gone in with him, but he hasn't.
All right, so continuing on. Let's see if Backward can keep it. Look at 1.3 seconds. It's going to be close. This is one of the closest right here where Larsson could get him on this joker lap. Backward can't make any mistakes because Larsson will reap the rewards.
1.2 is not enough, and Larsson was quick this morning. When I last checked the timing, Larsson was quickest from Chris Meeke.
Yep.
So if it ends up being them, I must admit I didn't see the very end of that session. We were doing TV stuff. But Larsson, he's lost 0.1 to Backward. That's not enough. Andreas is going to need to take some risks maybe here, or get the absolute perfect lap if he wants to keep enough of a gap. He's a massive fan favourite, as we know, but Larsson is as well.
Yeah, two very different racing lines there, and the attitudes of the vehicle. Larsson threw it out through that back end, sliding it sideways. Backward kept it straight through that Talladega turn. Now let's see how they handle it coming in. Just a few more turns, and who's coming out on top? Who's going against Meeke in the final?
On board with Andreas Backward as he bangs it down a couple of gears up into the hairpin. Watch now for the paddle on the right-hand side of the wheel. Doesn't need it this time, coming down the hill, going to go joker, so he goes in deep on the brakes. The gap was 1.4, Larsson on the inside line, Backward round the outside now, going to be close between them. Larsson's going to hold on though. Robin Larsson beats his teammate by the tiniest of margins, 0.3 of a second, and it'll be Larsson versus Meeke in the final.
So that was basically 1.69, so 1.69, so he got him just by, one second, one full second, because it was at 1.39, went to +3, so that was some great racing between two teammates. And again, very similar kind of racing lines as well between Larsson and Backward, similar to that of VSC, and that's what I really like about it. Spec class, they're all running the same chassis, same power, all awesome. But Robin Larsson's going to the finals against Chris Meeke. Let's back it up and see what we got here again, Coley. some good racing between these two gentlemen, Backrud and Larsson. Larsson got the jump. Larsson took, look at that, little contact there. We were talking about that.
If it hadn't been his teammate, Backrud would have waited longer on the throttle there into turn one. But as it was his teammate and it was 3/4 of a car, look at the travel, the R53 suspension on these cars soaking up that massive jump. Larsson did this perfect jump in that race, and the car just landed like it was the smallest thing it had ever seen. So I say I can't wait to see what we come up with later this year. Travis keeps threatening to make Sweden ultra mental, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what you see. It's going to be wild. But you know what Travis is like. Yeah, let's hope that we get some serious jumpage later this year. It just swallows the curbs again like it's not there. So the performance in these things is pretty outrageous. This was Backrud's Joker. It was good. Look, it was tidy on the way in. Early on the throttle on the way up, and he'll have been looking across the right-hand side, but just not quite enough to get Larsson.
All right, moving on next. We will be seeing Next Car and a big field here, and also we will be seeing CrossCar. So we got CrossCar final as well as Next Car final. So CrossCar final should be next, and I'm seeing them there in the pre-grid, and we're going to be seeing quite a few vehicles up in the mix. 8 in total is what I'm seeing here on our starting grid. We got Baldens, Osterberg, Eek Merstad, Penttinen, Egonsen, Enholm, 2 Enholms. You got Sebastian Enfrida, and then Huka, the kid. Hashtag Go Nitro. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. All right. Well, we got Go Nitro on the wall and in your hearts, and of course we got Katie. She's got an update on what's going down.
What was that?
Oh,
the second lap?
No, our power steering was out. So.
Yes. So as you just heard, Travis Pastrana saying the power steering was.
Oh, it didn't just go out. No, I hit a wall earlier. Yeah. Hold up. Let me go back to the beginning. But no, I was just trying to drive with no power steering, and somehow we got a flat left rear, and with no power steering, that wasn't going to help. But no, Chris is driving great. I feel bad for the team. I mean, Conor definitely he drove his butt off in that first heat. So it's been a very good or bad, tough learning experience for me, but we still get front row tomorrow starting out. So I feel really good with how we had driven before the qualifying rounds. Definitely, we've had trouble through everything. Just kind of a learning process. First weekend in the electric car. For me, first weekend ever driving an electric machine other than like a K1 go-kart. So they're a lot of fun though. They have a lot of torque. As Gronholm said, he's like, it's really easy just to smoke the tires off. So I feel like Gronholm and I are probably the ones that need the most seat time, and we keep messing ourselves up. So we'll figure it out.
All right, as you heard Travis Pastrana saying, a lot of learning happening here today, and I'd say a roller coaster a little bit too. A little roller coaster.
Yeah, he was on a roller coaster. I didn't even see that back flat, you know. So, all right, the CrossCar finals are here, and like I said, 8 vehicles in total, and we saw just the attitude of these vehicles, the suspension working double time and really absorbing those little jumps. They're throwing them sideways. These things are absolute rippers. The Gixxer powered vehicles, and we'll get again a 8 CrossCar field on start grid. So we had some vehicles go to the LCQ, but early on we saw Baldens, you know, got into that tussle earlier today. I can't remember who it was. Who was it exactly? That
I can't remember. I know he was cross about it. I remember that. So
yeah, I remember he pushed him up on Talladega when they finished. We saw the checkered flag, but he went up into his wheels and kind of gave him a little door grind there. So Baldens on the front line.
Osterberg on pole. Then it's Merstad on the outside. Passy Penttinen just pulling onto the grid now, Jared. Got close there as well. There's not a lot between you. A good start here can see you jump a row. There isn't time to shut the door if they get a really great start. That's Riku Huka.
Yeah, and he's going to be in that.
There it is.
Life's too short to drive boring cars.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you tried a cross car?
I have not. I don't know if
would you like to? No, I think you would. I mean, I can fit.
Yeah.
What's your inside leg?
What?
Personal question.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Well, yeah, you're
sir.
a little bit taller than me, but I reckon we can fit you in.
Well, just
Tommy wants to drive one.
I know, Tommy.
We're going to keep working on that. Tommy, I promise you'll get you a drive somehow, mate.
Tommy's eating French fries, getting haircuts, and driving cross cars.
He actually drove a cross car. Yeah, he didn't. Anyway, here we go. I think we're about to get racing, are we? We're going to get
30-second card is up. This should be exciting. This is our first full grid event because we've had bracket battles. We've had battles. We've had, you know, Group E. We've seen Next cars, and now we are seeing our cross car 8-car final. Who's coming out on top? That front row is stacked.
So Osterberg inside, then it's Bowdens, row 2, Penton and Eek Merstad, then it's Eganson and Enholm, Hukar and Enholm at the back. But watch for Bowdens and Osterberg on the front row, wheelie on the back row, absolutely brilliant. That was Riku Hukar off the line, whole shot though for Bowdens, going to be contact in the background, surely. Oh, through the lot, Passy Penton and goes for about 3 rows up, ends up high on the lock stops on the dirt on the outside line. It's Eek Merstad, though, has gone up the inside of Bowdens into turn 2. So Thomas Eek Merstad, who leads the RallyX series at the minute, leads this final. Behind him, Ronald Bowdens and then Passy Pentonen.
All right, Eek Merstad out front, as you said. Ronald Bowdens then in second. And Penton had a great line. You know, you saw that wide line and it just dove in. I think went up 2 positions.
Yeah.
It was really, really well done. Eek Merstad, look at Bowdens. He's getting a little loose there, looking looser than he was on his first heat.
Ronald Bowdens back on the pacing CrossCar. We've seen him struggling a little bit since he's changed to this new chassis. He's absolutely there now, the Latvian. Great fun, always delivering bottles of the Black Balsam, which went down below the after parties last year.
Yeah.
But go on, Ronald, get stuck in. Merstad, though, say he's having a great season. Look how physical these things are to drive, Jared. They don't have a differential, so to make it turn in, you have to drift it. You have to back it in, you've got to get on the gas. They must be driven from the rear wheels. Crossed up over the jump. Eek Merstad's on a big push.
Yeah, you've seen Eek Merstad really work that wheel. Absolutely looking excited here. And you see, oh, look at that. We got to fight for position here in 3.
Yeah, mistake from Passy Penton and off the jump, landing behind our ladder there. Osterberg coming up through. So Osterberg's making the pass into the hairpin. He's on the inside line now. Penton and might try and respond, come to the inside on the way back down the hill, but Osterberg's got him, and that's all from a bad landing, Jared, and getting crossed up on the brakes into Devil's Elbow.
Yep, Penton keeps on moving on through that Joker lap. Who is that?
Bowdens has gone Joker. Bowdens going to try and come back out in front if he can of Osterberg. Osterberg, though, gets inside him as they merge. Osterberg, of course, hasn't been into the Joker yet, so Bowdens, the top driver of those who have Joker, he's now stuck in behind Osterberg. Lap 3 of 6, remember 6 laps leads everybody from P3 backwards has jokered.
Yeah, so this, and I think that's going to play a role too here with 6 laps. This is the most laps that these cross cars have seen. So Eek Merstad out front, Osterberg sitting there in second, but Bowdens right behind him, trying to go for that pass, and when are they going to take it?
Bowdens has been cost time here, Jared. I think the tactic was to come out in front of Osterberg. Eek Merstad, to be fair, and edged him a little bit anyway. Oh, Eek Merstad crossed up on the brakes at the bottom of the hill. Thought he was going to go standard lap. Backs it in, smokes the tyres through the Joker. Huge push from him. Going to come out way in the lead. That's a brilliant bit of car control.
That was really, really well done. The fastest Eek Merstad carried so much speed through that chicane. And that whole Joker lap, really well done.
It was the entry at the bottom of the hill was just absolutely insane. It really was. Love that. So continuing to lead, Eek Merstad out front. Doing a great job here. Osterberg still hasn't Joker. We're having a bit of a movement up here.
As the cross car goes upside down, let's take a look.
So we got a roll down at Devil's Elbow. We're on that 4 or 6, I think, after red flag. It looks like it was Bowdens. So Bowdens has gone over just as we were sorting out a problem in the comms box. Bowdens has gone over. There's a bit of smoke coming from Bowdens' car as well from the commentary position. We can see that. I suspect there's going to be a red flag here. Definitely away. Yeah, red flag. Red flag.
Wow, let's back that up. Let's see where it went south. Ended up on the roof. Enholm, Osterberg. And yeah, so Enholm, and there's Bowdens. Yeah, he's got a little heat in there. All right, so the red flag. So Bowdens is outside of it, so that's good, and he is okay, which is great. So a little bit of fire, but yeah. Very, very interesting turn of events here, and CrossCar making it exciting. And join us up here in the booth. We'd love to be down on the ground, but Conor Martel joining us, man. And first off, how fun and crazy are these cars?
Yeah,
they're bonkers.
Yeah, they're insane. I mean, I think doing a launch with 6 cars is going to be absolutely insane, especially into this Talladega turn, because you're hauling the mail into there. And I mean, me and Travis, I had a really good start, and it was so wet, like it looked super wet, and when I braked, it stopped. So it's very it's hard to tell because when you come in, it's pavement and concrete, but they only watered on the outside. but it looks wet on the inside. So he was able to go right around me, and I was hoping I could keep it under, but you just slide way up. So no, it was rad. I mean, these cars are insane. This jump, you don't even feel it. You don't even know you left the ground.
It looks, you just squash it. It looks easy, doesn't it? I'm looking forward to seeing some wilder stuff later on this year with them, but it's still great to see a big jump here at Lydden Hill.
Oh my God, yeah. I think I was talking with some of the fans earlier, and they said they think it really made the track a little bit more exciting, and they love it. So hopefully it stays.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers
exactly.
crossed. Yeah, most definitely. And what are your expectations for the season, man? Just everything that's going down.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of already did my first goal of beating Travis in a race, but unfortunately we got the penalty for hitting the foam block over there. So it was a 3-second penalty, so they gave him the win. But we're here to do the best we can for Vermont Sports Car, and I'm obviously here to win a championship. So as long as I'm on the podium, I'm happy.
All right, well, there you go. Stick around, don't go anywhere. Conor Martel, but we're going to see what's going down in the pits with Katie. Katie?
Well, another set of teammates with Andreas Backerud against Robin Larsson, and in fact, Robin took the win. What was what did you have on Andreas at that point?
Not like much. I had a good start. Then we said, me and my spotter, let's just try something to mess it up, and we took the Joker on the first lap in the lead. So it's hard on that braking points, and if you always want to go for the Joker as fast as possible, and if you can't go for the Joker, you're gonna mess up the right-hander. So that was just something to try. We will see how we will do against Meeke now, but it's really fun to be in the final.
Yeah, I'd say it's fun to be in the final. That's got to be building some confidence. Now, what do you know about Chris Meeke, huh?
Not much from Rallycross, but I've seen him from rally. It's like, a little bit like me in Rallycross. It's flat out or, nothing. So he's a rally legend, so it's really fun to have him here and racing.
All right, well, the good news is Robin Larsson said fun quite a few times here during that interview, so hopefully he also has some fun out there in the final. Best of luck.
So getting the final bits of prep done down at the RX Cartel. There is quite the clear-up going up on track. There it is. So that's the fire brigade there. The remainder of the cross cars stacked up down on the outside of the entrance to Devil's Elbow. I do feel sorry for Ronald Spalding. So, like, he was absolutely having it. He really was. It's the first time we've seen him really on it in the Speed Car Wonder. Of course, Spalding did a couple of Supercar races last year. I don't know, did you end up again? No, you didn't do Supercar last year, did you? Oh, let me turn you on. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
I didn't do any Supercar last year, but I've seen him around. He's a good driver.
Yeah, man. And what do you think of CrossCar?
They're insane. I've driven a Sierra car, which is like the U.S. version, but they sound way better here. I can tell you that.
Yeah, it's good fun. We're trying to get Tommy out in one. Street Bike Tommy. What do you think?
I mean,
does
the insurance cover that?
I doubt it. We don't worry about insurance.
No.
You ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Exactly.
You know, I've discovered that's the Nitro way, isn't it? I think.
Tommy could probably kill it, to be honest.
Yeah, it'd be good.
He's got no off, so.
No. It'd be good.
We need to get him and Travis out there in cross carts. That would be a good little battle.
That'd be good. Yeah, just overall, man, just watching FC1X and you know, I think that was the big concern is how are they going to handle taking a hit and taking a blow, and you know, and then I don't know if you heard us talk in the box, you're kind of focused on racing, but I don't think anybody's going to say like, all right, cool, let's test out the collision. So let's go right out of the gate, the first battle, you saw some contact.
Yeah, you can't really test that, which is unfortunate, but it looked like they both finished the race, which is amazing. That was Oliver Bennett, and who was the other guy?
It was
he was
Bennett.
racing.
And just right out of the gates, it was Bennett and Meeke. Yeah, Bennett and Meeke, they were the first battle, and they got into it right out of the gate.
Okay, yeah.
Talking to Bennett and Meeke, just quickly, we've got a My Energy Pass of the Day because they got quite a lot to do with that team. So this is our My Energy Pass of the Day. Let's take a look.
All right, which one was it? Coming out on top. Oh, Backerud. Larsson and Backerud, so all RX Cartel, and this is where I believe right here towards the end, Larsson gets him just by 0.3 seconds. He had, again, that 1.3 second lead, Backerud, but the Joker lap coming into play here. So Backerud hits that Joker lap, and Larsson just catches him, comes out clean. Look at that, center of the line, goes over the rumbles, once, twice, 3 times a winner. Well done there by Robin Larsson. There it is, My Energy Pass of the Day. What do you think of that pass, and what do you think of the strategy there?
the Joker's actually, it's a pretty big gap and it's tight. And if you, you know, in the driver's meeting, they were like, if you touch that, it's a 5-second penalty, I'm pretty sure. So you're really cautious through there. I think drivers could be a lot quicker, but you have to be careful because if you hit it, you're not going to win.
Yeah, and like you said, you hit that block, that's why you're standing up here.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And these rumble strips are so cool. They look awesome on the TV, but when you're in the car, it really moves the car. And we have awesome photos of us on 2 wheels coming out of it.
Yeah.
So Robin, you know, you got to use the whole track, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, those rumble strips are huge.
Massive.
I mean, over the years, I'm sure, Cole, you've seen some gnarly things on those rumbles.
Don't get close to the left one. That's all I'm going to say.
Really?
There's footage of some people having some pretty enormous shunts. The left one is like a wall, and you cannot. Well, you'll know that you can't hit it. But the right one, you can run the car the whole way over. But the sensation coming through there is So it's there we go. That's where's that? Is that the? Is that the one on the?
Yeah, that's one right here, right in front of us, right here in front of the commentary box.
In fact, that's lower than it used to be, so you can hit that a bit more now. There was one that was there that was a bit more, livid than that. But look at the angle of the curve that's directly in the middle at the bottom there, and it just gives you an idea. It's a big old thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. And if you get too high up on it, it actually pushes you really wide. And you can see on that first one, the end of it is high.
It's and it's like 5th, 6th gear as well. It is super committed.
Yeah.
So something else which is super committed, of course, is our A-Shock Big Air moment. So we've got one of those for you as well. Let's take a look and see who's got the A-Shock Big Air moment. Shared, apparently. How nice.
Hardware and supplies is the king of tiles. You what? Yes, we have the widest variety of tiles in Jamaica. Porcelain, ceramic, outdoor, wall, and all types of flooring for your home. Glossy finishes, unique designs, and continuous new arrivals. Best quality tiles at the lowest prices island-wide. Tools is the king of tiles. Yeah.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools! The Lion King of Hardware.
The all-electric FIA e-Touring Car World Cup is back with a thrilling new tournament format, featuring a series of short, sharp on-track battles in which drivers bank points and build towards the super final. 2 identical competing groups battle it out, starting with 2 back-to-back qualifying sessions, separating 6 drivers into quarter-finals and progressing to semi-finals to decide who will take home the title during the super final. The most powerful touring cars ever built will unleash their super boosts to crown one king of the weekend.
És akkor következzen a Promoter Cup szereplői hirdetése. So now it's time for the trophy presentation for the best drivers of the Promoters Cup. A harmadik helyen, third place, Theo Calvé. A második helyen, second place, Jake Janssen. És a Promoters Hungaroring tudomának győztese, Shane Brereton. És akkor jöhet az első hirdetés.
Adrian Tombe, it's Neil here in commentary. Congratulations, that was a good lap. If you can hear me and press the TV speak button, let us know how the lap was for you. Sorry, Adrian, we can't hear you. I'm just checking if you're pressing the button.
Hi Neil, I think you are speaking to me. Don't know if you hear me, but yeah, only the first attempt. So the strategy was to have a clean, the grip low, hitting the car in, you know, the.
Thank you, Adrian. Sorry.
Nail it better.
Okay, thank you very much. Xavi, it's good to speak to you again. We spoke earlier a lot. Tell us how impressed you are there with Adrian Tombe. When he was speaking on the radio, he talked about the strategy to get a banker lap in, I think is what he was saying.
Yeah, he wanted definitely to put a decent lap in his account. But anyway, he was complaining it was very difficult out there. Grip was low and little mistakes here and there. So it's a bigger challenge now to set a lap than in the morning. And Bruno was mega quick, so they were at the same 10th on all 3 sectors.
Yeah, it's great to see how close that is, and it's going to be superb when they're actually racing against each other because it's so tight. They're going to be door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel. Does that make, as a team boss, does that make you happy, or would you rather they were separated by more time?
No, I say I'm sure the races battles will be absolutely different. There will be more action. And the result is widely open, I'm honest. Yeah.
And we understand that the teams, this will be a much more level playing field here this weekend compared to Pau in France, because you didn't have data for Pau in France, you raced here last year, and you've tested here. So tell us a bit more about how everyone's game has moved up.
Yeah, here in the first sessions in Pau, the difference were bigger, I would say, by some reason. Because maybe our young ones were lately there with their Formula 3s. Maybe that was the reason. But here, everybody is racing the game earlier in the weekend. So that's why I expect these semi-finals in the afternoon to be really exciting.
Thank you very much, Xavi Serra. I'll let you concentrate as we... having to wash as wide out as possible into turn 1. And then out to the outsides to be able to take a good line through turn 2, but choosing to stay far, far away from the curb. No risk to damage the tires or the suspension. Really a very safe lap on the curbs there, because you can go onto the AstroTurf. There are several places on this track where the track limits are an issue, but you can go quite far over that curb, a big chunk of curb inside and outside of that. And you can hear he's really struggling to find exactly the biting point to get round that corner. And this circuit, which is undulating, they call this that chicane, just about manages to get the car turned right to get left in again. The rear-wheel drive allowing you to throw the car sideways a little bit, tiny amount of drift, but they're a big car with a lot of power. Remember, it's all electric, 500 kilowatts. So as soon as you put the gas down, there's no way of judging, you just all acceleration, and here we go. Very undulating. They call the Hungaroring Monaco without the walls because it's so twisty, up and down. But of course, there's plenty of runoff, so a brave driver can take lots of risks. And here we go, back into the final sector of the circuit. Up the hill, that's the entry to the pit lane, so we're coming into turn 14. It's a long, long, long right-hander. The tires are screaming out wide, straighten the car up, and as much power as possible to cross the start-finish line to take the checkered flag, and that's how you do it. And as by his own words, that was a safety banker lap there from Adrian Tombe. Very impressive. But the key thing is, now they've got a banker in, who's going to push harder in Quali 2 for Paul Furious? Now, the pool fast happened earlier today, and of course, just to refresh your memory, there are 6 cars. The reason that the pool of 12 drivers are divided into 2 pools is because they share the cars. So when we're in the hot zone here, we can see the drivers that are sharing the car watching the action and hoping that the car comes home safely. So that's Tom Blomqvist on the right, Jordi Genet, Adrian Tombe and Matthias Ekström on the left. And of course, EKS are the team that prep the Cupra Racing e-racer this year, a change from last year. So he's sort of team boss and driver. And Matthias Ekström coming into this weekend leads the driver's standings. And in fact, Adrian Tombe was the star rookie at home in France last time. Very, very impressive on his debut. That's Bruno Spengler talking through some data for the Romeo Ferraris team. But he did very well, keeping Adrian Tombe very honest. So, this is the midpoint in qualifying Furious. Let's have a recap of what happened earlier in qualifying Fast. Here's the drivers. Did you get Maxime? So bright and early this morning, it was Kevin Chekon who was first to throw his Hyundai Veloster NETCR into the Hungaroring for his flying lap. That was a big lock-up for the Romeo Ferraris of Maxime Martin. Too fast into the corner, but loses a little bit of time. Looking ominously good, making no mistakes. Matthias Ekström looked a bit tidy. Mikel Ascona, who was king of the weekend here last year, was impressive on his flying lap. Jordi Genet had run wide into the runoff area, and here he is trying to make up for that lost time. You can see he's pushing hard. So Kevin Chekon was the first to cross the line. He went quickest, of course. Maxime Martin crossed the line second and couldn't go any quicker after his mistake. Matthias Ekström comes to take his time, and he went quickest, went right to the top of the timing screens. Could his former teammate and rival, Mikel Ascona, pip him to pole position going into Quali 2? Mikel Ascona only managed second quickest, more than a tenth down. So, fresh off the back of that, qualifying 2, here we are on board with Kevin Chekon. Just to give you an example of how fast these cars tackle the asphalt, and sometimes too fast into corners. Giovanni Venturini, a lock-up, rubbing off a lot of rubber on the front left tyre. Now, an unusual small mistake here from Matthias Ekström. A little bit wide on a push lap. You can see him looking down at the data on his screen, on his dashboard, on the steering wheel. And Matthias Ekström still looking strong despite a slight mistake. Could he make it 2 quickest times in 2 qualifying sessions? Taking a lot of curb. Comes round turn 14. And crosses the line. Goes quickest again. And now we have Maxime Martin. Maxime Martin, followed by Kevin Chekon. And with a brilliant Sector 3, Kevin Chacon goes quickest. Great drive from Kevin Chacon. Can anyone go any quicker? Can Giovanni Venturini go quicker than Chacon? No, he goes P2, dropping Maxime Martin down to P3. A big slide there for Mikel Ascona. So Mikel Ascona goes up into P2, dropping Giovanni Venturini down to P3. And Matthias Ekstrom, with 2 green and 1 purple sector, goes P1 again, quickest. And there we go, Matthias Ekstrom did win qualifying 1 and 2, qualifying for fast. Ascona Chacon go into quarterfinal 1. The bottom half of the draw go into quarterfinal 2. So, the beautiful scenes here in Hungary, the classic water park, the just outside the aqua park, just up on the hill. The crowds at great to see so many fans here today, filling up the grandstands to watch a massive amount of racing this weekend. But a lot of those fans would have been here last year to see these cars in their former incarnation of pure ETCR. So the preparations are ongoing to get these cars ready to go back out again, to see who will get pole position for quarterfinal 1 and who will be in quarterfinal 1, the 3 cars that go through to quarterfinal 1, and who will go into quarterfinal 2. Now remember, they will all get points and they all work towards the superfinals tomorrow. Jean-Carl Vernet there, who will be looking at what he can do to improve his times in qualifying 2. Let's see if we can have a word here in the hot zone with Maxime Martin. Maxime, good to see you here in the hot zone. Tell us just how tricky that first session of qualifying was this morning in the sort of cool conditions, but it seemed to evolve quite quickly.
Yeah, actually it was quite tough, especially Q1 for me, where I had a massive lockup in turn 1, which made the whole qualifying a bit compromised. But yeah, at the end it's, you know, when you have only 1 lap and with these cars, the power we're running, the track limits and everything, it's for sure it's a big challenge.
And just for the people who may be watching this for the first time, give us a sense of 500 kilowatts. When you put your foot down and you start your flying lap, what does that feel like? What's the power like compared to anything else you've driven?
Yeah, it's a lot of power. I mean, it's around 700 horsepower, so it's I mean most of the cars we're running at the end, even in GT or anything. It's so. When you go down and you're coming to the first braking zone, it's always like a special moment, and it goes very fast. So yeah, it's quite special, and the power, like you say, is very impressive.
And tell us a little bit about this Hungaroring circuit.
Yeah, it's a very technical track with some high-speed corners and very low-speed corners. So it's a combination of a lot of changing direction, where I think the car has to be quite settled, and yeah, with the heat we have and the tires we're running and everything, it makes it challenging because the track conditions are changing a lot. So, but it's a very interesting track.
A very interesting track, and these cars. So there's the 2 Hyundai Veloster NETCRs, the 2 Hyundai Veloster NETCRs there, ready to go out for their second qualifying attack. Alongside them, the Romeo Ferraris, Giulia ETCRs. So you can see there's a lot going on. Get the driver set up in the car, get the battery pack cooled. So of course these cars, let's talk a little bit about the cars. The battery pack is provided by Williams Advanced Engineering. So the battery and the powertrain is all common across the car. So Magalek propulsion, do the gearbox, the motor and the inverters. But the chassis are all based on the road cars. So there's a lot that's common across the cars, but there's a lot that they bring each individual manufacturer and team to their own specific, unique cars. And all the cars run on a single make Goodyear all-weather tire. So there's no, the only tire game at play here is really about the pressures that you choose to take risks with tire pressure, because basically everyone is on the same tire and everyone has to learn the limits of this very good, very hard-working, hard-wearing Goodyear tire. So the tires are the only contact point, of course, between that big beast and the wheel and the tarmac. And when it delivers its 960 Newton meters of torque, 12,000 revs per minute, 500 kilowatts, it's very, very crucial that the tires do their job. Now, we're going to see the top 6 from qualifying 1 in Pool Furious tackle the track in reverse order. So Tom Blomqvist takes his position at the head of the queue. He will have Jean-Carl Vernet behind him. Then you can see the queue building up. Luca Filippi, Norbert Michelitz, Bruno Spengler, and then right there at the back, Adrien Tambay. So the honor of going quickest in Q1 means you go last in Q2. In a way, it's to make it fair for everybody, so that the people that were slowest in Q1 have a clean road ahead of them to try and make amends. Crucial, this last session of qualifying, because straight from this they go to quarterfinals, and this decides the grid for the quarterfinals. Here we go. In a couple of seconds that light will go green, and Tom Blomqvist, there we go. Tom Blomqvist slowly creeps out of the pit lane. Of course, he does not want to get any wheel spin, do any damage to those tires. And he's got to be careful as well on the way out, because he needs to get those tires in the right window. So how much does he warm them? We'll watch to see if he does any weaving. Round turn 1. Jean-Carl Vernet has some ground to make up after qualifying 1. He is weaving, so he needs to get some heat into those tires. Jean-Carl Vernet, of course, the 2020 WTCR trophy winner, used to race in Indy Lights in America, the 2017 TCR international champion. Here's Luca Filippi, who's got an incredible CV of racing. Formula 3000, Honda F1, GP2, IndyCar, and of course Formula E, and was one of our impressive field in Pure TCR, the earlier incarnation of this last year. Staying with the Romeo Ferraris stable for 2022. There's Luca Filippi. And here's the man the crowds have come to see, Norby Michelitz. He's been a Hyundai factory driver since 2018. Such an impressive driver. 2009, the Seat Leon Euro Cup winner. 2-time WTCC Independence Trophy champion, and then 2019, the World Touring Car Cup winner. And here's Bruno Spengler, the French-Canadian driver. 15 seasons of DTM, the 2012 DTM champion, 2-time DTM runner-up, and the 24 Hours of Daytona runner-up. Bruno Spengler working the steering wheel to get some heat into those Goodyear tires before he does his single lap time attack shootout to try and get himself on the front row, if not pole, for the quarterfinals here for FIA ETCR. So here we go. The first cars across the line. First flying lap has begun for Tom Blomqvist. Now remember, he was quickest in free practice yesterday, so maybe the first lap for him was a banker lap, and this is the one where he's going to push the limits. Right behind him, Jean-Carl Vernet. Neither of the cars locking up into turn 1, which is a good sign that the tires are going to go to a little bit of a wobble on the exit of turn 1 there for Jean-Carl Vernet. And then down into this left-hander. So 10-second gaps between them, but that looks a lot closer. Jean-Carl Vernet right up behind Tom Blomqvist. grinding over the curbs. On board with Jean-Carl, eyes wide open, fully focused, bouncing that Hyundai Veloster NE2CR over the curbs, maybe losing a little bit of control, but you can tell how much he's pushing to try and get a good lap type in to get himself into the first of the quarterfinals. But at the moment, Tom Blomqvist has the quickest Sector 1. What can Luca Filippi do in Sector 1? Luca Filippi about to break the timing beam to complete the first sector. Will he be purple or green? Goes purple. Luca Filippi is quickest so far. A very impressive first third of the lap there from the Italian driver in the Italian car. Can he keep it up and put 3 purple sectors together? Jean-Carl Vernet's gone purple in Sector 2. So Jean-Carl Vernet is currently quicker than Tom Blomqvist. Norbert Michelitz has set a 40.068 in Sector 1, so he's currently slower than the 3 ahead of him. Tom Blomqvist comes across, takes the checkered flag, and sets a 154.976, nearly a second slower than Matthias Ekstrom's time from earlier. Jean-Carl Vernet is 0.03 of a second slower than Tom Blomqvist, so Blomqvist still quickest at the moment. What can Luca Filippi do? Can Luca Filippi go quicker? Here we go. The drone shot. Tracking around. Here we go. Final corner, turn 14. Slingshot out of that to start and finish the lap. And Luca Filippi is not happy. Looks like he must have made a mistake. He has got cars. So very unhappy Luca Filippi there. Meanwhile, Adrian Tombe is setting the timing screens alight with 2 purple sectors. What about Norbert Michelitz as he passes the grandstands cheering him on? Norby goes 3rd, quickest so far, so at the moment he would be in quarterfinal 1, but I have a feeling he might be displaced very soon by either Bruno Spengler or Adrian Tombe. What can Bruno do? Can Bruno go quicker than Norby? Bruno does go quicker than Norby, so Bruno puts himself into quarterfinal 1. But he doesn't, he gets dropped too. So Adrian Tombe goes top of the timing screens, and it's a Cupra 1-2 with Jean-Carl Vernet making it through in 3rd. So we need to work out the combined times, but in qualifying 2, that's a very good session for Adrian Tombe and for Cupra. There's Matthias Ekstrom checking the times on his phone, I'm sure. Adrian Tombe was so impressive in Pau in France when he was racing at home. He's not at home here, but he's making himself at home. Adrian Tombe, let's see if we can speak to him again. Adrian Tombe, this is Neil in commentary. If you can press the TV button and talk to me again, that looked like a very good lap.
Well, Neil, that was actually not a perfect lap, but at least I gave my heart. Few mistakes here and there, and when I said it's difficult to nail it, sometimes it's actually better to push and over a little and survive, and this is what happened. So yeah, today it's going to be another job to do in the race. Temperature is very high and the challenge will be very high to keep those guys behind. First part of the job is done thanks to the team at Cupra. Everybody is doing a great job and the car was fantastic.
Thank you very much, Adrian, and congratulations to you. A very impressive qualifying session. So, of course, don't forget, Adrian Tombe there is driving the same Cupra E-Racer that Matthias Ekstrom used to get pole position earlier in qualifying 1 for Team Fast. He brings the car back round to the pit lane. Let's have a look. So that's the qualifying 2 is Tombe quickest, Blomqvist 2nd, Vernet 3rd, Spengler 4th, Michelitz 5th, and Luca Filippi in 6th. Let's see how that combines with qualifying 1 to decide what happens next. Who goes through in the top 3 and who does not. Crucial all the way through the weekend. So that's still qualifying 2, so it's the same So the qualifying 2 combined, Adrian Tombe goes through to take pole position in quarterfinal 1. Spengler, Blomqvist join him in quarterfinal 1. Jean-Carl Vernet, Norbert Michelitz and Luca Filippi will go through to quarterfinal 2. Confirmation there of what we just saw, but interesting that the times were slower than qualifying 1 earlier today. It must be because of the temperature of the track. Now back here in the hot zone, so that's the lineup of the grid for the quarterfinals, which are coming up later at 14:50 local time for Team Fast on the and 17:40 for these guys for their quarterfinals. This is the first time we'll see the cars racing door to door, launching out of the start gates. Okay, so we have. I was just about to try and grab Stefan Henrik for an interview, but he's just left the hot zone. So maybe we'll speak to Xavi Serra again. Xavi, it seems like I'm talking to you a lot today, or maybe I'll speak. Maybe Jordi. Is it okay if I speak to Jordi? Jordi Genet, would you mind putting on the headphones? So it'd be good to get. Jordi, it'll be good to get an insight from you on how this track is developing, what these cars are like on this track, and just how impressive your car is on this circuit.
Well, it was very difficult because the track changed a lot. Although it's some hot asphalt, it was not easy to bring the tires to the right temperature to start the lap. So it was not easy. And then on the second attempt in my group, the temperature really changed a little bit, and that made it a bit more difficult. So all in all, it's a challenge because we have to adapt constantly to any moment because the conditions are changing constantly.
And from your perspective, what can you learn? Because the way that this format works is you're in the hot zone watching what's going on. Of course, the team has plenty of data. You can watch the tapes. But just watching it live, how crucial is that to see what's happening in the car?
Well, by watching it live, it would be good to be on the second in full furious because you can see a lot of things. You can see where the drivers make mistakes, which is where we made them on the first lap, and also get a bit of data from them. So yeah, it's always better to learn from here, and we try to give them the information anyway as much as we can.
And Jordi, if you don't mind, just talk us through this lap on board with Tom here.
Well, Tom had some issues on the first lap, so he was full attack on the second one. And now you can see that he used the track much better. He was changing direction better. He didn't miss any apex, whether in the first attempt he missed some apex in corner 1, and I think it was in corner 4. So now everything is a little bit more clean. He managed to put some more pressure into the car, brake really deep. And as you can see, he's really doing a clean lap. That is why he paid such a good lap time.
And because you raced here last year, how much do you think the newer drivers, the rookie drivers like Tom, have had a bigger learning curve to get used to this track?
Well, for sure they have to get used to the car and the track, but they all race here sometimes in single-seaters or GTs, so most of them also know the track. Not as fresh as I do, but anyway, we have the experience from the previous year. All the videos are sent by email in their computer, so they can also read and get all the information and reference points. So when they get into the racetrack, they are really boom and straight away after 5 minutes on the pace.
Thank you very much, Jordi. Gracias. And we look forward to watching you racing in your quarterfinal later for Pool Fast. Thank you. So that you can see the cars there. They're charging up in the energy station, which is the recharging process. They charge 0 to 90% in about 75 minutes. And H2 green hydrogen is how they're charged. The only byproduct of the charging process is pure water. So sustainability, a huge part of the mission of FIA ETCR alongside amazing racing. So we've had 4 sessions of qualifying so far today, and the action's going to continue coming thick and fast. Later on, we've got the 2 sets of quarterfinals. Pool Fast will come at 14:50, and quarterfinals for the Furious at 17:40, and then later, the first of the semi-finals. So there's plenty of racing for you to watch on FIA ETCR during the course of today. Thank you very much for joining. Make sure you join us on our socials and say hello. Tell us who you're supporting. But for now, we will say a goodbye and join us later to see these guys for the first time this weekend racing head-to-head on track at the Hungaroring.
They are predators in search of an elusive premiership title for 3 seasons now. Their talisman is missing.
Shoots, what a finish!
The Stars of the East are relentless.
Goes for goal, Reed.
And with Murray and Trayvon Reed mounting the attack, anything is possible when they shoot for the Stars. But the depth of the jungle is venom. Is dangerous.
No, it's Deacon. It's Kamari Deacon.
The first leg of the Jamaica Premier League Championship quarterfinal begins with Harborview versus Arnett Gardens, Monday, June 20, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. ECT on SportsMax 2 and Scene TV.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the action here once again at the Hungaroring in Budapest. It is a fabulous, fabulous location, and we've already had a good start to the day in FP1 here in the FIA World Touring Car Cup. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Richard Coleman. Down in pit lane is Alex Legui, and it's going to be an interesting second free practice session of the day as we lead up towards qualifying. Definitely going to be plenty of entertainment. The stands are filling up as those who wanted a little bit of a lion this morning have now decided, right, we want some touring car action, so we're going to head trackside, and the stands really are getting busy on this Super Racing Festival. This was the car that was fastest in FP1 this morning, Ted Bjork in the Lincoln Co, Richard, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one for the second session. Can they maintain their pace?
Certainly is, Jake. It's a very, very challenging racetrack for a touring car around here, and tyre management being key. As you said, Ted Bjork putting his Lincoln Co quickest in first practice this morning. But as we were saying, the tyre game this weekend makes it very difficult to sort of really read into people's pace. And a lot of drivers were sort of chasing the balance of the car, but knowing that when they have new tyres on for qualifying, they will be going a lot faster indeed. And yeah, very, very popular touring car racing in this part of the world. And of course we have a Hungarian team here, and Alex Legui is down in the pit lane with those guys right now.
Hello everybody, everything is hotting up down here. The cars are ready to head out. The fans, actually they're starting again. The minute Norby makes a step anywhere, the drums start going, the horns start going, and the atmosphere just starts tingling. It's really hot down here. Track temperature is now 49 degrees. So when we talk about the effects on the tyres, I think that might make a difference. Other than that, I will once again be getting behind the scenes and finding out a little bit more about what makes Zengo tick. Have a good one.
Thanks, Alex, and you make a very strong point there, because this morning for free practice 1, the track temperature was about 30 to 34 degrees Celsius. It's now 49, so the data from this morning is usable, but it's definitely going to be different this afternoon.
It is, and it's really important to bear that in mind around here. One thing is that the temperature spread. It gets very, very hot in this part of the world, you know, continental Europe in the summer months. But also this circuit is it's in a bit of a dust bowl, really, a very natural bowl, and very, very dusty offline. And it's one of those things, the driver might complain of a certain characteristic in the car, but actually the weather conditions and the circuit conditions bring the car towards them. Very easy to chase your tail in setting the car up. Very tricky circuit to get right.
The fans in the stands are making some noise as the FIA WTCR cars make their way onto the circuit for the second time today. Free practice 2 extended from half an hour to 45 minutes due to give the teams a little bit more time on this compound of good years. And out onto the circuit with the man who's competing in his 483,000th touring car race. It is Ivan Muller. He really has been there almost since year dot, it feels like, in touring car terms. I can remember watching him as a 12-year-old in the British touring cars back in 1998, and he hasn't lost an ounce of speed since then. It really is extraordinary just how prolific Ivan Muller has been in the last 25 seasons of touring car racing.
Yeah, not is it just his individual results, but he's such a huge presence within the team, so much experience. Of course, he's almost got a father-son relationship with his nephew, who, of course, is the reigning world champion in the sister car. And, yeah, it's just all that experience, all that know-how, and just a bit of presence within the team that drives that squad forward. So, Ivan proves himself to be a real asset.
Well, last year was the year that Gabriele Tarquini finally decided to call it a day. I don't actually think Ivan Muller is ever going to be ready to call it a day in quite the same fashion. He just, every time he decides, right, I've done enough for this year, I've had enough, I'm going to walk away, I'm going to spend some time. No, within about 3 or 4 months, another deal, another opportunity comes up, and he goes, yeah, go on then, I love it, I can't get away from it. On board with Norby. This is the man that the fans have come to see. And obviously, with him being the biggest name in Hungarian motorsport history, it is wonderful to see the fans out here for him. And you can see the tyre engineers there going to work, measuring the temperature of the track surface. That's really important because, of course, with this 19 to 20 degrees Celsius swing in temperature change of the track surface, things will be a little bit different. You can see that some cars are staying out, others are coming straight back in. Now, this banker lap, Richard, obviously the drivers, they go out as soon as the circuit opens, they do 1 lap. What is the kind of data that they're gathering in that lap that isn't even a complete lap?
Well, a lot of it now is around tyre warm-up, because in the modern game, we're not allowed to have tyre blankets. We're not allowed to heat the tyre artificially. So quite often the drivers will go out with the rear tyres on the front. Obviously, being a front-wheel drive touring car, the front axle is very, very active. You can see in this shot now, the rear brake size is a lot smaller than the front brake size. Just a lot easier to get energy into that front axle set. So you put the rear tyres on the front, you do a lap, you've got big brakes. Of course, that tyre has to turn, it has to brake, it has to accelerate. Everything's on the front axle set, and then they swap to the back of the car, and of course they've got some decent heat in the rear. It's very hard to get tyre temperature, even on a hot sunny day like this, into the rear tyres, and that's why they do that. And of course it's all about balance. No point getting hot fronts and having cold rears, and this of course expedites that.
This is absolutely the job I want, the tyre change man, because this is so physical. I've done it in a couple of different paddocks in different forms of race car, just as a one-off go, and you get a lot of energy in the tyre when it comes off, when it's got that huge quantity of heat. Even in 1 lap, the tyre gets very hot, the brake caliper gets very hot. So obviously you're in a very, very hot paddock, because obviously the air temperature here in Hungary in the middle of June, it is pretty hot up there. So this is going to be fascinating to see in the second free practice session.
The best way to achieve brake...
okay, Norby?
Just...
Yes, gas feels okay.
Just another install lap for Norby Mikulits, as we were discussing there, all under control. But yeah, just saying, Jake, you know, the best way to get tyre temperature is, of course, your brakes. It's like having a radiator in the middle of the wheel. The brakes heat the wheel heats the tyre, and of course you get that heat soak into the metal wheel, and it just keeps the tyre temperature. So that's the easiest way to get some tyre temp, and of course it leaves the carcass of the tyre alone. And that's something we'll be talking about a bit more in qualifying, because, you know, how you time bringing in those tyres is so key to getting the tyres to work for 1 lap.
Scott Lee makes a very bold statement on Facebook. Hello to everybody who's watching along. He says, Hungaroring, best circuit in the world. Do you know what? Not many people come up with the Hungaroring as an answer to that particular question. We're just hearing the radio from Jan Elishay. The Hungaroring doesn't always come up as the pinnacle of race circuits in the world. But you know what? I've been commentating now for nearly a decade. The Hungaroring has come up a few times, and I've yet to commentate on a boring race at the Hungaroring. It doesn't happen very often.
No, and I think it's really suited to touring car racing. You know, sometimes the Formula cars, because the corners are very, very, very long here, you get a lot of aerodynamic disturbance off the car in front, whereas here with a touring car you don't get that so much. Yeah, Daniel Nab's just talking in Hungarian to the team there. I'm sorry, but Jake and I slightly lacking in Hungarian, a very tricky language.
Yeah, I'm afraid my Magyar is limited to szia, which is hi. That's it. That's all I've got, I'm afraid. But yeah, Zengo Motorsport, great to hear from them, and always great to go behind the scenes of the activity within a team. And this is a very strong team coming forward, actually. They've got a lot of great new minds on the problem. They've got some great technicians within the team, some good mechanics, and obviously two very talented drivers in Dan Nagy and Rob Huff, who's got so much experience at this level. He's been in the World Touring Car paddock since the days it was called WTCC, of course. It's now WTCR these days, but he has never really lost an ounce of pace. So his know-how and his expertise must be paying dividends for the squad in 2022.
Yeah, and I think they were a little bit undercooked coming into this season. Very late to start. First race weekend is very, very tough in Po street circuit. Not somewhere you want to go when you're on the back foot. Then obviously we had the Nordschleife, which again, very, very different challenge. And of course, that race weekend was in effect abandoned after qualifying due to the tyre safety concerns. So it's only really now they've probably had the opportunity to catch up. So hopefully they can have a strong weekend. Of course, you know, Rob Huff, absolutely top-class driver, former world champion, and of course he was on pole here last year. So there's a lot of things that are going their way, and of course, you know, being the local team, they have all the support in those stands, willing them to do well. But there's no reason why Cupra can't be competitive this weekend. Rob just sort of saying he didn't really get the best of the new tyres in pre-practice one, but felt quietly confident on the balance of the car and in terms of dialing that Cupra in to the sweet spots. All about looking after your tyres at this circuit, as we were saying before, Jake. But yeah, here we go. That's putting the front axle set on the back and vice versa. As we watch Ivan Muller now starting to push on a little bit. Just see a little bit of oversteer through there. We've seen that so many times on the onboard cameras from free practice one. The car needs a lot of rotation to deal with these slow speed corners, and of course in the slightly quicker corners it means you've really got to try and hang on to it, and there's probably no better driver on the grid for car control than Ivan Muller. Obviously cut his teeth doing some ice racing many years ago as well. Excellent car control as he just heads through the final corner. Very, very tricky, long right-hander. Feels like the corner never ends. And just trying to get a good exit out of there, not go four wheels over that white line.
No, box. That's 63.9. We are P2, same time as Sandy.
So yeah, he's obviously lost the logging there in terms of the timing, so his dash has lost the lap time. Now, one thing that we are aware is that a lot of teams don't like to go too quick. They don't like to show their hand, and that's for a multitude of reasons. One is they don't want the opposition to know what they can do, but of course the other thing is we watch well held, sir, as he's a very, very loose car through that left-right section there. But yeah, they like to hide their pace a little bit, and therefore you leave the driver vulnerable to going too quickly if he can't see the lap time delta on his dashboard.
Yeah, you don't win multiple Andros trophies without being an incredible wizard behind the wheel. And Ivan Muller, even with a little bit of oversteer thrown up through the course of that last lap, was able to catch it fairly quickly. So really interesting to see how the battles continue. As Ivan Muller just getting himself up to speed in the top 5 at the moment, along with Marchingnois and Santiago Urrutia, the Uruguayan, in the mix of things at the moment. Your questions are still coming in via the Facebook and YouTube pages. Thank you very much for those. Do keep them coming. Kevin Rafi Sugahara, we were talking about tyres. He asked a really interesting question. How many tyres will each crew use today? That's an interesting question, because obviously we've had this thing, there's a little bit more extended time on the Goodyears in FP2. They have extended it by 15 minutes. What do we think roughly, how many sets of tyres do you think they're going to be using over the course of a Saturday?
It really depends on how much they want to burn through in the free practice sessions. I believe that because of what's happened with tyres previously, some of these tyres are only for these free practice sessions. And of course, the session this morning almost certainly would have been on new fronts. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the teams deal with that, because they'll be wanting to keep sets clear and back for qualifying.
So down in the pit lane, Alex de Guy is down at Zengo.
when Rob came in just then, you may or may not have seen that a computer is plugged into Rob's car, and this gentleman here is Rob's data engineer, David. Now, you are going to tell me what you're learning from FP2.
Yeah, we are expecting to have some more relevant information regarding these new tires. So we just run with a few sets of fresh tires, and we try to collect as much data as possible to prepare for the qualifying, and hope that these tires will work.
I assume there's quite a big difference between Rob and Danny's driving style.
Yeah.
Can you tell me?
Yeah, it's totally different. So we always compare Rob and Danny's data, and it's really useful that we have Rob, because he has a lot of experience. So both of the team and also Danny can learn a lot from Rob. So it's a really good
question. I know this is slightly different remit for you, but the track temperature is like 49 degrees. It's really high. So can you tell me in layman's terms, how much difference does that make for the tires and the driving style?
Yeah, even 1 or 2 extra degrees of Celsius of the track temperature can improve a lot regarding to the tire performance. So as the weather is getting hotter, it's even better for us. So yeah, it's really important.
Thank you very much. I'll let you get back to it.
Fascinating to hear from David there. 1 degree Celsius of track temperature difference can make or break a session. That really is quite fascinating, and it all comes down to that 1 or 2 additional PSIs of tyre pressure. Fascinating stuff.
The problem is once the tyres reach the critical temperature, it's so difficult to get it back. So in terms of what your starting pressure is, really does make a big difference. And again, this circuit, we see a much bigger difference between a qualifying setup and a race setup. I mean, looking from last year, generally the race pace is sort of 2.5, 3 seconds off what they're doing in qualifying, to give you some idea about how much they have to back these cars off to make a race run worthwhile. Just watching that replay, there's so many different lines you can take through that last corner, but of course it's such a long straight, you have to make sure you get a great exit on their outlap, which was hence that wide line just then. This section through here doesn't look that steep, but I can assure you, if you walk up that hill, you really feel it when you get to the top. It is a very, very steep section of track.
I certainly felt it when I walked around there. My record in one weekend is 4 laps. Have you managed more than that in one lap, Richard?
No, but I certainly wouldn't want to do more than one anyway. It's not about 35 degrees.
I will confess that one of those might have been on a golf cart. Just one of them. I don't think I could do 4 laps on foot. But no, it is a fabulous, fabulous facility. And I always feel it's underrated as one of the top European circuits on the planet. It's definitely very impressive. No matter what form of race car comes here, you're always going to get a good show. Here's Santiago Urrutia, and I can tell you that the Urrutia fan club has finally woken up, because they were a few hours behind us, of course, over in Uruguay, but now they are in full force for free practice 2. And the Facebook comments is a wash of Uruguayan flags. Great to see so many of his fans tuning in to watch him at work as he catches the back end nicely through turn 4 and manages to dodge one of the sister cars. So Santiago Urrutia was last in free practice 1, but we think that he was actually on a very differing program in free practice 1. Now he's really pushing it. You can see, look, 2 in the air and 2 in the deck, as he's putting so much effort into it. The problem is he's getting traffic from within his own stable, and the back end came out even more rapidly than before for Santiago Urrutia there, as he was trying to get out of the way of Ivan Muller, of all people.
Yeah, not the tidiest lap, but while we are speaking about tidy laps, Rob Huff has topped the time sheets, 52.9. A really tidy lap from him, and we're saying that this is a circuit that suits his driving, very much rewards an old school sort of touring car driver. You need a lot of patience in the slow corners. Not being displayed there as temperament by Santi Urrutia, but maybe again slightly unsighted by his teammate, who was annoyingly parked on the apex there.
I'd quite like to see what happened a few corners after that again, when he tried to dodge Muller and he was still on full chat, and he very nearly swapped ends into the right-hander after the chicane, so that could have been a scary moment. But this is Nate Berton I've got a really good feeling about the Audi this weekend, based on what we saw from them last year, based on what we saw from them in free practice 1 this morning for both Bertrand and Magnus. I think the car is pretty much dialed in, looking very solid. I think a top 5 in qualifying, maybe even the pole, is possible from the Audi.
Yeah, it certainly has historically gone well here, and there's no reason why it can't go well this weekend. Gilles Magnus, again, he in the sister Audi, he won a race here last year. So certainly a happy hunting ground for those guys. Long run down the hill to turn 1 on Nate Bertond's outlap. So easy to miss your braking into there, being downhill, and you have to kind of turn in and trail the brakes in quite late. And the lap's ruined before it's even started, in effect. I think this is what we're going to see in qualifying. Nate Bertond's outlap here, very, very pedestrian. It's not trying to take too much out of those tyres at all. And I think that'll be a theme to following qualifying. Very sedate, sort of don't take too much out of the tyre on the way around.
Well, we saw Mathieu Lefebvre in the pit lane. Race engineer for Nate Bertond, just communicating with him to get him dialed in and ready for what looks like it might be a qualifying simulation run, the way they're dialing it in. And obviously they are getting closer and closer to qualifying. This is quite an important session to get it right. Let's go on board with Nat Bertond.
So we go again for two flying up. So this is old spec press, slightly higher compared to baseline, not pressure.
So that was Mathieu Lefebvre speaking with Nate Bertond. This is a very important free practice session, not the least because obviously they're getting a little bit more time on the tyres than previously expected, but this is going to be similar conditions to the qualifying session, of course, because this morning the track temperature was very cool compared to what it is now, and there's only about 90 minutes or so roughly between the end of free practice 2 and qualifying, so this is an important session for drivers to get dialed in for a qualifying simulation run.
Yeah, great view there coming out of the last turn for Bertond to start his lap.
The only 2 drivers that haven't set a competitive time yet are Nesta Girolami and Esteban Guerrieri, but you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to do that very soon indeed.
Perfect on the brakes into 1, slightly late on the throttle. Need a lot of patience through turn 2, very tight line because you need to open up this fast right-hander through here, take an armful of curb, don't let the car run too wide, run up the hill, big stab on the brakes to flick it into the left-hander.
Always delights me when you get an onboard with a TCR driver and they are visor open, eyes fixed on the road ahead, on stalks, absolutely alert to the presence of a slight outcrop of the throttle, a slight twitch of the steering wheel over the curbs. The splitter cam here, absolutely fantastic as they run through the S's, through the left, through the right. You can see again smooth operation on the steering from Nate Bertond. It's a little bit jagged but still perfectly smooth. You don't want to be ragging it too much in the inside apex. Catching the curve on the outside curve, just about keeping it within track limits there, I think, for Nate Bertond.
Not too much oversteer through the middle part of the lap, which we know a lot of cars have been suffering with. Took a little bit too much curve there on the right, 2 corners to go. Sees just a bit of mid-corner understeer, but nicely on the power early, and this should be a pretty decent lap. He set 2 personal bests through the middle of the lap. And whilst this has been going, Esteban Guerrieri's topped the timesheet on a 52.7. Bertond improves up to 7th.
There indeed is Guerrieri, having gone from last to first. So very good run from the Honda man, having just gone to the top of the timesheets for the all-equal Munich Motorsport Honda. So Guerrieri has bailed out of a qualifying lap there, or bailed out of a qualifying practice lap, I should say. is allowing everybody else to go through now.
So easy to, when you're trying to get out of somebody's way, actually make the problem worse, particularly on that sort of left-right through there, because yeah, there's not a lot of distance between the two corners. We watched Girolami change the tyres over for another set. Probably going to do a quali simulation run. Again, the Honda should struggle a little bit here, but Guerrieri's pace has been very, very good in this session on that last pass. But of course, these guys are carrying a lot of weight because they were the team to beat at the season opener in Po. And then, of course, the racing was effectively abandoned in Germany. And therefore the weight they would have expected to come off the car as part of the regulations for this weekend, they still have. Yeah, so this is not an easy circuit to take weight. A lot of weight transfer, and it's very, very hard on tyres. So you don't want to be carrying extra kilos here. So it'll be interesting to see where they end up in qualifying, but so far that does not look too bad at all. The car looks very balanced as well.
They obviously heard us talking in free practice 1 where we said the Hondas might struggle, and they've clearly felt, well, don't even think about it. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, there's definitely a few games being played, hence why Ivan didn't want to keep going around with no dash. That's not because he knows he wants to know what the times are, it means he doesn't want to go too fast.
Definitely about poker faces, this free practice session, isn't it? Because nobody wants to let their opponents know exactly what they've got under their right foot, especially when you consider how difficult it is down to the first corner here. It is a big straight. I was going to say it's a big straight into a heavy braking zone.
From the very beginning is just pulling me the understeering outside row. In all the time the car is very safe to drive. I don't have any oversteering. The big problem is the under from the engine.
So just about made out there from Mikael Askiner, chatting away to the Hyundai engineers, that they have a big problem with balance, I think that was, on the underside of the car. So that must be a ride height issue that they're talking about there, essentially, or potentially.
Yeah, or maybe a bit of tyre chatter. That's another thing you can sort of get around here. Yeah, it's a very, very tyre-sensitive circuit, as Mehdi Banani just shows us. I mean, if you think about it, Jake, you know, the lap time's getting on for 2 minutes here. You know, the pace at the moment is a 1:52, and we've only got 1 second in effect covering the top 10.
And obviously the pace this morning on a much cooler track was a 51.9 from the two cars that were managing to break into the 152s. A hotter track means a slower track, because obviously the tyres are working a lot more. This is a little bit further round for Gilles Magnus. And that's how easy it can be to drop the car off the road. Attila Tashi, same again. They had 22 laps total deleted from free practice 1 this morning. I wonder how many are going to be deleted in this one. Well, that one certainly will be.
The problem is, Jake, that corner is so critical to your lap time. It's a reasonable straight onto the next corner to the sharp right-hander, and you really need a lot of exit speed through there. So in effect, the drivers have to sort of flirt with that white line, particularly in qualifying. You know, finding where that limit is very important in this session, because as we know, the race director will take your time away. Great shot, just showing how much energy is going through the tyres as we go to the infield part of the lap. This is very quick through here. Of course, we've got 3 local Hungarian drivers, Tassi, Naj and Mikulits. Mikulits, of course, a former world champion. Yeah, not the tidiest of laps so far.
But Daniel Naj definitely finding the limits of this Cupra. Oh, proper bounce over the curbs as he turns into the left-hander. The problem is, when you hit the curb, and we were talking about this earlier, Richard, when you hit the curb at a slightly awkward angle, and when we're talking an awkward angle, it can be the difference between turning in maybe half an inch to an inch too early. It can totally upset the balance of what the car's going to do mid-apex.
And vice versa, you know, some corners you have to really really try and find the curb to pull you round, and if you miss the curb, you end up running wide. So the curbing is very, very important as to whether it's helping you or hindering you, but you've really got to hit something about the size of a playing card to get the exact right point to apex the corner.
So Alex Legui is down in pit road. What can she tell us?
Hello, I'm here now with Gabor Kishmati-Lekner, who's a big Hungarian superstar. I think you actually look like Matt LeBlanc. Have you heard of him?
I heard sometimes that we are similar, but okay.
The Hungarian version.
Yeah, maybe.
So what? Now, you've been behind the wheel of the touring car. You know how tricky this circuit is. Obviously, you know this circuit very well. What is it that makes it so challenging?
Okay, it's an old type of circuit, so it's really difficult to drive the car here. You have to find the best balance for the car, and it's really difficult to overtake some places, but WTCR is always doing a great show, so I think that there will be a big show for tomorrow.
Just before he and I started talking, we were just sort of acknowledging the fans out there, and you were saying that this is nothing compared to how it will be tomorrow. Already they're pretty loud, aren't they? But it's incredible, isn't it? We're so lucky that they're all back.
Yeah, we are lucky after 2 years without spectators. Finally, we arrived back to have spectators. And the Hungarian fans are always one of the best all over the world, and it will be. You will see tomorrow how the show will happen tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure that there will be more and more during today, and for tomorrow it will be full.
So you're not in as a wild card this year. Will we see you in as a wild card or a full seat next year, maybe?
I'm not planning. I had a dream to do one complete season in WTCR. I achieved. I was the happiest man all over the world to be there, and I really enjoy every second. But now I would like to focus a bit more on my family, and I also have companies that I have to manage. But I'm still a big motorsport lover, so I'm here, and when I have chance, I'm always close to race cars. I have a race school where I have 16 kids, and we are working a lot with them, and it's already 9 weekends. So
that sounds amazing. Sorry to interrupt you. So Danny Naj has just come in. What is happening right now?
Yeah, he's coming back in the free practice. They are checking the tires, the suspension, and every small part of the cars.
Presumably now would be when they start doing some serious quali runs, right?
Yeah. Now the first part is always checking the cars, and in the second part there will be a simulation for the quali. The weather is hotter than in FP1, so you need to adapt the car for that, even if it's a very...
The weekend shifts into high gear with the FIA ETCR Race of Spain Jarama. See the premiere of Saturday's qualifiers at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time on SportsMax. But the real action starts on Sunday morning. Some of the tour's best electric car drivers burn up the tracks in the super finals. The flags go up at 10:15 a.m., 11:50 a.m. ECT. You can't afford to miss it.
It is hard. It is hard. But I'm going to say Lincoln Co.
Thank you for joining us for free practice 1 and 2 today. It's been absolutely amazing, and still we have no idea who is going to top the spots in qualifying. You'll have to join us live on Eurosport to get the full flavour of the action as the World Touring Car Cup rocks into Budapest, and 17 drivers are bidding for pole position in qualifying later. And it's so close, so even, so competitive. We genuinely couldn't tell you at this point who's going to get pole position. This could be one of the most watchable qualifying sessions of the whole season. Make sure you tune in. Live on Eurosport, 3:35 local time here at the Hungaroring. From myself, Jake Sanson, from my colleague Richard Coleman, from Alex Legui down in the pits, we're ready. Are you?
The weekend again shifts into high gear with the FIA ETCR Race of Spain Jarama. See the premiere of Saturday's qualifiers at 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time on SportsMax. But the real action starts on Sunday morning. Some of the tour's best electric car drivers burn up the tracks in the Superfinals. The flags go up at 10:15 a.m., 11:50 a.m. ECT. You can't afford to miss it.
Watch me and them. Big man, they got skip now.
Oh, say man, I'm not man, I'm sick man. Go through my boss.
30 boxes on the distributor, listen.
6 box of Black Stallion, the boss.
How we plan to carry so much Black Stallion?
Trick with Star!
Black Stallion, the bedroom tonic. Visit our newest store at Catherine Hall Plaza, Montego Bay.
It's Tools Hardware Supplies sizzling summer specials! Best-selling restock items, plus new arrivals at the lowest prices. Specials on windows, bathroom sets, doors, and more. Special discounts on porcelain tiles with unique designs. Plus, tin sets, free delivery in the corporate area and Portmore. Conditions apply.
So, come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Si tú me dejas, te invito a que dejemos todo a un lado. Que empieza la liga y esa que me dices que sí. Que sí, que sí, que sí. Sí que me dices que sí. Que sí, que sí, que sí. Sí que me dices que sí. La liga.
Real Sociedad against Sevilla. The hosts can climb to the top of the table with a win. The visitors are undefeated so far this term. Both of these teams came into week 5 in the top 6 domestically, and both drew in Europe midweek. Sevilla came from behind to draw 1-1 at home to RB Salzburg, and La Real drew 2-2 at PSV Eindhoven on Thursday night. So the Basque team has had 2 days fewer to prepare for this clash. David Silva pulled up during the warm-up in Eindhoven. He has a calf problem and is unavailable today for Imanol Alguacil. In all, the Real Sociedad manager makes 3 changes to the 11 that began in the Netherlands midweek. And there is a first start in attack for Alexander Charlotte. Well, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined today by Guillaume Balaguer. And Guillaume, although David Silva is unavailable for this clash, there is plenty of quality on show.
Hello team, hello everyone, and let me do the preview for you, okay? Are you ready? Papu Gomez, Lamela, Navas, Enesiri, Merino, Oyarzabal, Isaac, Janus, I never know how to say this one. Janusai, sorry. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of quality at display with 2 teams that are ambitious when they have the ball, and they both very good defending. Now, we knew that of Sevilla, but what Real Sociedad has managed to do this season, forget about the defeat against Barcelona. The following 3 games, they haven't conceded. They now defend as a team, they don't make mistakes. The pair at the back is one of the best of the of La Liga, and I think you've got right now, in my eyes, the 2 best teams of La Liga.
Well, if that doesn't whet your appetite, nothing will. Kickoff is only around 3 minutes away at the Reale Arena. 2 teams that finished in the top 5 last season, 2 teams competing in Europe this campaign, and 2 teams who play excellent football. Well, whilst Charlotte makes his first start for Real Sociedad, there are first starts for Sevilla today for both Delaney and Lamela. Eric Lamela, of course, has made an impact already with 3 goals since signing from Tottenham Hotspur, and Delaney was excellent in the second half on Tuesday night against Salzburg, having come off the bench. Wonderful to see the spectators in, and they are enjoying themselves. A crowd expected of approximately 24,000 for what is a 4:15 kickoff local time. So 3 changes to the Real Sociedad team compared to Thursday night. Zaldua, Guevara and Januzaj dropped to the bench. There is that first start, as mentioned, for Alexander Charlotte, the Norwegian international, and both Andoni Gorosabel and Portu come into the 11. It is an 11 which has no player over the age of 30. The average age of this team is under 25, and 6 of the 11 are graduates of the famous Zubieta Youth Academy.
Isn't that impressive? That's what Real Sociedad have been doing, and then they've insisted with the idea, even in times of crisis 3-4 years ago, where there was confusion about where to go. Well, they look at themselves and said, well, let's do what we've always done well, which is to reinforce this idea of youth coming through. But in terms of other names, it'll be interesting to see how Sorloth plays in the side, if that forces the team to go to 4-4-2 maybe, with Oyarzabal on the left-hand side. We'll just keep an eye on that.
There are 2 changes to the 11 that began on Tuesday for Sevilla. Both Suso and Joan Jordan dropped to the bench, so it is Delaney and Lamela coming in to the team.
Now that Sevilla side is also one full of quality, but it's interesting to see Lamela and Delaney in the team after doing so well against Atalanta in the second half of the game. It's a very, very deep squad, isn't it, Sevilla's?
Well, a very deep squad indeed. Oliver Torres is unavailable through injury. Nemanja Gudel has been left out of the matchday squad, but there is quality on the bench, and that quality includes Lucas Ocampos, who has missed the opening weeks of the league season with injury. Well, it is an almost carnival-like atmosphere ahead of kick-off in the Basque country, and it is a contest between 2 teams led by local managers. Both Imanol Alguacil and Julen Lopetegui are from the region of Gipuzkoa, and their hometowns of Orio and Astiezu are a mere 13 kilometres apart, and both reside within 25 kilometres of this famous stadium.
It's an area of football, and it's not like, I don't know, in Argentina, for instance, where every two streets you've got a pitch. It's not so much that, but it's a very important part of their cultural side of things. Same as all the sports, like fronton. How do you call fronton in English?
Well, you stumped me there, Guillem.
It's just, you know, you hit it with a hand and it goes into a big wall, and it seems like these girls have been getting success doing this. What it is, a very local sport in the area, but one that has got international competitions. But they're the best at it, the Basques.
Well, the Basques have a tough task today. Sevilla are in town. Jules Koundé has been past fit. It was a late decision on whether he could start. He does start alongside Diego Carlos in central defence. Jesus Navas, the captain for the visitors, and Mikel Oyarzabal, the captain for the home side. And the referee, as you can see, is Antonio Mateo Laoz, who, like both of these teams, was in European action midweek. He refereed Besiktas against Borussia Dortmund on Wednesday night. And it is Gonzalez in charge of VAR.
Was Koundé's injury a head injury or a leg injury? Or?
Well, a muscular injury.
Was it
really? And he had a late fitness test, but he does start.
What I meant was, for 2 days, nobody knew what was happening with Koundé. I think he's been shocked by the fact that he couldn't leave Sevilla, and the club didn't put any kind of medical report. We still don't know exactly what he had. I think it was one of them go and sulk a little bit if you need a little bit longer, because he has to stay at Sevilla for at least 6 more months.
Well, here we go then. We are underway at the Real Arena. Real Sociedad are aiming for a 4th consecutive victory, knowing that 3 points will take them to the summit of La Liga, and they do have an early corner.
On the back of the pressure high that we relate so much to Real Sociedad and to Sevilla. From that point of view, they both do the same. They like to defend, running in front of the defenders, not just waiting in their own box.
Oyarzabal will deliver. Lifted towards the back post, and in the end a comfortable catch for Yacine Bono. A goalkeeper, Guillem, who faced 3 penalties in the first half midweek, an extraordinary game in which Salzburg missed 2 out of 3 and Rakitic scored 1 for the home side, so there were 4 taken before half-time.
Yes, and a goalkeeper that I thought at this stage may not be playing for Sevilla, but with the signing of Dimitrovic, he's actually raised his game, Bono.
Stiff competition for places. In goal for Julen Lopetegui's side. Here is Fernando Reges. Navas stayed wide. He delivers with pace, 1 bounce, and claimed by Alex Ramiro, who has kept 3 consecutive clean sheets in La Liga.
Well, it looks like Isak up front is not going to be on his own. Quite clearly, Sorloth is using central positions in the middle, so it looks like, even though they're attacking with 3 at the back now, a 4-4-2. Really, Oyarzabal probably will be not only on the left, will come inside, but as always, a very attacking side.
And here goes Sorloth, linking with Isak, who cuts inside, then ran into traffic. Koundé able to bring it forward to Rakitic. Now Delaney. Isak slowly getting to his feet. Some cloudy skies overhead, temperatures around 19 degrees Celsius, 66 Fahrenheit for this match in San Sebastian. Forward steps Lenormand. And this was a bright start here from the Norwegian, Charlotte.
Yeah, absolutely key that everybody defends at Real Sociedad, and it's absolutely key that they don't let their rivals to get to the last third to attack them. So it's important to make real big walls of defense, at least 2, a couple, before the ball gets to the forwards of Sevilla.
A painful one there for Aritz Elustondo. It was Lamela who barged into him.
It's interesting that this start of the season, of course, after the defeat against Barcelona, no question marks at all, but it was like, right, let's see what season we're going to get from Real Sociedad, and it was 3 consecutive clean sheets, 3 victories, and they are basically what they want to be, fighting for that 4th Champions League place. Sevilla, not far, and of course, getting a draw in the Champions League is not a bad result, especially as they played with 10 men for 45 minutes. But you get the sense that people want more. They're just very demanding in Sevilla. They're used to winning now, and I think Lopetegui senses that too. He's got to get right the rotations, because it's going to be a very busy week. But you know, a victory here will give calmness to the side.
A club record 77 points last season. And Sevilla did begin the season with 2 victories. They came against Rayo and then Getafe. Their 3rd match was a draw at Elche, a match which Koundé missed amidst the transfer speculation, and they have played a game fewer. Their week 4 fixture was postponed.
So they come into this fixture on